Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there, Eyendeba. Pardon me. There it is right there, Eyendeba, the Dorset tones of our cousins from the southeast. So our cousins from the southeast are telling you Eyendeba. How am I positioning this thing? I should have my chair around. So I'm central to the screen. All of these things, you think I should have mastered it by now. So Eyendeba, I was saying, the Dorset tones of our cousins from the southeast. So Eyendeba. So apologies first that I had to cancel yesterday's session. I spent the majority of yesterday at the Nigerian embassy, and anybody that's ever had any interaction with the Nigerian embassy, you can just imagine what a grueling and a torturous experience it was. It was like though I did 10 rounds with Mike Tyson or something. It was a traumatizing experience. I just couldn't, So after that unbearable experience, there was no way I was going to come on. I did make the effort, but I thought no. Let me skip it. So I skip it only to land on this spot to be with you again. Good to have you here, Eyendeba. Our cousins are from the east. So Eyendeba, your way to the like button and click on it, and Yendeba your way to the subscription button and click on it as well. So now this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, this is your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. So if you've ever enjoyed any of the voices that you've heard, yours could be one of those voices that people enjoy as well. So if you feel sufficiently emboldened and you feel that way inclined, if the spirit moves you today, then let it move you to click on that that link that says StreamYard. So click on the link that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. Nothing more complex than that. Just that click and Bob's your uncle that you are on the screen. So do that. So as you do that, then what will you be coming up to? Also, it's available there. Let me remove it from the screen. As you do that, then what will you be coming up to contend with? You'll be coming up to contend with this. So this is now the situation as it obtains with the never-ending saga that seems to be the presidential petition tribunal. So now, this is quite significant. That judgment, by the way, is not at the tribunal stage, but it's related to matters ongoing in the tribunal. So that is why it is so important. Court dismisses suit against Tinubu's inauguration over 25% of FCT vote. So I'm saying it is important because that remains now solely the only now space that a contention is in with that petition. So the matters of the IREV, as you all know, has already been resolved. Oyetola versus Adeleke. So that's already out of the way, never to resurface again. And I think one other one was already decided as well. The double nomination already also decided in a satellite case filed by the PDP at the Supreme Court. So that's already run the course through the Supreme Court. So that's already decided as well. So where is the petition now hinging on? It's hinging on one, that rather watery drug the narration, which of course, I don't think even the most fervent of obedient is placing any real hope on that. So everything now hangs on this 25% in Abuja. So that is what it is. And that is why this judgment is so significant. But what was the basis of the judgment and what should we make of it? So all of that in contention. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and contend it. Our court dismisses suit against Tinubu's inauguration over 25% of FCT vote. So a seismic move, an impactful move, a significant play just there now. So now, this now a turn up for the books. A turn up for the books because we have been seeing the abandonment of opposition and people realigning now because everybody lines behind the winner, and failure is often an orphan, or defeat, or should we put it in the proper context, is often an orphan. You know, the crowd only gravitates the crowd only gravitates around the gold medal. And this is what we're seeing playing out. We saw that play out with Bode George, who very quickly now is in Abuja begging for a job. We saw Williamson Wike straight to Abuja begging for a job. We've heard that Daniel Buala endorsing the first subsidy. So essentially congratulating Tinubu. So everybody is gravitating towards the winning ticket. So Peter Obi caught a lonely furrow. But is this now the green shoots? This headline now, is this now the green shoots of the wavings of that white flag? This headline, of course, all that build up. Peter Obi defends Tinubu's bold subsidy removal, gives reason. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So if forget everything else, in this instance, Peter Obi concedes that Tinubu has done the right thing. So it's not the abject and because of course, if you go to any of the obedience space, they are raging and wading and gnashing at the teeth. But their principle now says that no, this is the right thing to do. And he cannot but say that, by the way, Peter Obi, he cannot but say that because in all of the trail up to February the 25th, his narrative has been that the oil subsidy is a scam and that was going to be his first action. So he had no room of maneuverability not to say that. So he lands on that spot. But what does his adherents, what do his adherents have to say or think about this now seismic headline? Peter Obi defends Tinubu's bold subsidy removal, gives reason. So we land on that, and there's a little video clip that goes with that as well that we play alongside it. That was sent in by one of the subscribers. So we play that video clip as well. So he gives with one hand and takes with the other. So that's the metaphor that builds up to this next headline. He gives with one hand and takes with the other. So it takes with the other. Authentic result shows Labour Party. Authentic results shows Labour Party. Obi did not win Nasarawa. Fresh allegations from okay. I thought it was actually, I have to go and change the headline because I misread it to say that Obi won Nasarawa, but it's still part of it's still part of the vibe of it all anyway. So this essentially then to tell the story then of the collapsing before our very eyes of some of the petitions filed against Tinubu's victory. So there is that space. So this now is a storyline that we have been trailing, and there's a video clip that goes with this as well. We were all aghast when the presentation was made. He presented an Ethiopian airline aeroplane painted in the liveries of the Nigerian state, and told us then that this is the first delivery of a fleet of airlines for the newly now created Nigerian air carrier that he has formed under his administration. We're talking about Hidi Sariki, of course, the notorious, the public face of I wonder who actually gets the gold prize as the public face of looting in the Buhari administration. I don't think anybody still has outdone Abubakar Malami, but this guy certainly pushes him hard. National Assembly to grill officials of ministries of aviation, foreign affairs, justice over failed Nigeria air carrier. So the trail of that money is still very fresh, by the way. So if they are looking to make any recovery in that space, they need to move fairly quickly because the trail is still fairly, the trail of that money is still fairly fresh. So hopefully the moves are made and some recoveries are made from that looted money. I'm bringing you this now next headline because Tinubu, in the course of his campaigning, was telling us that he was going to redirect and repoint funding towards education. So there's somewhat of a credit system and a borrowing system to facilitate the educational space. So within that broad spectrum, this headline falls. Polytechnics get 130 million naira each as intervention fund. So the repointing then of that polytechnic system, which seemed as though the Nigerian state was just about to abandon, but it looks as though now, rather than abandon, it's been rebirthed under the Tinubu administration. So we spend a bit of time on that. So this now, we'll probably read this instead of the previously announced headline. This also speaks to the narrative of Hida Sarika, whatever his name is, the Mala in charge of the aviation that stole all the money. So we have a look at that as well. And then we'll also watch a video clip that speaks to the now newly struck deal between the Nigerian Labour Congress and the federal government regarding this oil subsidy space. So we'll probably listen to about a couple of clips on that. We'll listen to a clip first that I've saved. Then we go to our Rice TV morning show to listen to an interesting perspective on that. So a real rounding of everything. There's a couple of human interest stories that I'll bring later on in the session as well. So a real mixed bag of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the screen. And if you want to buy your host a cup of coffee, it's pinned on the comment section. So do all that. And as you do, although, let me take a micro little musical intermission before we delve straight into the throes of it. I can't get my words out, so I've only just stopped. I only just took a day out, and now the words are not flowing as swiftly as they should. So that then tells you that I need a pause for water. So let me pause for water, as you listen to the K Guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So let's get straight into it. Now, like I said, the trail is still fresh on this money's. And by the way, if you hear the amount of money that this guy stole with this scam, your eyes will pop. As high as 130 billion naira this character, they said, stole with this painted aeroplane that he brought to the Nigerian space. National Assembly to grill officials of Ministry of Aviation, Foreign Affairs, Justice over failed Nigeria air carrier. The House of Representatives Committee on Aviation has rescheduled its investigative hearing on the controversial launch of Air Nigeria, Nigeria's national carrier, by the last administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The committee had invited relevant stakeholders to the hearing earlier scheduled for Monday in Abuja. However, representatives of most of the stakeholders had left the venue before the arrival of the committee chairman, who came about 2 hours behind schedule. The stakeholders invited by the committee include the Ministry of Aviation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Justice, Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, Airline Operators of Nigeria, Ethiopian Airline, as well as... hold on, have I just moved there from there? Wait. Let me pick it up from here. That's not the start you wanted, is it? I was trying to scroll it down just there, and it went off by itself. So just wait there. Let me pick it up from let me pick it up from here, and let's run through it again. So let's pick it up from here. The House of Representatives Committee on Aviation has rescheduled its investigative hearing on the controversial launch of Air Nigeria, Nigeria's national carrier, by the last administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The committee had invited relevant stakeholders to the hearing earlier scheduled for Monday in Abuja. However, representatives of most of the stakeholders had left the venue before the arrival of the committee chairman, who came about 2 hours behind schedule. The stakeholders invited by the committee include Ministry of Aviation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Justice, Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, Airline Operators of Nigeria, Ethiopian Airline, as well as aviation fuel suppliers. Nanji, who is the chairman, of course, after his arrival, apologized to stakeholders who waited behind at the venue, asking that the hearing be postponed till 3 p.m. on Tuesday, which is today. Correspondents had about a week ago reported that the Muhammadu Buhari-led Nigerian government committed a major blunder in its usual deception of Nigerians by unveiling a Boeing 737 series aircraft as the Nigeria Air, which actually belonged to Ethiopia Airline. Correspondents had learned that the plane unveiled as Nigeria Air is over 10 years old and belongs to Ethiopian Airlines. According to information obtained by correspondents from PlaneSpotter, a platform which takes an inventory of aircrafts, the registration number is ET-APL and the mode is SXYZ. The series number, etc., etc. The first flight was an Ethiopian Airline aircraft. Then it became Malawian Airline in 2014. It was acquired again by Ethiopian Airline in 2015 and has been operating under Ethiopian Airline since then. Then on the 26th of May 2023, it has Nigerian colors without changing ownership. It was first spotted in South Africa before it flew to Nigeria today. The aircraft took off from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at 7:55 a.m. on Friday and landed at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at 12:43 p.m. The Buhari administration had failed to deliver Nigeria Air after 8 years over the controversy that surrounded the national carrier. The federal government had boycotted domestic airlines under the aegis of Airline Operators of Nigeria and signed a deal with Ethiopian Airline to float the Nigerian carrier. So there it is right there. So it looks as though the parliamentarians are looking to investigate just exactly what transpired in that space. Let me play you this little clip that just speaks to that space as well.
President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, a week ago, when former President Muhammadu Buhari was still in office, the federal government unveiled Nigeria Air, saying that 35 of them are expected in 5 years. But since the unveiling, which took place at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, there's been controversies on the actual ownership of the plane between Nigeria and Ethiopia. The Boeing 737-800 aircraft has an Ethiopian registration number, ETAPL. Another wonder for many is why the interior of the aircraft wasn't displayed at any point, insinuating that only the body is Nigeria's. Well, the House of Representatives has summoned the Ministry of Aviation to come for clarification Tuesday, June 7, with all personnel and documents in connection with the aircraft, which was painted with 139 billion naira. Meanwhile, checks from a live tracker flight trader is showing that Ethiopia Airlines has removed Nigeria Air from the body of the plane and now using the same aircraft that was shown to Nigerians as their national carrier. The aircraft was said to have returned to Addis Ababa the next day after the display at the airport here in Abuja. Well, the reasons for the branding and subsequent removal remain undisclosed by both the Ethiopia Airlines and the Nigerian government led by Buhari, who made sure that the glory was given to their tenure. Now let's have some reactions to this. On Facebook, Smith is tweeting and he says, "Now wow, airline where Akwa Ibom the run, Naim Almighty FG no fit run, just like the way where them no."
All right, we'll leave the reactions for a moment, but I wanted you to hear those figures. 137 billion naira was what the lady quoted. So I've not verified that, but certainly, hopefully that guy has not been allowed to run Hadi Sariki. I hope he has not been allowed, because that was an open fraud played out in public glare. That was an open fraud played out in public glare. He's told us now that he spent 137 billion naira to create a national carrier, and he's landed then some sort of aeroplane on the Nigerian soil to give us then the demonstration of what he has achieved. But the people with eagle eyes, they spotted that airline belonged to, because of course it's so easy to check these things these days. This is why I'm saying that a lot of these characters that are just weighing down upon us, they don't have the criminal functioning. It's just bludgeoning. It's just brute force. Essentially, is not really fraud. It's theft, because there's no cleverness that underpins it. If the plane had not even landed, before the eagle-eyed people immediately ran the registration number of that plane to determine that it has not changed ownership and is still very much registered with Ethiopian Airline. So that plane has now gone back to Ethiopian Airline to continue its regular schedule of flights. So now, what is the plane that Hidi Saraki spent 137 billion naira on? And where is Hidi Saraki more to it? The guy has run, I'm sure, is probably in Saudi, which is where their preferred porthole of escape. But the parliamentarians have now opened up some sort of a case against him. But will they hold steady, or are they going to be paid off in the usual Nigerian manner? So all of that in contention. So we kick it off with that, Hidi Saraki and his fine boy looting. That was how Prince Adebayo described it when he last came here. So fine boy looting to more serious matters. Polytechnic get 130 million naira each as intervention fund. So this now speaks to the narrative of some of the promises that Tinubu made in the build-up to February the 25th. The Tertiary Education Trust Fund has approved 130 million naira for each polytechnic as zonal intervention in its 2023 intervention line. The Director of Infrastructure of the fund, Buhari something or the other, who confirms the development at the sensation workshop, etc., etc. So essentially, I'm not going to labor with all of the details, but what this essentially tells us is that funds has been released to polytechnics as part of the Tinubu administration's promise to rebalance the way education is being funded. And there was a time actually that the polytechnic system was somewhat being relegated to the point of almost being obsoleted within the Nigerian educational system. But the quality that we're getting out of the polytechnics, often instances the quality or lack thereof that we get outside out of the universities. You get all these barely literate people coming out of universities, but because the polytechnic are more hands-on technical based, they have some residues of quality. It's not as though they're churning out super brains, but at least they do practical there. So they must have some understanding of something. So that rebalancing then of the educational system then just as promised by Tinubu. So the rebalancing of the educational system just as promised by Tinubu. So let's go from Tinubu then to Peter Obi, whose case seems to be hemorrhaging just by the minute. Authentic results show Labour Party Obi did not win Nasarawa, fresh revelation in March. And by the way, we'll also be touching on the El Rufai commentary. So I have to look for that headline. We'll also be touching on the El Rufai commentaries, which somebody sent me. Whoever sent me that on Instagram, please resend it. Ibrahim Hamza, a witness to Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, at the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, on Monday, June the 5th, said it is impossible for Peter Obi to win Nasarawa State. Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, triumphed in Nasarawa, Lagos, and 9 other states and the Federal Capital Territory during the February election. Obi could not have won a free and fair election in Nasarawa PDP Hamza. But now, according to Hamza, a witness to PDP and Atiku Abubakar, Obi's win was dubious. The witness, who acted as PDP's state coalition agent during the election, alleged that Obi would not have won his state if the election had been free and fair. He said, I am not happy with the result. I don't want the court to accept this result. Labour Party cannot come first in Nasarawa State. That is impossible. We have the authentic result. It is the national coalition agent. It is with the national coalition agent of the PDP. Obi secured 191,361 votes in the contest with his closest challenger, Bola Tinubu of APC, who scored 172,922 votes, whilst Atiku came third. Correspondents earlier reported that the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal received more evidence in a document from the LP and Obi challenging the victory of Bola Tinubu at the presidential poll in February. It was gathered that on Monday, June the 5th, from EC8A from 8 states were brought before the court and tendered as evidence. Just to speak to that for a moment, because I've been hearing in a lot of these Obi-centric spaces that because of the volume of so-called evidence that Obi has sent in, that then in their understanding then suggests that they have a case. Because of course we see containers after containers of so-called evidence being paraded by that space. So it's not the volume of the so-called evidence, of course, it's the quality of it. So the volume, the quality, not the volume. So the quality, not the volume. So let's now go now to Peter Obi defending then Tinubu's controversial fuel subsidy removal. Peter Obi defends Tinubu's bold subsidy removal, gives reasons. Correspondents report that, that's not the start of it. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, has expressed his backing for the removal of petrol subsidy. Correspondents report that this announcement comes on the heels of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's inaugural speech, in which he proclaimed an end to Nigeria's contentious petrol subsidy whilst taking his oath of office as the 16th president in Abuja. The new president emphasized that petrol subsidy has long been a thorn in the economy, depriving it of much needed funds for development. In response to President Tinubu's decision, the organized labor group, including the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC, initially declared a strike set for Wednesday to protest the exorbitant cost of our petrol. However, they later suspended the strike following a meeting with government officials. In a new development, Peter Obi took to Twitter to express his support for the removal of the petrol subsidy. Whilst attending his ongoing petition case at the Court of Appeal on Tuesday, June the 6th, he recounted how he was approached by judicial correspondents who demanded his view on the subsidy removal. Obi explained, "If you have followed me very well from the time I was a member of Jonathan's economic management team, I consistently maintained that subsidy should be removed because I see it as organized crime. People were just stealing the resources of the country, and I showed it empirically in my statistical analysis that we were not consuming the amount of fuel they claimed we consumed. So I'm not quite sure what empirical statistical analysis, the way this guy even uses words. I didn't know that he had the language reach to be using words like empirical statistical analysis. I didn't think that Peter Obi had the language reach. But the way he uses words, so Sanusi already told us when they were telling us that Nigeria was consuming 100 million liters of petrol a day, Sanusi then just asked, then are we drinking the product? That was just the simple question that Sanusi asked. Are we drinking the product? Because there's absolutely categorically nothing then to suggest that we're consuming that much. So I'm talking slowly because I've happened upon the El Rufai controversial piece. So yes, we'll go to the El Rufai controversial piece in a moment. So that's our Peter Obi then. Let me give you just a little texture of our Peter Obi speaking to the fuel subsidy, and then from there we go to El Rufai.
Right from the time I was a member of Jonathan's economic management team, I have consistently maintained that we need to remove subsidy, because for me it's organized crime. People were just stealing the resources of the country, and that crime has to stop. And I showed my own position in empirical data to show that the amount of fuel we consume is totally far ahead what we are supposed to consume. I showed it in data, comparing with countries like Pakistan, and it's very clear. So I maintained about its removal. And throughout my campaign, go and read my manifesto, I maintained about its removal. If you have a toothache and you go to a dentist, there's a difference between removing your tooth by applying anesthesia, which will alleviate your pain, and just pulling it out. The difference is that I believe it should be removed with conditions, and that condition has to be applied. If I was involved, I would have shown in empirical statistical data how much we are going to save, where we are going to apply it, the gains for the people, so they can, just like I said all throughout my campaign, that I'm going to govern the people by being open, showing them empirically verifiable facts on how the country can be better, and everybody can follow it. Yes, that's what I would have done. That's why, what are those conditions? That's why I said I would have go and read my data. I said I'll bring back everything, fiscal viability. There's things you need to do. There's things you need to show. Even when Jonathan was removed it, that was when they came up with Shopee, all of things. Yes, conditions. It's there.
So there it is. So that was Peter Obi then somewhat endorsing Tinubu, that would say. So that's Peter Obi somewhat endorsing Tinubu. But let's go to this matter that remember we were doing sessions just a couple of days ago, speaking to how El Rufai and why El Rufai had not been given the secretary to the government of the Federation post, the one that went to Akume. But it looks as though Tinubu may either have dodged the bullet there or he was aware of this. So let me read this out, and then I'll play you a clip on Arise TV after that. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC in Plateau State, Samuel Kwankor, has cautioned the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, not to set Nigeria on fire with his utterances. Kwankor, who was the national director of the Christian Association of Nigeria, stated this at a press conference in Jos at the weekend. He spoke whilst reacting to statements allegedly credited to a former... yes, let me read this out because I wanted to land on this as the last story, but let me read it out anyway. Let me take from top again. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC in Plateau State, Samuel Kwankor, has cautioned the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, not to set Nigeria on fire with his utterances. Kwankwo, who was the national director of the Christian Association of Nigeria, stated this at a press conference in Jos at the weekend. He spoke whilst reacting to statements allegedly credited to the former Kaduna State governor, in which he allegedly told his audience before handing over to his successor that the Islamic dominance in Kaduna had been successfully replicated in Nigeria and that it shall continue. El-Rufai, he alleged, equally told his audience that in the course of the electioneering campaign, when they, the Christians, tried to ask questions on the Muslim ticket, he deceived them that it was not for religious dominance, when in reality, the ticket, both nationally and at the state level, were for Islamic dominance. He alleged that in the video containing the speech, which has gone viral on social media, El-Rufai said that the victory of Bola Tinubu has silenced Christian Association of Nigeria, adding that he would sustain an Islamic-dominated government for 20 years and unending, not only in Kaduna State, but also in Nigeria. Kwankwo expressed disappointment at the utterances of the former governor, noting that the classification of citizens of a state as them versus us meant that the former governor cannot be exonerated from the wanton killing, demolition of houses and places of worship for Christians in the state. He said he was surprised that El-Rufai, who was contemplated as one of the qualified persons to be appointed chief of staff to the president or secretary to the government of the federation, had turned himself into a confirmed religious bigot with a hidden agenda to destroy the country using religion. So that's the pushback against whatever it is that El-Rufai said that has generated that much controversy. But what did El-Rufai say to generate that much controversy? What this?
Academic.
Right. Well, all right. We'll take another story. Former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has been accused of wanting to set Nigeria on fire with his utterances. The chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in Plateau State, Samuel Kwankwo, made the accusation after a video in which El-Rufai allegedly stated that he deceived Christians during the course of the electioneering campaigns, that the APC Muslim ticket was not for religious dominance, when in actual fact, the tickets, both nationally and at the state level, were for Islamic dominance. In the video, which has since gone viral, El-Rufai is reported to have also said that the victory of Bola Ahmed Tinubu had silenced the Christian Association of Nigeria, adding that he will sustain an Islamic-dominated government for 20 years and unending, not only in Kaduna State, but in Nigeria at large. Kwankwo, who is also a former national director of the Christian Association of Nigeria, while reacting to El-Rufai's comments, expressed disappointment at his classification of citizens of his state as them versus us, which to him meant that the former governor cannot be exonerated from the wanton killings, demolition of houses, and places of worship of Christians in Kaduna. Well, let's take a listen to a short clip of that video before we come back for a discussion.
Duk da taron dangin da aka yi, duk da addini da aka yi amfani da shi, Allah ya ba Asiwaju nasara. Abinda muka samu muka yi a Kaduna yanzu an yi shi a ƙasa gaba daya. Babu wani makaryaci da zai zo ya ce, zai fito ya ce shi zai yi siyasa na Kiristanci ya ci zaɓe. Peter Obi ya yi ga inda yake. An yi maganin wannan, dole suka yi shuru. Tun da Asiwaju ya ci zaɓe kan tsit. To da haka ne za a samu zaman lafiya a ƙasar nan. to shi ma kaga in aka sake aka ƙara sai komi sai ya wallahi abinda muka yi kenan kuma ni da wasu daga cikin mu a ganin mu mun gama aikin.
This has caused a huge debate on social media as well. Let me take a tweet before I take your comment. This person, it is really disappointing for El-Rufai to brag about religion in a country that is trying to heal. What is the point of the speech? What point is he trying to prove in an election that was clearly questionable? The APC, tell your man not to sow seed of discord in this country. Over to you.
This is a tough one for me. I schooled in Kaduna, went to Sultan Bello Primary School. I went to FGC Kano. A number of my friends will refer to me as Dangarewa, Dankano, and things like that. I speak Hausa, and
I didn't know that.
Yes, I speak Hausa. I went to school in Kano. My school was just next to Serkin Zazau's palace, Sultan Bello Primary School. And when I look at this, when I listen to that tape, I am just praying, please God, let Mala Nasir come out and say, no, this was doctored, that this is not him, this is not true.
Yeah, I waited 2 days to take the story.
I've been waiting for that to happen. But it...
all right. So Oji said she waited 2 days. That story certainly broke a couple of days ago. There's been no rebuttal. Well, I'll give you what purpose to be a rebuttal for in a moment. But that is a yes daddy. That's a El-Rufai's yes daddy space now. So that essentially a yes daddy moment for El-Rufai. But what does he say in mitigation? So now let's now see how he tries to mitigate. So this seems some form of a mitigation. What El-Rufai said in the controversial video. It says some short video clips have been widely circulating on social media showing Nasir El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, addressing religious leaders in the state. So, so just from that opening paragraph, already a departure somewhat from the OB space, because they are not going with the artificial intelligence and somebody coming on like say an Emmanuel type person coming to say they're software engineers. And so they are not trying to deny it, but are trying to justify it. Some short video clips have been widely circulating on social media showing Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, addressing religious leaders in the state. Speaking in Hausa, the former governor told the gathering Muslim tickets had come to stay in the state, and people would soon accept that Muslims could rule the state without no injustice to other religions. So the very essence of a Muslim oversighting a multi-religious state is already an injustice. However, his language of communication has rendered many non-Hausa speakers unable to grasp what message he was passing to his audience. Sitting by his left was Ubasani, the new governor of the state. So that's the infamous clip which we've already listened to. So what he said. So part one, the APC governors in the north sat down and discussed. We said the presidential position had to go back to the south because we did not want a northerner to become the next president. We promised, and the promise was said verbally. God is aware of every promise, whether spoken or written. When we saw that some people were plotting to make the North retain power, we disagreed and fought them. We, the Muslims of the North, have our own tradition and we don't betray it. Even if we make a promise in the dark, we will come out openly to say we have made a promise. So this is essentially trying to build the backdrop to that clip now, because of course, when a clip is taken out of a lengthy speech, it may well paint in the direction that the overall thrust of the message was not intended. Then the thought of who is strong and competent to have support came first. The second one was that we wanted to end politics of tribalism and religion in Nigeria. We then decided to nominate Asiwaju. Even at the time we nominated Asiwaju, I was not on good terms with him. Professor Akintola and some elders from Lagos came to meet us. They were pleased when we told them that we had agreed that power had to return to the South. So just to pause it there for a moment, because we're now looking at the wider spectrum of what Peter Obi actually said. So they had their meetings in their coverts in the north, and then they agreed that for and by the way, it was not an act of altruism that they considered that power was going to go to the south. It was not an act of altruism. It was an act of pragmatism, not altruism, pragmatism, because the way that the south was balanced, especially under the Buhari administration, all the way from the start, crescendoing towards when he was about to leave, the South had enough of that sort of a mannerism. We already know that the Southeast had enough, and we were hearing murmurings of enough is enough in the Southwest as well. There was a time that Buhari sent emissaries to Ibadan to go and test the temple. The person that led that emissary was Mayor Malabune. There was a time that Buhari sent emissaries led by Mayor Malabune. I cannot recall who they spoke with, but whoever can recall it in the comment section should notify us of the name. There was a time that Buhari sent emissaries to the southwest to go and test the temple of the space, and they got a thorough tongue lashing. The ethnicization, the over-tribalization, every important position northernized. So that was the feedback that they got. So the country had enough. So it wasn't an act of altruism that they came to they did not come to the decision, by the way, that power had to transit to the south. They came to the realization. So it's not an act of altruism. It's not an act of kindness. It's an act of pragmatism. Because if they had foisted another northerner on the country, then the southwest would have hopped on board that secessionist narrative. So it was more pragmatism than altruism. So let me take it from the top again, and I'll speed through it. It's not a lengthy one, so let's just the all-progressive governor in the north sat down and discussed. We said the presidential position had to go back to the south. And by the way, when they said it had to go back to the south, you can bet your bottom dollar that not for 1 microsecond did they have any consideration outside of the southwest, because the alignment in terms of our worldview and just cultural familiar is more aligned with the southwest than anything else. They understand the southwest, and they understand the instinct of the place, but they have what they perceive to be an understanding of the southeast, but the southeast will tell you that they don't understand them, but they have a visceral, innate distrust of that space, and they don't really give any consideration to the south. So really, when they had the decision then amongst themselves that power should transit to the south, it was really that power should transit to the southwest. So it was either Oshibanjo or Tinubu. So that was the only decision, the only other decision they had to make. The all-progressive governor in the north sat down and discussed. We said the presidential position had to go back to the south because we did not want a northerner to be the next president. We promised, and the promise was made verbally. God is aware of every promise, whether spoken or written. When we saw that some people were plotting to make the North retain power, we disagreed and we fought them. We, the Muslims of the North, have our own tradition and we don't betray it. Even if we make a promise in the dark, we would come out openly to say we have made a promise. Then the thought of who is strong and competent to have the support came first. The second was that we wanted to end politics of tribalism and religion in Nigeria. We then decided to nominate Asiwaju. Even at the time we nominated Asiwaju, I was not on good terms with him. Professor Akintola and some elders from Lagos came to meet us. They were pleased when we told them that we had agreed that power had to return to the south. The Yoruba of the southwest have some issues, especially the Muslim. They argued that if a Muslim was vying for a position, they were not going to win. Every time I asked them, non-Muslims, even when we went on campaigns, they said this and that. I said it was true. We are looking for those who will work. We don't consider religion. Of course, we normally consider it, but I would not say that publicly. I would ask them, who has been cheated by you? Stand up and tell us if this government has cheated you. No answer. My team and I have done that in the last 4 years. Senator Ubasani and Doctor still won their elections despite the religious cards they played. You, the Malams, were the ones who helped us to win, not the politicians. The politicians cheated us, I swear, and Ubasani knows that. We know those who collected money on the election day. They switched off their phones, stayed at home, and did not come out. The polling agents we paid to come and protect the votes did not come out. We know that you supported us. God will reward you. When he is Sani, that is, done with his first 4 years, he will still come back to seek re-election to continue. So I didn't know that Ubasani also ran a Muslim ticket. We have shown the people that Muslims don't like injustice, but they do not like disrespect. That was the only thing we wanted to show. We have started and have not ended it. Unless we rule for 20 years or more. After Uba completes his 8 years, it will be 16 years we would have been ruling the state, right? Another person that would take over to make it 24 years, and everyone would say, we have known our position, and we know these Muslims would not cheat on us, and we would have peace. I swear, with what we have done since we started looking for this position, and with help of God and your support, we are on the right way. So this is what he has to say. He used the gathering to defend the single faith leadership in the state and the presidential election. He also appreciated the Islamic religious leaders for supporting his party and urged them to continue persuading their people to support the government. So that is El Rufai then. I'm not quite sure if the full text takes away from the snippet that we saw. Essentially, he was telling you that you'll be dominated by Muslims till kingdom come. So that's essentially what he has to say. You will be dominated by Muslim till kingdom come. So we dodged a bullet with Peter Obi on February the 25th. It looks as though we dodged another bullet with this character now. So now let me now go to the last readout, and then we go into the conversations. Court dismisses suit against Tinubu'S inauguration over 25% of FCT votes. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed the suit filed by 5 residents of the Federal Capital Territory who sought to stop the inauguration of Bola Tinubu as president. Iyang Ekwo, the presiding judge on Tuesday, ordered the lawyers representing the 5 residents to pay the sum of 10 million naira each to the Attorney General of the Federation and Chief Justice of Nigeria. Ekwo held that the plaintiff have no local standee to file the suit. The presiding judge also said the suit can only be filed at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal and not at the Federal High Court. The plaintiff had averred that Tinubu failed to secure at least 25% of votes cast in the FCT. The plaintiff, so you won't be surprised by their names, of course, Ayagwama Anam Okoye, David Adzar, Jeffrey HM something, Chibueke Nwanchuku, so the usual suspects, sued for themselves and on behalf of other residents and registered voters in the FCT. They had asked the court to determine whether or not the person who is elected president of the Federal Republic and consequently administrator of FCT through the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and the Federal Capital Territory Development Authority on the first ballot is required by Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution to obtain at least 25% of the votes cast in the FCT. The plaintiffs also wanted a declaration extending former President Buhari's tenure, whilst also asking the court to set aside the certificate of return issued to Tinubu and restrain the CJN and other judicial officers from swearing him in. So there it is right there. It wasn't really an impactful decision, I wouldn't say, but there it is nevertheless. So there it is, and here they are. There it is. There is Solomon mocking me for how I'm struggling to pronounce those Igbo names. So there it is, and here they are. So Warpace joins us, Adale Koko joins us, Rational Mind joins us, The Progressive joins us, and Darati joins us as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Always a delight. Rational Mind, let's kick it off with you. Let's kick it off with you and kick it off then with the El Rufai space. So was that another Yes Daddy clip or an even more damning clip that we just saw? Can El Rufai survive now this clip that everybody has heard on social media? Rational Mind.
Yeah, one man. Good afternoon from here. Good afternoon, good evening, good night to our viewers across the world. Yeah, like, share, and subscribe if you've not. One man. This is one of the topics that brought me here. I've been wanting to like stay away from this, but the last time I was here on your platform, the last thing I discussed was around this very topic, and it's very irritating to me when some of us allow ourselves to be used by politicians. It's like some of us, like my mom usually says, some of us just read book. We didn't even read Apollo. We don't have wisdom with our books. Sometimes we should be able to read between the lines when people are using you, or you are helping people to propagate some kind of ideology. And I think we were not here. I had that heated debate here with Thomas. Excuse me, let me down this. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I had a call. So anyway, I just hope they don't call back. Anyway, yeah. So we had this heated debate here. I was very, very furious. I'm very, very mad. But I'll get to that. So, but let me go to that question you're asking me about what we've been seeing transpiring for the past few days concerning El Rufai and all of that. Well, it underscores something that I've often said here on your platform, One Man. One of the things I remember the very first time I came to your platform when we had that discussion. I think it was around that Nnamdi Kanu time and these terrorists of the clan of the president. And around that time, that was when I made a comment here that we should separate religion from state. Nigeria just has that a name of a secular state. It's just a name, but in actual practice, it's not secular. And that is the reason why the likes of El Rufai and people like himself could be using religion as a tool, and in bringing division in a multi-religious country as Nigeria. It's a very touchy topic for me, not because I'm a Christian. I tell you, I will condemn it if it's a Christian person doing this, but because some people use this religion of a thing, it could be Islam, it could be Christianity, it could be whatever, to bring division among us. Now, just imagine. You see, for me, I just want to say this, and whoever is listening, I think it's a time we need to start petitioning the ICC. I know some of you will say, why should we? Because we don't have faith, we don't have that confidence in our judicial system. I mean, I did say, I mean, I be able to. I mean, we had about the
ICC. That's the international space, is what you're talking about.
Yeah. Because
you think this clip is sufficient enough to petition ICC?
It is. I mean, you see, Obadiah. I mean, this former man, Melafia. Manasseh, is it Manasseh?
Melafia. Melafia.
Melafia Obadiah. You know, he had some strong evidence of things he wants to take to the ISIS. I think it was the one he was pursuing before ECOWAS courts. I don't know, whatever. So, but then you see, El-Rufai is part of the people that has brought that ethnic cleansing in southern Kaduna. Is let's this guy can feign. You know, this guy is a very I don't know how to describe this man. I mean, I'm short of word rather. This man is a demon of a person. It disguises like he's a good guy, and then look at what he saw. Because like the good book says, from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. It is what this guy has in his heart that we're seeing playing out. He's speaking out. Imagine what you just said in that thing. Imagine if it's P2B, like you're saying, some few days ago, some few months ago, a few weeks ago, we heard. And look at how the whole nation, even on your platform here, some people were just making peace. You see, when P2B said it is a religious war, let's assume that even he said that. Is it not a religious war? We can read between the woman. I can read between the lines. When I see ethnic bigotry, I see ethnic baiting in a political setting. I know it because I've lived through. I used to live in Algeria, and I know during the Salafist, I know all these things. I know how it's all how Islam can be used. I can tell you all of this. So my point is this: what I just want to tell you is that when TPW said it's a religious war, some of you think maybe let's assume he said that, and I believe it. Maybe he said that because I'm one of the people when the very day we had that topic. I didn't say it was doctored. I said, well, he said it, and so what? But then, what is the context of it? He has read between the line that some people are using this Muslim ticket of Tinubu to want to continue some kind of hidden agenda that they've always harbored within their heart, and that's what we're seeing. What this guy said.
No, are you saying you are aligned with Peter Obi's assertion that
I do,
and you think these are clay buttresses?
Woman. It is. You see, the last time we were here, we were debating this. I was having this heated debate with Thomas and the rest of them here. They were asking me to provide evidence. like, look at these guys. I mean, because on your platform here, we don't discuss things like this. Oftentimes it's because we talk about Tinubu and whatever, and Obi. We don't talk about anything we say about Obi, you bring it up. What about those things that some governors within the north, they did? I said to them that, look, it's because some of us don't speak Hausa here. And look at how he did it. The insidious way he did it. He did it by speaking in Hausa language. And maybe some people didn't capture these things because he's a very known person. I tell you, there are so many things. If you go to on YouTube here, just go to some of those Hausa channels, on religious channels, go and listen to oh my goodness, go and listen to some of the things that some of these imams and some of big politicians in the northern part of Nigeria are saying. You, my brother, your ear will be ringing like as if you have tinnitus. You'll be having like some kind of headache. Like, is it the same Nigeria? It's because we don't go to those channels because most of us don't understand Hausa, or maybe because we're not just really interested. We don't really count them as important. All our focus is just in South. You see, woman, that election was all about religion. That was why, what's his name? Assume he said that. And if he said that, there's no, I said it here, one man. Even though he said that, was it not a religious war? When you have two Muslims, which I'm not really opposed to it, but in a country like Nigeria, it's a problem because people read meaning to it. When they know it was not a problem, why were they bringing in fake pastors and bishops? Something that a Christian, if Tinubu were to be a Christian, and he did that, I tell you, they would have started war in the north. That they're disrespecting Islam by bringing in fake imams and trying to make it look ridiculous the way they did it to Christians. And that was what I was warning. I was warning Thomas for the other day that please stop this thing you are always doing here on this platform. Make it look like you want to be one-sided. I mean, I don't even know where you even stand in this matter. If these people are doing it, bring it on here, talk about it too. But you people, you are afraid of is criticizing this so-called fake Islamic people who use religion under the guise of religion, come here and talk about all these things. But when it's a Christian, you will bring it here and you will dice them, you will slice them, you will beat them down. but you dare not do that to the, and that is why these people, they have that effrontery to be feeling like that they are more entitled than the other people of other religion. And you just listen to what
do you think it should be investigated for that?
I don't expect Tinubu to investigate it. I know Tinubu will never do that. That is why I said the thing for us will be, let us petition the ICC. All the things that happen in Kaduna, let them investigate it. Because from this comment,
yeah, but you can't petition off the back of this comment, though, because this is just a subjective view. So what will be the basis of the petition it feels the Muslims are good administrators?
There are evidences.
If we boil it down to the actual message, is it not just saying the Muslims are good administrators? Is that not really just the
in the wider context of what he said? When you used to have a Christian deputy before,
right?
He removed him just so he could what? He could punish the what's it called? We could punish the Christians, and the Christians, because of the killings.
I'm not sure that's the choice of words. Those are your choice of words. Maybe because they had other preferences. Maybe not to punish.
No. But you see, don't make me say things I don't want to say here, because I'm restraining myself from saying certain things. But I will try to be not to say it in a way that whereby it will get your YouTube or whatever. I mean, or other people listening to us. My point is this: is that he said that, look at it, if you listen to that thing very well, he said that it is the time it's about Muslim domination in Kaduna. He said, I did it. I went with it. What did they do? They could not do anything. Now I did it again for Ubasani. He had Muslim, he said he had Muslim, the commissioner. He had even chief of staff is a Muslim. What other people? He said they are all Muslims. My goodness. In a diverse country, a diverse state as Kaduna, where you have the majority in the southern part of Kaduna as even more Christians. And even in the northern part of Kaduna, you still have Christians there. And you're saying things like this. What are we talking about?
Are you saying that it's wrong to acknowledge that Muslims are good administrators who are capable of fairness and balance, which is what he said? Do you disagree?
No, that's not what he said. One man, you see, I really get really upset when you say things like this. You're trying to be like, well, that's your view, and you can question me on that. But you're sounding like an apologist for this kind of people, because we all heard him. No, but I mean, we even saw this transcript, the rendering in English that was done, which nobody has disputed that he said. He said,
did you hear him in context? Did you hear him in context?
This is not context. This is not context. He was speaking to a group of political imams here and Muslim fanatics like himself here, and he was talking about the domination of the Muslims in Kaduna, a state that is not. I said that it's not 50%. It's not even 50%. 50% Muslims. You can share between the Muslim and the animist. Maybe the animist among them might be like 5%. Those who then practice Islam or whatever. So, but then look at what he's saying.
Can I interject? Rational mind.
Go on, please. Go on.
Rational mind. I think what you are trying to say in essence is that what Obi said then on that yes daddy tape is not condemnable.
I won't condemn him. No, I won't condemn him for that.
Okay, hold on. So you are saying it's not condemnable?
No, not at all.
Yeah, and you are saying if you believe, if you agree with him, then why are you condemning Rufai?
Okay, thank you. Very good question. Good question you asked.
No, there's no basis. If you believe that what...
Is it a question you're asking or you're trying to make a comment?
Yeah, hold on now.
Okay, go on.
If you believe strongly that what do you call it? Obi said is not condemnable, Why is this one condemnable? Because you are condemning this, you are saying Obi is, you know, his statement, the ridiculous statement he made, is justifiable. On what basis?
Now, this is the point here. I told you that if you know the tempo at the time during the election, I said to you that we're hearing Islamic clerics in the north. When we had that debate here the other day, when they were asking me, provide evidence, and I gave them one of the evidence, which you yourself corroborated here, that there was an imam, even a Yoruba. This is not even another. Even though they say Kwara State is a northern state, but it's a Yoruba state. But one is a Yoruba man referring to Christian as Creole, and he was talking to them. I mean, when we have people like this use this kind of language, and then politicians like Obi, who is trying to penetrate.
Hang on a minute. Creole is a colloquialism, not a derogatory term. It's a colloquialism, isn't it?
Okay, all right. Whatever you want to call it, colloquialism or whatever you're going to call it. If you listen to that tape, I don't think you have ever listened to that tape of the same. That's just, I'm giving one example of so many numerous imams in the northern part of Nigeria who made this election more of a religion thing, telling all the adherents that they should all vote for Muslim tickets. And then you see Obi saying this, that he has no chance among them. What he has to do? He has to ask his own people too.
Yes, but hold on. The imams are vested. Hold on. I don't think you are drawing the right parallels there, because the imams are vested and invested in having a Muslim ticket. Just like a pastor might be vested and invested in having a Christian ticket. But Peter Obi is a presidential candidate. He cannot be aligned along religious lines. So that's the distinction.
It's because you saw this so-called tape that was released. From what El-Rufai was saying to you here, when you heard him, that they worked for them, they paid these imams. Do you know what they must have told them in their private meetings with these imams that was never released to us? You know what even Tinubu himself must have said to some of these imams?
One man, can I chime in a second?
Hold on, please. Let me land. Do you know what he must have said to some of these imams in private that was not released, that we're not privy to, because we could not send anybody to heave in to eavesdrop on their conversation? One man, please, let's come on. This was the same thing I was saying last time here we were having that argument. It was not even about Obi. It was Thomas was using
rational mind. Are you reaching out? And you can come in a moment. Enigmatic, but rational mind, are you reaching outside of what El-Rufai actually said to speculate to his intentions, or what else he may have said?
All I'm saying, one man, is that these politicians, most of us come here, we make their case for them. We allow ourselves to be tools in their hands. We should stop it, because these guys, they are only there for their own pocket. They will use religion to divide us. If Obi did it, he did it, yes. But in what context was it? Because the election was becoming not only just ethnic or more of ethnic or tribal, it was more of religion. Because we saw how Tinubu started his own campaign with the imams that they went to go and pay from Kaduna, all the caddies that they invited from all over, from Senegal, everywhere, to come and pray in his behalf. And subsequently, during the electioneering, how numerously Ganduje and all of them.
So sorry, what's your objection? What's your objection to that? And by the way, that's your. I'm not aware of that, so that's breaking news to me.
That's the same thing.
But hold on. What's your objection to him in inviting religious leaders to pray for his success? How is that about faith?
Yeah, that tells you a lot. That's why I said when I began my discussion here, I said when I began my take on this, that sometimes we do.
Tinubu is an adherent of this. Is an adherent of the Islamic faith.
Okay.
Is he an adherent of?
Good.
Is it? Peter Obi is an adherent of the Christian faith. So Peter Obi calls the pastors, Tinubu calls the imams.
That's not what. No, don't say that, one man. That is not what was playing out. Before the Yes Daddy video came out, We've heard, not even only, I've heard here on your platform here, people finding fault with Obi going to churches here. I've heard what his name, or what is this guy's name? This guy, what's his name? This guy that he fined recently to pay Atiku money. What's his name? This charge and pay, they call him charge and pay, but lawyer.
Oh, Gwenny.
No. Keyamo. Keyamo. We see how they stoke this flame of Obi turning this election into the same thing you accuse other people of doing. Your own principal is also equally guilty of it. Which you yourself.
But how though? I'm not sure the logic flows, but let anybody come in. I think it's itching to chime in. Enigmatic.
All right, thank you, one man. Hi everyone. I hope you guys are having a very good day. Look, there's nothing Obi did that is commendable. If we have to call El-Rufai a bigoted fundamentalist Islamist guy, Obi is considered a fundamentalist, extremist Christian too. This is one of the, probably some few days ago when I came on the platform, while I was trying to, people felt probably I was making a case for George Akume for the role of the SGF. This is the biggest reservation, right? One of the biggest fears. If I have feel for El-Rufai, is quite intelligent. You can't doubt his, intellectual, prowess is astute mentally. But I'm not really comfortable with his, fundamentalist idea when it comes to Islam. I'm a Muslim myself, right? This statement is absolutely, it makes no sense. No sense. I don't even know why he will have to do that. He has done that in the past. He has that history. Then nobody can deny that fact. And then we've seen what he did in the second term when he has to take a Muslim woman to contest in such a religious demographic balance of to alter the religious demographic balance of Kaduna State, and it almost boomeranged. But he came back again to do the same thing with Obasani. Look, no, this does not vitiate what Obi did. What Obi did, everybody who can reason rationally and without having to have a pedantic mindset of how to rationalize who is right or who is wrong. Both of them are very, very wrong. Obi did very poorly, same as El-Rufai, and I'm very, very glad that El-Rufai is not the SGF. I'm very scared of.
Okay, just finish. Go on, just go on.
Yeah, I'm very scared of what he will turn himself into. I can't just imagine, and I hope if he has any role to play in the cabinet, he will have to probably be called to order to guide his utterances going forward, because this is very it's unstatesmanly and it's quite uncharitable.
For me, I don't think there's any going forward here. I mean, for me, my advice to Tinubu is never even try using this guy if you don't want to stay anymore. I doubt if Tinubu cannot even stop himself from using it, because I believe these guys, they have some things on Tinubu that Tinubu will not dare even. Because I remember the other time we were having a conversation here. You were saying this election is between the conservative North and the progressive North. And you were trying to say El-Rufai is one of those. I was like looking at it. I said, look at one.
But you can't discountenance El-Rufai's brilliance and intelligence when it comes to administration.
Listen. Whatever you have intelligence, it makes no sense to me when you can be acting the way or speak in the manner in which this guy. We just heard this guy. What's the use of his intelligence? If you can, like I said, my mom says some people just read book. You can have intelligence, but you don't even have the wisdom. There's no wisdom in what he did. There's no wisdom in that. Because
so did you find wisdom? Did you find wisdom in what Peter Obi did? Because
thank you very much. This is what we're going to do again. What about rights?
It's not what about. Hold on. You're just opposing their.
Is equal? Hold on, rational mind is equal measure now. It's a fair
no, there's no
question.
equal measure here. There's no equal measure here. Don't
right.
There's no equal measure here. I'll tell you why it's not equal. You did not hear Obi says that Christians are going to dominate Nigeria. All he said, talking to a religious leader who was trying to pray for him, who was asking for him, he was telling him in the context of what he said, which I believe there's still more to that video than what we heard. He said, "Yes, Daddy," which I know, well, maybe it looks so like condescending to him, for his own kind of personality, but we know the kind of crap the Nigerian politics and religion, how the crappiness among them. But he said, this is a religious war. Yeah. I mean, they say election is a religion. I mean, I don't know how he phrased it, but he said something like in the line of, it's a religious war, in the sense that it's now between the Christians are being pitched against their Muslim brothers because of the Muslim ticket. That's how I understand it. But you people will take it out of the context, you will lift it up, and you want to equate it to what El-Rufai just said. We don't just say here. Hold on. No. We had El-Rufai just said here, saying that Muslim would dominate the whole of Nigeria, not just Kaduna, that Tinubu is going to replicate the same in the whole of Nigeria. It's going to be like for 20 years.
Can I interject?
Come on.
Right.
Come on.
Can I interject?
You didn't hear Peter Obi said that?
Bro, chill now. You're overestimating over exaggerating this.
No, you are the one over exaggerating it now. What did he say? Did he tell you that?
No. There's not a sense of balance in your commentary. Is what rational enigmatic is really. That's how it's coming across now. Because Peter Obi. No, hold on. Peter Obi's commentary was equally as extreme. It was not extreme. All right. Let Kulata come in. All right. Let Kulata come in, and then I'm going to take that topic round because I think it's an important topic, and everybody gets to have an opinion. But Kulata, you wanted to come in.
Okay. It looks like Jesus is going to come soon. I think I agree with Rational Mind. What El-Rufai said is dangerous. It's dangerous. What Peter Obi said is also dangerous, but the intent, as I see it, the intent of El-Rufai is devious. It's kind of like an evil intent, and it kind of doesn't help that there's persecution in a state against Christians. So when you juxtapose both his rhetoric plus the reality on ground with Kaduna, what he said is very, very dangerous. If I was Tinubu, I will put that guy on a leash, because that guy, no matter how brilliant he is, no matter how good of a politician or good of an ally that he is, his intent was in his heart. He spoke what's in his heart. And what came out is some sort of domination using religion. If you compare that to Peter Obi is just a crafty politician talking to a pastor, trying to get the pastor to work on his behalf.
Which one is more damnable, though, Kulata?
No, El-Rufai is magnitude, massive scale, more damning than what Peter Obi did. Because Peter Obi was shopping for votes. El-Rufai was not shopping for votes.
Peter Obi was aspiring to be president.
Yeah, but he was talking to someone that was to help him shop for votes. And to kind of like fire that person's belly up.
He was asking for religious dominance.
The context is important. The context, we should not, let's pay attention to the context.
Peter Obi went to religious leaders.
No, that's not the context. I disagree. Totally, 100% disagree. Peter Obi wanted to get votes from Oyedepo. He called Oyedepo, yes, daddy, okay, daddy, blah, 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 and said, oh, this is a religious war. To Oyedepo that is trying for him to help him get votes is different from El-Rufai coming to say, we're dominating, we're using Muslim tickets. We lied to them. We used it in Kaduna. It was successful. We will never let them get power again in 20 years. We're now using it through, my friend, Tinubu, nationally. That is then the different scale. Let's not joke around with this. That is dangerous. I'm sorry. I was sober when I heard it. I'm like, what the f? Why would I mean? It's out of the mouth, of the babes. He spoke his heart. That heart is not. That heart is dangerous.
Let me ask you a question. So, you would like to see religious war in Nigeria, right?
What are you people talking?
How can you make that kind of statement based on what I just said, Ajanle Koko?
Did he say religious war now? Did he say he wants a religious war?
Hold on now.
Well, I mean, how will you jump to that kind of inference?
Hold on. Obi was calling for religious war. Would you like?
And I said, what's the context? He wasn't saying let's go out. What's the context of Obi talking to the pastor?
I don't know the context that you people are arguing. What is context got to do with this nonsense?
Context has something to do with it.
Forget about context. Somebody.
No, context is important.
One man. Can I interject?
Hold on now, USA.
What is indefensible? Both of them make very, very bad statements. Let us just condemn it.
Yeah, but there are degrees to this thing, Ajanle Koko. There are degrees. You can't compare. You can't say someone someone buying a praying mantis is the same thing as someone buying a fellow human being.
Both comment.
Both are condemnable, but on different scale.
No, but in equal measure is what in equal measure.
It's not in equal measure. I disagree. They are not. They're not equivalent. You can't make this. That's a false equivocation, in my opinion. They're not in equal measure.
Both statements are very dangerous statements. If the mindset of a presidential candidate is for his own religion to conquer
hold on, Lola. What Ajanle Koko land that point, and then I'm going to take this topic round because I think it's so important. Everybody wants to say, but land your point, Ajanle Koko. You still have the floor.
For his religious leader, for his own religion, vote to overwhelm the vote of other religion.
A private call.
Religious war. So
a private call versus a public utterance.
Both are very bad. Let us just.
No, you can't compare both, Ajanle Koko. I disagree.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll leave it alone.
All right, Ajanle Koko. Let me take it round. I'll take it from UFC super fan and land it on our work piece. But a UFC super fan. So I'm sure you are aware of the backdrop to this. A lot of people describing this as El Rufai's yes daddy moment, and Kulata insisting that it's even worse than, and Rational Mind as well, that it's even worse than yes daddy. So with this now, is there a way that El Rufai can retrieve himself and reverse from this position, or does this mark the end of his political life in Nigeria? We are going to dominate them forever, is what he says.
No. Let me say one thing. The utterances by El Rufai and Peter Obi is condemnable, and both of them are totally wrong. However, what El Rufai is doing on this video, if you pay attention, is just feeding red meat to some of their supporter, or whichever way we're going to call them. So I don't see, and if you look at it, I think Peter Obi, let's be honest, El Rufai is not contesting for president. He's just a regional leader in Kaduna State. You understand me? He doesn't hold the popularity Obi is currently had. El Rufai just regional in Kaduna State, so you can't compare the two. I would say what Peter Obi said had more power than what El Rufai is saying, because El Rufai doesn't have the popularity. It doesn't have the political power. So I would say most of the comments from El Rufai, I don't really take it serious. So I don't think it will affect, except maybe in the future he wants to run for president and all that. But Apart from that, I don't think this will affect you.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost my patience here. Sorry. It just so happens that people are dying, and it just happens the people that are dying are in Southern Kaduna, and they just happen to come from one religion.
You see, okay, hold on.
Hey, hold on a second, please. It's just so cavalier. It's just so cavalier that it's just feeding red meat to the cannibals. Meanwhile, people are losing their lives.
Let me finish. You see, and one thing I observe about our people is that when we are discussing issue, we always see one side. We don't listen to the other side. Okay, you want to tell me that the conflict in Kaduna State is just only the Christian? You think the Christian don't kill the Muslim also? They don't do anything? You think
nobody said that? Nobody said that.
Just don't allow things to go play like that. No. Both sides are doing causing this trouble.
Hold on, good.
Oh my God!
Have you ever lived in Kaduna before? Have you ever lived in the north?
Both sides are causing this trouble.
Hello. Don't come here and say things that are not facts.
Do you live there? You yourself, do you live there?
I live.
Do you have the facts?
Oh, I have the fact.
Do you follow the day-to-day?
Hold on.
I think you are treading on a very dangerous ground.
No. Hold on. He's expressing his opinion, so let him express it. I think. Hold on, UFC. I think what you are saying is that because Obi is aspiring to be the president, the level of impact that he can have with his religious bias will be more seismic, more impactful than anything that El Rufai, who in that moment that he was speaking, he had no power to influence anything. So it's essentially just a private citizen speaking. So what Peter Obi said in the Yes Daddy tape, if he went on to become president to then win that religious war, that would be more impactful than anything that a private citizen called El Rufai has to say.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All right, relax. You see, if only you had my words.
One man, can I say something?
One man, sorry, can I interject a bit in a minute?
Sorry, who was that? Is that One Piece? I'm taking it round. So let me go to.
I might not be at the time you get to me. First of all, I'm driving. Second of all, my phone is acting up. I don't know if the screen here. This is making my photo hot. So
you go next, and then I'll go to Rational Mind. It's only I know everybody wants to have a say, so I just want everybody to have a say. But you go next.
Thank you, Waman. Thank you, panelists. It's been a while, a little bit. Anyway, it's funny the way we speak in this platform. From the Nigerian Airways, we saw people defending openly, and to Peter Obi issue. First of all, Peter Obi issue was a leaked tape, not like he came to on TV and say we need is a Muslim, is a religious war. Of course, it's condemnable even though it's a leaked tape. But we saw Muri, the guy, that Muslim, whatever, coming on TV, and some other people, both PDP and APC, said vote Muslim, but we didn't say anything. But when it comes to Peter Obi, or mostly Christian, let me remove Peter Obi, we always divide ourselves and try to set the rules. What El Rufai said is wrong. At least for once, we should stand in one lane and say, stand in one lane and accept one position.
Nobody, hold on. Nobody is saying it's not wrong. But what people are debating is it worse than what Peter Obi said, or Peter Obi, who was aspiring to be president? Is that more damning? So which one is more damning? They are both bad, but which one is more damning?
One man, we are doing the service to ourselves. Now we start doing comparison. Regardless who was competent for presidency and who was the ex-governor. When we are doing this, we are defending these people's actions, which is wrong. If one ex-governor says something in the South, now in this Tinubu regime, you see the way the whole North will go on riot. So we should not be saying this. Nigeria is an unstable country right now, and we don't need somebody like El Rufai to be making a such statement with confidence and there's nobody to ask him or no accountability for it. He's wrong. And these things they'll be saying, we know it, but pretend that it's not. To average northerner, they believe they own the country and they do whatever they want and they get away with it. We should stop this mindset, not because we are saying not South is better than the North or the North is better than the South. We should set an example so that people don't make such statement anymore, and so that everybody believes we all own this country equally. That's just my statement, one man, and let me yield for the next person.
War Peace, we were not universal in the condemnation of Peter Obi. So why should we be universal in the condemnation of her? Because a lot of people, Rational Mind being a good example, they defend and continue to the words of Peter Obi. So why should we then, as a South, collectively condemn El Rufai when we did not Peter Obi?
Thank you, one man. During that time, Obi made that statement, allegedly, because it's still a rumor, they didn't go to court. If they have gone to court, probably they would have defended himself and said it's deep fake or it's fake. Because we saw Buhari defending Ganduje openly and saying that he doesn't know the kind of technology they use. When we saw Ganduje stuffing dollar inside his heart. Okay, let's put that aside. It was just a leaked tape. And we all condemn what he did, even behind the scene. But this guy came on national TV. It's not national interest. This concerns every Nigerian.
Hold on. Which one do you think is more damning? It being a leaked tape or this being a public statement? Because at least El Rufai is documenting these thoughts in the public. So he can argue that because of the company that he's in, and those guided his wordings. But Peter Obi was speaking privately. So that should then indicate that he was actually speaking in the confidence of privacy and we were speaking his innermost thoughts. El Rufai could just say he's making a political statement, but Peter Obi cannot because he was caught off guard.
Yeah, I understand where you want me to go, but I don't want to go there. But let me just stroll close to it. Whatever we heard back Peter Obi was a leaked tape, and because of the political section, it was a hot debate, and everybody condemned it. Believe it or not, almost 70% of people condemn him. Only 30% or 25%, which is obedient and some hardcore Southeast, stood their ground. But 75% was a pass mark. But what El Rufai is doing right now is what these people have been doing. And there's no problem in the country. You came out to make this kind of statement. We all should condemn it. It's different this time around. So what El Rufai said is more condemnable right now. He's trying to cause a problem for Tinubu regime or what? So we can read so many minutes to it. It's a national security threat. It's supposed to be summoned and questioned. What's the meaning of that? Like as Plata just said, where there's killing, and they just kill 75% people, 75 people in Benue, which the president have not made any, have not sent coded message or visit or make statement about. And you are making a statement, same yesterday or day for yesterday, and you are making a statement yesterday, which is wrong. If they want to set the country ablaze because they are not in power, then let's just say it. So it's wrong and it's wrong, one man. That's how I say it, though. Probably people that is defending the APC might say it differently. Thank you, Mama. Let me use the floor for the next person.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on from you then to Enigmatic. So Enigmatic,
one man, can I talk please?
All right. You go first then. So really, the first thing, Akim, is that I think we're all unanimous in condemning this sort of utterances by El Rufai. And the second thing is, a lot of people will say that they are not surprised because they've always seen this in El Rufai. And then people might say that they are disappointed. And then the third thing is, people will say that Tinubu dodged the bullet by not giving him a position. And then another thing people will say is that with this comment now, there is no way he would now have a position in this Tinubu's administration. But does this mark the end of El Rufai's comment, El Rufai's contributions to national politics as a participant? So does that mark the end of it? And how does this weigh against Peter Obi's Yes Daddy tape? So all of that came.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. My network is just fluctuating here. It's not that strong. Look, I don't think that will end his national political career. And I don't really think El Rufai as a person wanted to serve in the government, in the Tinubu government anyway. I think there are some governors that are just looking to get away from the country and go do something else. I think El Rufai is one of those people. Having said that, you see, this is where I always have issue with rational mind sometimes. What look, what is not good is not good, regardless of who said it or who you are supporting. If you are supporting somebody and the person does something that's not good, it's not good. It's wrong. You cannot, in one hand, condemn one thing and then you turn around the other side and say, "Oh no, I don't condemn the other one." Are you going to tell me now, one man, what El-Rufai said was appalling? It was a disgrace. He should be ashamed of himself. You cannot then turn around and say, when Obi stood on the pulpit in the church and said, "Church, take back your country." That was not a leak tape. He was standing in front of the congregation in church when he made that statement during an election campaign. Rational mind never saw anything wrong with that. One man, you see, this is the problem with Nigerians, the people who told us that the country needs fixing, but these people are not talking from an honest view. Both are wrong. Let's condemn both of them. What they both said were wrong. It's not good for national unity. Just imagine you condemning El-Rufai, and not only will turn around and say, "Okay, did Obi not do the same thing?" Then you will then try to defend Obi, which will look stupid. It will look stupid. We saw pastors across the country, especially in the southern part of Nigeria during the election. Oh, the person that his name is in the Bible. What sort of nonsense were going around? I know that the imam were doing it in the north as well.
Hold on. You are feeding us something that is inexact, inaccurate. When you said Obi said to church, in what context was that?
What do you mean inexact?
What
context? What do you mean? Church, take back your country.
Who was he addressing?
Church, take back your country. Are we a religious country?
Hold on. Who was he addressing? Do you remember the occasion?
So which country are the church supposed to take?
Okay.
Which country are the church supposed to take back?
Let me address you. When he said
no, you answer my question. Rational mind. Which country is the church supposed to take back?
Hold on. I'll answer your question. Just calm down. I'll answer your question. When he said, "Church, take back your country," he was addressing a group of CAN that went to see not only him, they saw Tinubu. They had audience with Tinubu. They had audience with what's his name? With Atiku, and I think the NNPP guy, other presidential candidates. They had audience with them because they said, CAN said, they want to know what each candidate has for them. And so when it was Obi's turn, he was
that is not true. Mr. Obi was inside the church. He was inside the church.
No. There's no one like that. If you have it, bring it up. The only time he said it was when he was
one man play this video.
No, rational mind, you are wrong.
Okay,
he was inside the church.
You are wrong.
One man played the video. Yes,
Catholic church in one of the northern states.
Okay, we shall see. We find it.
Maybe Taraba or Nasarawa.
The one I know where he says church, he was addressing these CAN members, and in the context of what he was saying to them, he was talking about the corruption, the monumental corruption, and all of that. And he was saying to them, "You people, church, need to take back your country." In that context,
you're trying to make a excuse.
He was talking about the elections.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What was he talking about? I gave you context why he was doing that.
Rational mind. He didn't make CAN. He visited a church, a particular church.
Bring it up.
He was inside the church.
All right. Hold on. I've got it here.
People.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
Okay. All right. So that wasn't CAN though. That looks like an Anglican. No, that's not CAN. That looks like an Anglican diocese of
You're
some
not going to watch a video and start arguing.
What are you telling me to argue about?
Oh my
I'm
God.
telling you what I
Video
know.
is irrelevant, though.
That is
I'm
not
taking
church.
this thing out of context, please.
One man, please. I think I will be the next person to chime to have my own take on.
All right. I can carry on and I can carry on,
So
and then we
thank
go
you
to
very much. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, one man, you see, what El-Rufai said was very, 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 very bad. You know, there's no way anybody will come out and try to sugarcoat it. You might want to find excuse as to one thing or the no. There's no excuse for it. He's not a child. He's a grown-up man. He's a father, a two-time governor, a former minister. In a country like Nigeria, that is a multi-religion nation, you should not be saying things like that, right? So for me, as a person, I don't think maybe, I don't know, whatever Tinubu wants to do, that is up to him. But when people come out in public and make such comment, at least you should try to say, you know what, I will stay off this for now. Especially if you're saying you want to bring the country together. I don't think he should just look in the direction of El-Rufai. And I don't even think El-Rufai wants any position in the government anyway. So that's my position, Mama. Thank you.
Do you think even if he wanted a position, it's impossible for because by your Onuga, he made a similarly unguarded statement and then we never saw him again. So it's impossible for him, at least in this first term, to have a position now because he has to go and defend or reverse that statement first. So he has a lot of cleansing of the space to do, El-Rufai. All right, I think we lost our game. So, Rational Mind, you're up next. So, yes, that
bad one man. I can't really hear you that much.
All right. Let's go on to Rational. Let's go on to Enigmatic rather. So, Enigmatic, was that a yes at the moment, or was that even worse as Rational Mind just explained than Peter Obi's commentary?
Like sequel to what I told you earlier, right? I placed the two of them on the same pedestal, basically. I feel personally embarrassed by El-Rufai, though I'm not surprised by the conduct of the duo of those individuals. It's quite atrocious, quite horrendous. It's abhorrent, it's ignominious, it's mortifying, disgusting, appalling. Everything you can use to describe that attitude from both guys. I place them on the same pedestal of religious fanatics, religious chauvinists, religious bigots, religious zealots, and they are both sectarian minded. There's no way I can give any one of them pass mark. I don't care what the context is or whatever it is they are doing. Peter Obi was leveraging this to garner votes. El-Rufai was boastful about what he has done with his sectarian mind, with sectarian politics, having to do it to win his second term, having to do it to install a successor, and they're still boasting that he's still going to do it, and then basically, rubbing it in people's faces. So you can't tell me a Shino Rambo is different from Oyewusi, or Anini is different from Shino Rambo. They are both
rational mind, not rational mind, enigmatic. What do you think is playing out? Because of course, people have highlighted that Peter Obi was speaking in private, so you may say an unguarded moment. But El-Rufai was well aware that there were cameras all over that space, and he is intelligent to know enough to know the impact of those words. So, what do you think he was playing out by making those statements publicly?
Well, integrity is defined as you keeping to what you do in the public as same what you do in private, right? So when you look at the mythical, that kind of a religious gigolo mindset of Peter Obi in his own, what he does in private basically is different from what he comes out to preach. So he does not preach what he believes in, right? But El-Rufai, what he does in private is probably what he brings into the public. If you are talking of more integrity, you give it to El-Rufai. But circling it back to the two of them, they are both men of same ilk. One is a religious, one is is an Islamic fundamentalist and Islamic extremist, right? The other one is a Christian fundamentalist who believes Catholics are better than, some other sector of Christianity in the state. Why he was state governor and they brought it to the national politics. So there's no difference. I'm not going to compare and contrast one man. What is bad, and I've given you a good pictorial evidence of it. Compare Anini, right? Anini and then what's his name? Anini and Shinorambo. Compare and contrast. The two of them, they are in the same business, right? Business of stealing what does not belong to them. El-Rufai and Peter Obi, they are both established politicians, galvanizing, leveraging what they believe in to be their advantage, right, to get into office, which is the religious politics they play. So either you skin it life or death, right? They are basically staying or saying the same language.
What do you think the political consequences of this will be for El-Rufai? Or do you think if there will be political consequences?
El-Rufai is solid politically. He won't suffer a dime of any political consequence in the north. That is a fact. He's a Muslim, and then the northerners, they will always stay by their own when it comes to that religious part. The only person who will suffer and who is already suffering and who will continue to suffer is Peter Obi, because Obi comes from a very a minority group of the country that is basically politically disadvantaged by way of and then by way of the texture of their politics. But either you like it or not, El-Rufai belongs to a national party. He has the northern numbers behind him. If he becomes a major presidential candidate in Nigeria, he will have he will have the support from the north, and he will have the support of of the political party he belongs to, probably in the south. But of course, the number may be
if it does have that presidential ambition, how do you imagine it will play out off the back of this commentary?
Look, one man, the way Nigeria is structured, right? Unfortunately, the numbers, we know where they are, and they did not. Who pays the piper dictates the tune. So they dictate the piper of our political trajectory now in the north until things change, right? What they need is just the spread into some certain states out of the north. They will always have the number. El-Rufai is loved in the north. He knows that. That's why he misbehaves most of the time. That's why he's too boastful most of the time.
It sounds as though you are giving him a pass for this statement. You are almost defending him.
I'm being realistic, one man. Peter Obi is at any southern candidate, not even Peter Obi. Let's forget Peter Obi now. Put the most popular politician in the south in El-Rufai's shoe now. Put Tinubu in El-Rufai's shoe. Put Obi in El-Rufai's shoe. Put Soludo. Put anyone in the south in El-Rufai's shoe. The political backlash that will follow this attitude will be an eternal political consequence. But when it comes to somebody like El-Rufai, they can do a lot of things and get and go away with that easily. It's not easy.
Are you conceding that the Christians and by extension the Southerners are second-class citizens in Nigeria? Is this what you are conceding? Is this what you are putting forward?
I'm not saying that, but we should be guided. I'm not saying he was going to be president because people will read it wrongly to say, okay, regardless of that, is he going to be president? No, I'm not saying emphatically that he's going to be president. Of course, he will have to go through some hoopla before he does that. But I'm saying if a very big if he becomes right the numero uno candidate of a political, let's say APC, in 2020, 31 or wherever, he becomes the sole candidate of APC. One man forgets it. He's going to win the election against any southern candidate, and you bring. So if he gets to that level, he will have the support because they are looking at power. They are not looking at his antecedents. Yeah, and then they will say, okay, it's brilliant. They will bring out they will bring out the positives. Why we are focusing on his negatives in the south, they will overwhelm us with the positives from the north, right? And then the numbers from the north will overwhelm the numbers from the south, and the majority takes the vote anyways. So like I'm saying, if he gets the nomination of APC as the national party or that time, or PDP as the national party that time, or Labour Party as the national party, whichever party, forget it. So we are at a very big disadvantage in the south, and that's why we are very careful with. We do not have that advantage of political maneuvering that they do have in the north. So everything we have to do, it is
so we are second class citizens essentially in Nigeria.
I wouldn't want to toe that path, but of course, without actually defining it expressly like that, you already know. Nobody can be president from the south without the country, without the support of the north. Is it possible, one man? If I ask you directly, is it possible?
Yeah, but and vice versa, though, vice versa.
But vice versa, you can still work your way around it. Vice versa.
Buhari couldn't work his way around it until
because of Buhari's fundamentalist idea and mindset, right?
No, he was winning majority votes from the north. He couldn't get any vote from the entire southern state, and he couldn't be president of Nigeria until Tinubu came.
Especially with the way the constitution is structured.
So
yes.
So look at it this way, one man. If you have to think this way, right? Okay, let's assume El-Rufai now, like he has made a very terrible comment, and I'm not surprised. If you look at it, if you go through the history of El-Rufai, you will see what he has done in the past, right? That has actually clouded my my confidence in him, right? I don't like that part of him as much as I really wish I could, but I don't like that part of him. And he comes with this mindset of I can do it because I am a Muslim, because I have the North behind me, because we have the number. You don't do that. Of course, the South people, what we will do is just like you are in the Western world, right? You have to do more than sometimes your white peer groups or white colleagues to get identified or to get some slack. This is what is happening. So the southern politicians from our area, south, southeast, southwest, will have to do maybe 2-3 times, and then higher level of expectation than what these people do. Look at Yari, for instance. Look at I don't want to be condescending, but look at the level of some certain politicians from that place and compare with even the average ones from our place. You can't put them side by side. But they always have their ways, they always have the numbers. So when it comes to politics, they know this, and that's why you always see them being grandstanding most of the time. When they're even coming to negotiating table, they are coming from a position of from a position of advantage. They are coming with some sense of arrogance that, oh, we have the numbers, so we want the Senate presidency. It's either you give us or you don't come back to. So he knows what he's doing. If he's from the southwest or southeast or south, he'll be cautious. He'll be careful. He's had these issues in the past. He's been won in the past. He's been called out in the past. You wouldn't do even Peter will be that he had his own stuff. You see how he's been trapped. Struggling to walk it back, finding ways to walk around it. But they don't care. They've said it that they will say, okay, they will dare you to come and do what you want to do because of the fact that they believe they have the numbers, and they will always have willing compromises, right, from the south when the time comes for political negotiation. So that's the way it is. So they always know they will have people from our area when they need the numbers. It's just about having to have like minds. So they always have the way. So, but I'm not seeing El-Rufai being Nigeria's president. I don't see El-Rufai being Nigeria's president, and people should not be scared that Ashwaju wouldn't know how to deal with people like him. Of course, he doesn't need to, crash with him. They don't have to have issues, but he will know how to put. Even if he's in his if he's in his cabinet, of course, he will still have to be subservient to certain rules and principles that Ashwaju will lay down as part of maybe the expectation of his administration. But I'm just very glad that he's not the SGF, because the political optics, number one, it will be defective. I wouldn't want a situation whereby we have a Muslim number one, Muslim number two, and Muslim number three. And then you can imagine we have a very, very liberal Muslim in Ashwaju. We have somewhat Mediterranean sort of Muslim in Chetima, and we are having such a fundamentalist, right, in El-Rufai as SGF, controlling the wheels of the whole of the civil service and 12 MDAs, agencies, and parastatals under him. You can imagine that. So it's a blessing that we missed, we missed a bullet like him.
All right, brilliant to oppose. So anyway, let's hear from Ola next. So Ola, is there part of this that is this a reaction by El-Rufai to missing out on the chief of staff and secretary to the government of the federation position, which a lot of people feel that he was eyeing both positions? So is this some sort of a reaction to that, wanting to put religious tension into the heart of this administration? And can he recover from this, El-Rufai, Ola?
Yeah, thank you, Woman, and everyone. One thing I cannot say is whether it's a reaction to not being selected as the chief of staff or whatever position that he aimed at. But one thing I want to say about El-Rufai is, even though he's a man that I like for his efficiency and effectiveness, that word effectiveness is scary there, because when you have a very highly intelligent man that tries to misuse his capacity, it becomes super dangerous. That's just the way I see El-Rufai now. You see, one thing that we did here that I think is really uncalled for is trying to compare what Obi said and what this guy is saying. What Obi said, yes, was bad enough, but it's not the right time for us now to brought that out and start comparing, because like what I said in the comment section, it's like you are comparing a petty thief and an armed robber, even though both are criminals, but they carry different weights. Just like someone that committed something like an assault to someone that is involved in homicide, they are not the same at all. Don't forget that Rufai we are talking about has history. We know what is happening in Southern Kaduna now. We know how Southern Kaduna used to be before El-Rufai became the governor, and with the choice of his deputy, and with utterances, and with his positioning in the way he was claiming that.
Sorry, are you attributing what is going on in Southern Kaduna to El-Rufai? Are you making the attribution?
It's part of his recklessness. Yeah, it's part of
what about what is going on in Plateau State, Benue, all over the place, Sokoto?
That's one too. If you are saying that,
is that El-Rufai's fault too?
No, if you want to digress now, we start escalating.
Well, no, we are not. I'm not digressing, but what I am saying to you is that what is going on in Southern Kaduna is not unique or peculiar to El-Rufai. It is what is going on pretty much in the vast swathe of the northern space. So you cannot say it's down to El-Rufai now. How can you say it's down to El-Rufai?
In my opinion, in my considered opinion,
No, it's not. It's not in your opinion now. It's because okay. How do you justify that? How do you justify that opinion?
Okay, when you say it's not my opinion, I'm wondering.
No. How do you justify? How do you justify that?
Let me
because you are trying to. No. I think you are trying to put that into this storyline, but that's different. It's happening to Governor Tom. It's happening to Governor Tambuwal. It's happening to Governor what was it called in Borno State? So it's happening all over the north. So why is that unique or peculiar to El-Rufai?
That's why that if you want to expand, I don't think you want to expand that space, because when you talk of Borno, we bring different narration. When we talk of Benue, we talk of different narration. So so that's why I want to stay on El-Rufai, because when you want to say it now, I don't want to move from El-Rufai to the past president, former President Buhari. But on this El-Rufai, he has managed to take a group of stakeholders out of his solution. His solution has always been centered around those people that think they own Nigeria. That's just where the problem is. That is what we are. That's what we are trying to neglect there and pretend as if, oh no, what El-Rufai has said, oh, it's in the same category of Obi. No, both of them went wrong, but not in the same category. Different weights. You have to assign different weight to this. Now,
hold on. Were they both calling for a religious war, Peter Obi and El-Rufai?
Don't see.
In fact, who verbally?
Even though Obi was reckless, where did Obi call for religious war? He was just giving his opinion that what he thinks.
Do you want me to go and get the tape? Do you want me to go and get the tape?
I went to school, one man. I know when you are categorical and when you are using something to this thing. It was likening it to a religion war. It's totally different.
It wasn't. Don't make me get the tape. He said this is a religious war. That's what he said. He didn't say this is like a religious war. He said this is a religious war.
I don't want to be manipulative in that statement, because to me, this is a really serious statement we are dealing with here.
Yes.
Even at the first time when Tinubu made the choice of even shooting Shetima, everybody here that listening to me can testify that I went against the choice. It's only after I look at some other criteria that I look at, Obi will not even be able to handle this despite his story. That's why it seemed to be doing. That's why it appeared that I was supporting Tinubu. So don't let us make the fact that Obi made that statement, which was reckless, everybody agreed. It doesn't mean that he's going to carry that way. That's why I'm saying that you have to look at the current situation. You have to look at how El-Rufai has handled the situation in the southern Kaduna that used to be peaceful. When you compare,
is there religious tension in Nigeria?
It has always been.
Okay, so when Peter Obi is aspiring to be president and is describing his journey to the presidency as a religious war, does that seek to assuage the religious tension in the country?
Did Obi ever thought that message would leak out?
That makes it more authentic, does it? That then tells you that is what he really feels.
This one is not even about. This one is not even the assumed authenticity. This is not about the assumed authenticity. He never thought it would go out. Probably.
But that makes does that make it more authentic? Does that make it more heartfelt?
It does not. It was just trying to be manipulative.
No,
it does not make it. Does. See, we know that they'll be using religion to control us, but what Obi was doing was a private manipulation. And this guy went open publicly to a particular set of people, even though, in fairness to those people, don't let me just attribute extremism to them, but in a particular space where you know that if you don't manage information properly, those people that will listen to them, they can just go gaga. and just escalate.
Okay. Let's put context to it. When Peter Obi was speaking to Pastor whatever his title is, Oyedepo, he was speaking to a particular religious demography, and he used language because you said your words that he was being manipulative. So he used the language that he felt that sort of a demography would feed on. So that is your explanation for Peter Obi. So El-Rufai now speaking to a bunch of imams, speaking in a language that he knows that they can feed on. So what's the difference between the two? Is he not speaking to the language of the demography that is addressing?
Who difference, one man. And you are an expert in communication, at least what you have known about you. You understand? Now, you are doing something privately, trying to manipulate someone privately so that he will go and use his wisdom to bring his congregation to support him. And someone went out publicly to mention this thing. So two different things here is that assuming there will be some kind of miscommunication in the private, the one Obi did while talking to Bishop Oyedepo would not have carried something like the negative impact. But along the line, as this guy went out to say something publicly to a set of group, to a group of imam, assuming the extremists that they are the followers, with due respect to all those, all the real Muslim in this world. So I'm addressing the real fanatics now. Those people that are fanatics, those are the ones I'm addressing now. Now, assuming that information was not managed properly, it could have led to another thing entirely. So this is why you cannot compare, because when you mismanage information in a certain situation, it carries different weight. It sends something different signal. This is what we don't want to face there. We want to look at it as if El-Rufai and Obi, they were saying the same thing. No. Except we want to deceive ourselves. All of us here, we learn something about communication. We know the communication use. Okay.
Peter Obi was not calling for a religious war.
Peter Obi was not calling for religious war. If that's what you want me to say categorically.
No. Then you are going against his words, because he hold on. He said this is a religious war. That's a verbatim. Those are his exact words. This is a religious war.
I don't want to make some kind of extreme statement here. That if I made that extreme statement, I would say in that situation of Oyedepo and Obi would not have even moved a stone. But if I use the same extreme word around that the way El-Rufai was communicating openly, it could have escalated. Are we not talking of Nigeria that something will happen in Saudi Arabia that already, before you know, people will march to the street in Kano and somewhere else, they will destroy everything?
But that's a sweeping prejudice. So what? That's a sweeping
prejudice. One man, yeah. It's not a sweeping prejudice. I've been uncomfortable with this matter as far back as I can trace back to. I don't want to mention Murtala Mohammed anyway, because I was not that I was very terribly young at that time, so I don't want to make it, because this is what I can say that I've been so not comfortable with as far as the type of Shagari to date. And these are the kind of things that we experience, we live with for years. So what I'm saying is that if you have mismanaged that aspect of Oyedepo and Bishop Oyedepo and Obi, it will not have had negative consequence in Nigeria.
Would you say that the language of Peter Obi is a language of fundamentalism in the leaked tape? Is that fundamentalist language?
You are not leading me to that one man.
No, I'm asking you. Said, you can. I will have to get the tape at some point, because
what to be said was wrong, but it was private manipulation. It was a private manipulation. That's different.
What was it? Fundamentalist language. Was it fundamentalist language?
See, okay, it's just like all of us, we are here now. All of us, we have different things within our mind that we don't say. Many of us, if not most of us, say there are something we say that will make us tribal bigots. We have that tendency. But yet, we can still manage one another without even revealing our bigotry. But when we say it, it's totally different. So if you say something in secret and nobody is revealing it, it means nothing. But once I take it outside and I take it and confront a group of people, it carries different weight. Exactly the same content, but propagated in different ways. We know all these things. Let's not just say and wave it away. Oh, it means nothing. Because we are talking of the same El-Rufai that supervises a situation whereby it appears that a certain religious group is being decimated. We are talking of El-Rufai that we have external aggression against a certain group of people in a state, but we'll go as far back as those people and say to them, oh, we are paying them not to come and kill our people again. That's why we are paying them. But the same people they are attacking them, we've not seen on record what we have done to alleviate to solve the problem, to cushion the effect of those external invasion on them. And we are saying like nothing is happening. Okay, we are talking of the same person that, okay, for the first time in the history, he disturbed that arrangement of carrying ethnic group along, inclusiveness of inclusiveness based on religious diversity. All of a sudden, this guy took this thing away, and he's even telling people that people should emulate him to the point of making reckless statements that, okay, I take for sending indirect, implicitly telling the president that he can replicate what he did. Because he did nothing happen, that he can replicate that. I want to pretend that nothing happened. Even if Muslim ticket was even damaging enough, if not because of some of us, we think of performance. That, okay, if performance outpaces all our bigotry, over time, people will just give themselves brain and do the right thing. Because we are hoping for performance. Assuming Tinubu today, we now reduce poverty, let's say from current 30% to say like something 4%. We think, okay, when people are wealthier, the people will become more difficult to be manipulated. That's the only reason, because we are not seeing Obi as someone that can solve that. And meanwhile, in the other, we consider from the other hand, we don't even see Obi having such capacity to win. So having Atiku there will even be more dangerous after this guy, after Buhari ruled for 8 years with the way he has divided us. So no basis for comparison. Even though their action seems to be coming from the same point, but they are moving at
it's the same. It's the same mindset in play. And by the way, if we had a Muslim person on the platform, they will probably argue somewhat trying to peter down El-Rufai and amplify Peter Obi, just in the way that you are trying to peter down Peter Obi and amplify El-Rufai. They're both condemnable, but some people might argue that Peter Obi is more egregious because of the position that he was aspiring to, with a great chance of actually getting that position. And if he is of a fundamentalist mindset, which we know that he is, then he could have well vested a lot of damage on that country. P2B.
One man, I don't know how to push this thing for you to get me right. A case of a thief, a petty thief, normal thief, it will look at the owner of things, it come behind the person and take it away. Because number one, it's not ready to confront the person. He just want to steal, it just value is what it is. He doesn't want to do anything after that. But an armed robber will come and confront you immediately, and he's ready to do you anything if you even try to confront. That's the case of Obi and El-Rufai. El-Rufai was just Obi's situation was just secret that was fed upon, that was revealed secret. But this guy is coming to you face to face, and you are comparing. No basis for comparison. The only thing is that a thief and armed robber, yes, they are both criminals, but they are not. They are in the actual sense, the weight of the offense, the impact they can carry this. They can carry in a certain situation totally different. The impact of what Obi, as someone wanted to make us believe as if Obi was the president already. No.
Ola, you said Obi was trying to be manipulative with a statement with Oyedepo, Pastor Oyedepo. Is it not even
privately?
Yeah, is it not
that what privately is critical? Privately.
Hold on. Is it not even more dangerous trying to be manipulative of the man of God? Using religion to cajole him, to manipulate him. Is he not very dangerous guy using that on a man of God?
Let me tell you something. So
whether private
Ajale Koko, you can use anything when you are during the election. Even some people can even go to the shrine. I'm trying to mingle with them and do everything. It doesn't mean that they really believe in that particular thing they are doing as at that time. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Then Erufai can say the same thing. That just feeding these people.
That's not true.
All right, bring it to Mola, and then we go to Kulata. Yeah, go on.
So someone that say Erufai can be said to be doing the same thing, not when you have empirical evidence, when you can see with your face what you are experiencing. Well, see, there's a difference between when someone was a toddler, they are telling you that, okay, this is what happened, and when you are a fully grown and experienced person, that you see what is happening, that you can deduce, that you can even come to your conclusion. Two different things. So we can't just pretend and now say, okay, because Obi said it, and Erufai is doing the same thing. No, Erufai is not doing the same thing. It's a case, like I said, it's like a case of a petty thief that will come and steal your property that will not actually harm you. And someone that is carrying all his asta to face you, that whatever it's going to take today, I'm going to forcefully take this thing away from you.
That is in your opinion.
All right. All right. That is his opinion, of course. Yes.
Of course, my opinion. That's why my name is Ola.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ola. All right. Thank you, Ola. We'll still open up that space, but I want to document everybody before we open it up fully. But Kulata, you're up next. There's somewhat of a predictability to the sort of commentaries that we're hearing. It is equally as predictable as it is somewhat disturbing because people align often. It's Nigerian politics, isn't it, that we're seeing at play here? Ethnicity, tribe, and religion. This is all of the currencies of our political play, and even in play in this discussion now. Something as unforgivable as what Peter Obi said, trying to play to the instinctual core of a religious man to galvanize the most extreme of his thoughts, describing a religious war. Unforgivable under normal circumstances, but acceptable according to some commentaries. But this guy now galvanizing in the same manner. They said, take him to the market square and throw stones at him. So Kulata to that. But before you come in, Kulata, let Bishop have a very brief interjection, and then you take it up from that point. Bishop, you wanted to come in quickly. Bishop. All right, to your Kulata. I don't think Bishop is ready for us. Carry on, Kulata. So Kulata is double standards, or is double standards?
So here's the thing: I don't like the false equivocation we're making. What Peter Obi said is reprehensible. What El-Rufai said is, I don't know. I think it even has Carlos behind it. It's bad. But when you look at the context and the intent, that's where they differ. Everybody has said it. Obi was having a personal conversation with a pastor, and he's asking the pastor for votes. And he's saying, oh, pastor, there is a religious war. That is to the pastor. What's Obi's intent? Obi's intent is to get the pastor to canvass for votes for him, right? Well, it's not good, but it's within the confines of a private conversation. It's like you saying you don't like white people. You tell that to me on the phone, which is bad. Why would you not like white people? What did they do to you? And you taking a megaphone amongst like-minded people in some, let's just say, some
shopping
black
mall.
70s Malcolm X kind of situation, and you say, God damn white people. And you don't just say that. You say that. We've stifled these white people. We're going to continue to stifle them. Publicly. Public, with a megaphone, with like-minded people. Versus me talking to you in the privacy. You know how many things we've said? If people start documenting what we say privately, to friends, to relations, to mentors, a lot of things we say in the private, they're terrible. So if they record us in private and play it back, you will not like it. But when we're conscious, we're outside in the public sphere and we talk with intention. So when someone, what Obi said, yes, daddy, blah, 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 sir, this is a religious war. That's it. This guy said, I've successfully dislodged Christians in my state, where we've also successfully done it nationally through Ashiwaju, and he starts floating in that direction.
Sorry, Kulata, who were the audience that El Rufai was speaking to predominantly?
I mean, whoever they are, I don't know. Kaduna people, Northerners, I don't know.
You can see from the they were religious figures. You can see just from the
yeah. Okay, so is that a mosque? That doesn't look like a mosque to me.
No, it's not in a mosque. It's in a gathering, but nevertheless, religious.
No, I can't make that. I can't make that inference.
No. They also said so on Rice TV. So it was essentially the imams and mullahs,
so
predominantly.
Okay, so
and who was the audience that? Who was the audience that Peter Obi was speaking to?
A private conversation. That means there's only one audience, apart from the person eavesdropping. Just one person.
So
who was one person? One person in private, a church leader, the second biggest Pentecostal church in the country, Oyedepo. I believe Redeem is the first one. He's talking to that man in private to get that man to canvass for votes for him. So his intention is trying to fire up his belly so that he can go and say, okay. Well, we know that's not nice too. That's not good. That's still religious. That's still playing on religion. It's bad. But this is worse because this is in the public space. So what manner of guts do you have to go and say this? Because he's not saying this is a religious war. El Rufai is saying this is a religious domination. We are going to continue rolling. We have this formula. We've applied this formula in Kaduna twice. We've applied it nationally. We're going to continue to apply this formula for 20 years in public. Like you said, to his religious people, in public still. What the manner of fuckery is that? So, while you can say both are bad, but one is more grievous than the other. And we should not pretend like they're exactly the same footing. They're not. Because if Obi was not recorded, it's like anything you or I will have said in a private conversation, because privacy is expected. Privacy is expected. You don't see Obi going out in public to say, we're going to go and make Nigeria a Christian country, or we're going to make Southern Nigeria a Christian country. All the governors in Southern Nigeria must be Christians, publicly, like that. We don't have that. And El Rufai has a history of inflammatory statement. Isn't he the one that said some people will be put in coffins or something like that? Isn't he the one that alluded to bringing foreigners to come and help Buhari in 2015, and then they have to pay them to go back or something like that? This is the same guy that said so. He has an history of inflammatory statement, and he has an history of carrying out what he says. So there's intent into what he says. So please, we cannot afford to make false equivocation. They're not. Both of them are bad, but this one carries more weight, is more grievous, in my opinion. And unfortunately, Enigmatic said it perfectly. He's not going to suffer any consequences for this statement. At least, maybe Tinubu will hold up appointing him one or the other. And like Progressive said, maybe he wants to travel outside the country.
One man.
But there's no long-term consequences for him, unfortunately, because if he even gets on a ticket, the entire South is not going to say, no, we won't vote for him. Not like I like this North-South hegemony stuff that we do, but this person does not deserve to be near the presidency of Nigeria with this kind of divisive mind that he has. He's a dangerous guy. He's intelligent, he's all that, but Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people. We have a boatload of intelligent people. El-Rufai should not be thrusters upon Nigeria, but I will understand if Tinubu's hands are tied. But if I were Tinubu, I'll make him ambassador of New Zealand. He should go down under somewhere and forget about him in New Zealand.
Sorry, I lost connection for a moment. But Kulata, what's level of political fallout are you anticipating for El-Rufai of the back of this? What political price?
Not much. Now I think I just said that. I don't think it's going to suffer much long term. It's not going to suffer much. But what this ties, actually, this is not good for Tinubu, because this will make Tinubu's appointment more cautious, because the optics now will be very, very bad for him, especially the next Muslim he picks. He's going to be very careful now picking Muslims, to be honest, because what this guy has said has put him on the spot unnecessarily, because I don't believe Tinubu thinks he's trying to Islamize the country. I don't think I think that guy barely cares. He's a Yoruba, it's a liberal Muslim. I don't think he cares for anything. I don't think he cares about anything like that. But because of this guy's utterances now, Tinubu has to be extra cautious now to weigh the optics of the next appointment he makes.
Cautious of what? What happened?
The optics.
Cautious
the
of
optics.
What? There's no optics here.
What do you mean there's no optics here? This is your ally. It's your party. It's your party man.
No.
And he's making all these wild.
El-Rufai currently.
Hold on. Superfan. Hold on. Superfan. When I say hold on, then please do that. When I say hold on. Okay. I don't think you understand fully what Akulata is saying. So maybe he will explain it again to you. What he's saying to you is no. I don't think you do, because what Kulata is saying is that with this commentary by El-Rufai, he has now put a political undertone, because this administration is already under religious pressure. And they are trying to balance that religious pressure with appointments. But what El-Rufai has now done is to put additional pressure on that religious narrative, which this administration already stands accused of. So for his next appointment now, Tinubu is under additional still religious pressure off the back of El-Rufai's commentary. Is that not what is the point?
That's what I'm saying. They're going to put extra scrutiny to him, even though the utterances didn't come directly from him, but it's attributed to his nomination. His win. So we can't afford our politics to be full with all this religion, especially when it's inflammatory. We just can't afford it. It's whether, like I said, there will be one not good, El-Rufai one worse. We should not be having those kind of things. Religion and co should be living in people's hearts. And for those of us that don't go to church or mosque, spare us all this stuff. Like, we don't want to know. Worship your God in your house, in your church, or your place. Fellowship with whoever you want to fellowship with, but do not start bringing it into the public, saying it's a religious war, or saying that Muslim will be leading the country for 20 years. Both of them have no place in our politics. Zero place in our politics. But I don't want us to say because of what Obi did that both of them have equal weight. I do not agree that they have equal weight. I think El Rufai has a history of inflammatory statements, very unguarded statements, and this is just one of them. Unfortunately, he's not going to suffer for it because of the politics that we have in the country.
You say he's not going to suffer for it, but has it not made it impossible for Tinubu to offer him any position now in this administration? We thought Bayo Ononuga was going to get the spokesman position, but his unguarded statement now, he's paying a price. Do you expect him, at least under this dispensation, to be excused off the back of this commentary?
Well, as it is...
Okay, go on.
As it is, when you look at it as it is, what Tinubu, if I were Tinubu, because it's Tinubu's ally, it was very valuable to Tinubu. He batted for Tinubu against even the sitting president. And not because of this unguarded statement, say, I will not offer him something. Now, what you would do is, I will offer him something that is not that tangible. So he has the right to refuse. So because secretary to the government, if you wanted that, well, that is gone. What are the next things? Well, he called him to answer a defense question in Chatham House. I don't know. Are they considering him for defense? I do not know. There are other people qualified that are there. What else is there? Are they going to consider him for Interior, Minister of Interior? People will be skeptical to have that guy as Minister of Interior because of, Interior, our passports, our parks, our this, our that. Nobody will want El Rufai as Minister of Interior. So I will want to distance myself, but also favor him by offering him an ambassadorial post just to keep him away from the country for a while, to go and cool off. So he can use that if he wants to do his PhD or his third or second degree, like he said he wants. Then send him to a country like the UK or the US that has prestigious universities, so he can attend the university while he's serving as an ambassador or something. Just keep him as far away as possible.
Do you think El Rufai, because of course he knew the cameras were there, he knew he was in a public forum. Do you think El Rufai is trying to galvanize the religious north?
Yes, he's doing that. He's doing that. Is feeding red meat. Is red meat speech. Is red meat. But the red meat is public. Like, it's a different thing if it was a private conversation. Like I said, in private we say all sorts of nonsense. But it's feeding red meat publicly, damning the consequences, because he's measured the consequences. They got away with it. So what's the big deal? At the end of the day, we can still get whatever we want to get. So,
do you expect him to start to try to reverse this statement within the next 24 hours?
This guy, no. This is not the first. I've studied Rufai a bit. All the times he's made inflammatory statements, I don't see him walking it back. He just says it and people forget about it. Because he's a smart guy, he's a brilliant guy. People forget about it and then start focusing on his talent. But he in himself is not, I will not be based on his history, I will not be comfortable having him in my own inner circle. I won't be comfortable. Or I draw him very close so I can see his every move. I think that guy is a dangerous guy. He's a dangerous guy. They just need to know how to use him, because his public posture is not good for a country that needs to heal and heal fast. We need to get a country where peace reigns. With peace will come prosperity. If there's no peace, we'll just be running on the treadmill. El Rufai is not the guy that you want to put as your public face right now because of this kind of unguarded utterances. Unfortunately, he's not the only politician like that. It's not the only politician like that. So I will, if I were Tinubu, I will keep him either extremely close or keep him at the massive distance, but still give him whatever he deserves because he wants more.
Do you think Tinubu should tool up a northerner of equal weight to counterbalance him? I was thinking of somebody like Kwakwanso. Do you think Tinubu should play Kwakwanso against this guy and have them go to have them cage them somewhere in some UFC cage? Do you think he should find a northerner to weigh this guy down, not to publicly fight, but to threaten his position?
Yeah, Kwakwanso is kind of like a counterbalance to Ganduje. I don't think there's. I think El-Rufai. I mean, I don't know the northern politics that well, but my limited knowledge, I don't know, except there's someone I don't know or someone new that you can bring out and elevate that will take El-Rufai's place. Because the guy is pretty powerful too, like close to Obasanjo, Buhari, Tinubu. He knows how to smoosh himself into power. He's skilled at that. And the problem now that Tinubu has, the Abbas guy that's supposed to have a placing for house is from Kaduna. So most likely it's an El-Rufai guy. So there's no going away from El-Rufai. That's the thing. If there's no going away from him, how do you curtail him from making inflammatory statements? I think I'll stick to my guts. I'll put him as ambassador to America and keep him at a distance. That's prestigious enough, and that allows him to read books. He can read all the books in Harvard or Princeton or Stanford or wherever the hell he wants to go.
So somebody was suggesting ambassador to Afghanistan. It's probably ambassador to Afghanistan.
One man, can I come please?
So Tinubu should humiliate him now.
That's not humiliation.
Hold on now. By not giving him a UC ministerial appointment, Tinubu in 2027, he want to win Kaduna, right?
I think
it doesn't need him now.
I think El-Rufai has been minister before, so there's nothing juicy again that he's going to get.
Doesn't need him.
He's been governor, he's been minister.
You guys don't know.
Hold on. No.
That each politician play in their state. That's why you
get it. Things.
Hold on now.
24 hours in the politics is long hours.
Governor of his state and all that will dominate the politics of that state are his boys, and they'll be loyal to him. So if Tinubu should humiliate him now, wait for Tinubu.
Not the kind of. Let me tell you something about Tinubu you don't know about Tinubu. Tinubu will use you and throw you under the bus if he wants to.
That is in Lagos.
Hold on. You can say in Lagos. Let me answer your question now.
That is in Lagos.
Hold on.
In other states.
Okay. Why is he? Okay, hold on. Why is he playing ball with in Kano State? You have Ganduje, whose candidate is still challenging the emergence of the NNPP guy in Kano. But look at how he's spalling with
because he held a meeting. Because
hold on. Let me land.
He has abandoned.
Hold on.
Let him land.
Let me land. Yeah. If he has not abandoned him or Ganduje does not feel threatened, how about the leaked audio that we saw that he was lamenting that the Katsina guy who was is a placeholder for this guy, Shetima, why is it that he was telling him to go and mend fence with Tinubu? Why is he lamenting in that video, sounding like he's being relegated to the background? So the point is this: you need to understand is that if Tinubu wants to groom new people, he can do that. I know he has the sagacity. I know he has he's a very cunning kind of a politician. So it's a matter of just work with Uba Sani, just work with him. Create a kind of a new kind of.
Obasani is El-Rufai's boy now. It's not.
Forget it. He will break that jinx. He will break them up. If he wants to ask Tinubu now, Okay, somebody that knows how to divide their groups and divide people among themselves.
He can't break them up. He can't break them up.
He will do that.
Erufai's
That's what
son
will happen.
works under that Ubasani. The kind of relationship
Forget
they
it.
have.
Who is the governor?
Tinubu cannot penetrate, Baba.
Forget it. You people are talking like as if you don't know how the politics work.
It's like you're saying, Buhari could have broken.
Tell me what happened between
that
Gaduje.
Lagos State is
Hold on. What
it's
happened
just
between
a single
Gaduje?
tribe, like it's just an Yoruba space.
Hold on. What happened to Gaduje
space
and what happened
Hold on. Let Solomon come in. Solomon.
Okay. Yeah. This one thing you're not putting into consideration is that Lagos, like you're talking about Lagos State. Lagos State is just an Yoruba space, and
I'm not telling you Lagos State. I'm giving you an
No,
example.
you were saying you were talking about how he use people and dump. He can't use this northerners. Talk more of somebody like Erufai and dump him. He can't
will
dump
use him. He will
He
use
can't.
him.
He can't
Hold on.
use
Let me
him
give you an
to dump
example.
him.
Let me give you an example. Did you see what happened between
What you say, he might be diplomatic in
hold
the
on,
way
hold on. Well, however he wants to do it. However he wants to do it, diplomatic or not diplomatic, subtle or not subtle. But what I'm saying is that he can do that. It's a matter of just look at what happened between Kwakwaso and Gaduje. Was Gaduje not Kwakwaso man? Was he not his boy before? But look at what happened. It's a matter of just breaking them. It will happen. Not everyone will not fall.
Ganduje is not equal measure to El-Rufai though. El-Rufai has more gravitas. He has more potency.
It's a matter. He wields the presidency. I mean, as far as now is concerned, that he is now the declared INEC president of Nigeria.
Let's just abandon that. It's good to be the president for 4 years.
One man. Allow me have my opinion. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So my
point is actually going back to our mandate.
We shall find out.
It's not my president. Presidency.
Let me learn.
Okay, carry on.
My point is this. That if Tinubu wants to do it, he can clip the wings of El-Rufai. He can clip it if he want to do that. It will backfire in some ways, but I know he can do that if he wants to do that. So the kind of person of Tinubu, if he wants to do that, he will do that. It's just a matter of just bring Uba Sani to your fold. Give him more leverage, more power within the Kaduna political space. It's a matter of time. El-Rufai will go into oblivion.
Yeah, but he cannot throw El-Rufai under the bus.
Well, you don't want to make an enemy of El-Rufai. You don't want to make an enemy of him.
He might not be able to do that because El-Rufai has some things about him or whatever he has.
Look, as a politician, you are not an angel. You're not Jesus Christ. You are not any prophet. You are just a politician. You need both the good, the bad, and ugly. You need them at any point in time. So it's a matter of timing. The timing that this statement got revealed is bad because this is the timing for appointment. So it will be hard or it will be tricky for Tinubu to appoint El-Rufai right now while this is hot. So that's why I advise to let things cool off, give him some ambassadorial whatever to allow some image makeover and then come in because we forget things easily. I mean, El-Rufai has said a lot of nasty things in the past, but we all forgot about it. And well, I mean, they were praising him during the subsidy.
We in the South, we always focus about our South.
No, it's not a South Northern thing. I don't believe in all that.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is. You might not understand that.
The Northerner, this statement is not ridiculous to them. So let me tell you this: as long as we cannot take out religion, as long as we cannot take religion out of our politics. Look, you can say all of this to tomorrow. To politicians, they know how the game is played well. This is nothing. This is not going to move Tinubu an inch to give him one of the most powerful ministerial appointments. Everybody should go and mark it down.
Yeah, but did you think El-Rufai was minister level, or we thought it was chief of staff? We thought it was secretary to the federal government level.
Secretary to the federal government level. Secretary to the federal government is just an administrative position. It's not a powerful one. It's a powerful. Hold on. It's not a juicy position as Minister of Petroleum or Minister of some other ministry. It's an administrative position. is the head of all civil servants that help the president to coordinate civil service. That's it. It's an office job.
What's
It's
all
just
these
like an
GC
office job.
positions, sir?
So
Are they supposed to be there to make money for themselves? This idea of GC position,
They're taking
I'm not
juicing
comfortable.
machine. They're taking juicing machine to
that
the
is
office.
what we are talking of.
In the Nigerian context now, that's what
Powerful, powerful ministry that people can see as very, very grade A military, that the people in the state will feel, and his political ally, his political associate, we believe him holding that office, he can help them to some, what do you call it? To some appointment in some of the board, some parastatals and other government agencies position.
So what's the guarantee?
Look, what is at play is more than all this one that you guys are stressing yourself. It's nothing to all those politicians.
We know, Ajale Koko, we know.
It's nothing.
Let me ask Ajale Koko a question. Ajale Koko, imagine you make him a minister of interior, and from what you just heard, he's talking about Muslim domination. Are you sure that it's not going to make the PAMSEC, the directors in the Ministry of Interior, and everything in the, you must be an Islam. If you want to get,
that means we are doomed.
It's not possible.
What I'm talking about.
Because every appointment, even recruitment into the custom, prison service, and all these things have to go through have to go through
Senate confirmation.
Senate confirmation and approval. So it is not easy as you. I have seen.
Yeah, you're telling me it's not easy, but it's easy to do it.
Dominate everything with smooth. It's not.
Tinubu will not do anything. He will not give him
but
anything.
it's not that easy. Even not to the recruitment of officers into customs. The what do you call this thing? The Senate committee handling that particular ministry, they usually call for that list. They want to see if that appointment is balanced across the federation.
So what were they when Buhari was appointing people of one ethnic clan?
All right, let Kulata pick it. Let Kulata pick it up from there, so I can take it round still. But Kulata, pick it up from what you speculate El Rufai's intentions might be. So you've already considered that not only is El Rufai not an idiot, he's a brilliant man. So what do you think? And he knew the cameras were there. He knew the impact of those words. But who do you think is whistling at? Who are the dogs that this whistle was intended
for? It's base. It's base. I mean, as whether we like it or not, the Nigerian country, when you divide it, people across the country resonate to different things. The Northwest in particular resonates to Islam more than anything. The Southeast resonates to ethnicity, same as the Southwest. We resonate to ethnicity first before. So what he's saying, the people he's telling it to is nice red meat. Correct red meat. Juicy red meat. The T-bone steak is what he's giving them, which is so it's giving them what they want to hear. So it's good for the sectional politics up north, like, hey guys, I'm doing your deed, and I mean Asiwaju will do your bidding. Politically, let me remove all this sentimental, because I got a bit carried away. If I want to look at it from an analytical standpoint, it's a good move politically. Because
is he playing for Buhari's base? Buhari's
no, it's not even that. It's not that. It's playing for his party. Because when you think about this, subsidy just got removed. These folks are confused because you're telling me it's a good thing, but prices are high. But I am coming to tell you a sentiment that is stronger than the economy, which is religion. So religion can turn anybody to mumu. So when I pull the religious card to you, you're doing it for the greater good. Forget about cost of living, petrol is expensive, blah, blah, blah. We're dominating the country. Islam is dominating the country. That is more powerful and more resonating than subsidy or no subsidy or whatever. So when you look at it from a cynical perspective, it's brilliant because it's a very good way to like divert people's attention. So now, whatever short-term pain they're going through in this administration, no, they've forgotten about it because they're doing the work of the Lord. They're doing the propagation of Islam. They're going to make it into perpetuity. From all practical purposes, we know that's not possible. But the guys that he fed the red meat, they are feeding on the T-bone. They're eating the T-bone. What you're saying, they're eating the juicy bone. So do you get, if you remove sentiment, when you look at it more from a pragmatic, more from a cynical standpoint, it's good politics. Pure politics. That's what it is. Divert attention. Let them focus on.
How is it a good politics? What are you talking about?
It's good politics to the people he's talking to.
Wait, what are you talking
It's good
about?
politics to the people he's talking to.
If it's diversionary the way you are describing it, then you may say it's good politics. But if it's a statement of intent, then it gets increasingly more difficult to actualize now that he has made it public.
Yes.
Because people are now on guard, on the lookout for what he has
People
said.
are, that's why I said it's not practical because that intent, everybody knows it. And you know, before you govern Nigeria, you know what it takes. You have to win in certain places. And now that you said this, people are going to be guarded. So, but from a standpoint of you guys, Yoruba, they call it Arodon. You focus on this. Meanwhile, stuff is happening there. You know, sleight of hand. Leave me and my Yoruba alone. You know, play sleight of hand, like magician will quickly do abacadabra. Abacadabra. You won't quickly see the hand. So that from that standpoint, yes, it diverts them from whatever pain and suffering they may be going through now through subsidy. They will focus on, oh, this guy is helping Islam. And you know, a lot of people there, they live very simple lifestyles. They prioritize religion more than anything. And when you tell them, hey, we prioritize your religion over other religion, what do you think? They'll be happy. They won't really bother about whatever suffering they may be going through. So it's cynical. That's my cynical analysis of this. But my gut reaction was was the stuff I've been saying for the past how many minutes. But when I think about it from a cynical point of view, it's good politics, but dangerous politics. But it's effective. I won't say good politics, effective politics. Let's call it effective politics.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
So, stay with us. I'll come to you next, Solomon. But on my way to you, Solomon, I think Dewale wanted to have a quick interjection. So we hear from Dewale, and then I'll come on to you. But on my way to Dewale, let me tell Kolepo, switch on your mic because your device is not connecting properly. Kolepo, Koniyo. So switch on your mic. Not necessarily your camera, but your mic. Your device is not connecting properly. But Dewale, you said you wanted to interject.
Yes, Mama. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay, great. You know, I listened to everybody's submission about what El Rufai said. There's no point flogging the issue. What he said was barbaric. It was terrible. But you know, for rational mind, I was saying that what El Rufai said in comparison to what Obi said during the election are not similar. I disagree with that. The reason why I say that is because what Obi said there during that leaked audio, he enjoyed the fact that him being a Southerner and the fact that as a Christian, he said that, saying that this being a religious war, people did not take it serious. The same mindset that El Rufai had while addressing those clerics, the same mindset Obi had when he was putting that call through to them now, is about exploitation. Is it possible that El Rufai probably did not mean what he said in their gathering? It's possible. Is it possible that Obi probably not meant what he was, said to Bishop Oyedepo? It is possible. Like Kulata said, it's a good politics because whatever will bring the vote in for you, whatever will bring the goodwill for you, is good politics. But at what expense? At the expense of people that you are going to use to get to where you're going to. I don't think El Rufai has any ambition in the future to contest for presidency of Nigeria.
You must be joking. You must be joking. Hold on. Do you know that when Yadua became president, it was actually El Rufai that they were going to first. They even sent Tunde Bakare, all of them, to go and persuade him. That he was the first choice of Obasanjo, but he was dilly-dallying so much. He has ambitions in that direction. No question about that.
How old is El Rufai?
He will be in his early to mid 60s.
Probably like 60, the age mate with Oshibajo, if I must put it that way.
Yeah,
By the time you had 8 years of Tinubu to the age, by the time he finished, we'll be closing to 70 or over 70. And I don't think in the next couple of years, presidency will be going to North Central. I don't believe so. Because it's going to be a big tussle between the Northwest and then
El Rufai is not North Central, it's Northwest.
It's Northwest. Oh, it's Northwest. Kaduna is Northwest. Oh, yeah, Kaduna is Northwest. But despite that, Kaduna and Katsina, what is the difference? Are they not from the same area before? But nevertheless, with all these untrusted, with all these public gales and all that, I don't think a good politician would know that you don't say things like this that will, dig your grave even before you are dead or you are buried. So that my own take is that it's still the same thing. Both of them are addressing their own audience. And this particular individual knows that this audio, there's a video camera and all that, and it was addressing them. It's inflammatory, yes, but side by side, it's about the context. Both of them are operating on the same context because they're trying to win the sympathy of the audience they were addressing. So, yes, what he said now, he has said the words before too, but I don't see this snowballing or going for too long. Probably at the end of this week, something that's going to come up and people are going to change their mind. I don't think he himself really keen about getting a position in this administration. I doubt it. Because a politician doesn't usually show reluctance in the public per se, because every politician has their own backing, the interest group backing them. And for him to be shown, reluctance, remember there was a video that surfaced during the campaign when he was lambasting Tinubu about being too old and all that. But at the end of the day, he was the one championing his cause, in the North, right? So, having put it that way, I don't see him really, really keen about getting this position in the administration. So, Tinubu really bothered about El Rufai per se, but if at all he's going to get a position, ambassadorial position is not about somebody who is going to be politically active. You give it to somebody who, number one, disagrees with you politically, or you are trying to kill their political career by kicking them out of the country. So, but him being a lukewarm politician, as it is right now to me, I don't think what he says now is going to affect this administration. But nevertheless, what he said was barbaric and is evil. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put by Dewale. So, let's go on to Solomon. So, Solomon, you are at the heartland of all of it. You are in Abuja, of course. And is this playing out in real time in Nigeria? Are people as agitated as we are? And what's the feedback coming through from there? And your opinions on all of it, Solomon?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman.
Good morning.
Yeah, concerning this verifies this thing, the people that have been complaining about it is just the southerners, not the. I've not heard anybody from the north saying anything, but it's not like um this guy is just playing politics. This verify guy, because like where I'm serving in the parastatal out there, the we have in fact the Muslims are more than the Christians there, and everybody there is love in that place. There is love in that place, and there is nothing like. In fact, I won't lie to you. I prefer the Muslims in that place to the Christians in that place. Do you get? I prefer them to. It's not like I'm hating them, but I prefer them because the real their religion I like the ones, especially the ones, maybe the ones I know, they don't talk of hate like the way these guys, they are not bigots like the way this Erufai is behaving or is talking. This guy, since I've most of his videos I've seen, he's just always as in spoiling out hate and all that. Like if this, like Kolata said, if he comes out to be a president tomorrow, I don't. He's just because of the way the North is. That is how they would. That is the only reason they will back him. But I don't think he will be accepted in this country as a president. We don't need somebody like him because these are the things they use in dividing us in this country, making this country look like what is not. And with this kind of things,
Why do you think? Why do you think he's doing this? What do you think his game is? What's at play here?
He's trying to hold his base now. He's trying to take hold of his base and to 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 make sure that their information, like having information to go for the next election, is like encouraging them that look now what we've done, and like we tried this now and it has worked out. In the next election we can do better. That's what he's trying to say. That is in the Muslim ticket. And talking about Obi, what Obi did is not good. Is not good at all. But to me, I see it like a counter action, because yeah, Tinubu took a Muslim as his a fellow Muslim as his running mate because of the politics, because of to get it. He wants the number. That one there is no problem in it. But you see, then in the other, because of how Nigeria is a secular state, and the way what has already happened during Buhari's administration, the division in the country. I don't think we needed it would have been better for us to have a Muslim ticket, but it has happened already. So that was why Obi had to just come up with that campaign of church, take back your country. I am not justifying the action, but at least you see that sometimes when people act, you should see reasons to why they act, or why they behave the way they do they behaved. So
Do you think he has made life more difficult for Ubasani, who is the incoming governor of Kaduna State now? Because with this thing that he has said now, people will be watching him like a hawk. And the next incident to happen in southern Kaduna now, the narrative will be, yes, they said they were going to dominate us, and this is how they are doing it. So has it made life more difficult for the incoming governor of that state?
One man, Ubasani, the people of Kaduna, I think both North and South, thank Kaduna, they want Ubasani. I have a friend from Benue State. They were born and brought up in Kaduna. This person was supporting P2B in the presidency, then in the presidential election, then in the gubernatorial election, she supported Ubasani, and she's a Christian. So the Christians in most Christians in Kaduna, they support this Ubasani. Forget El-Rufai is another
Even
personality.
though he had the Muslim running mate.
Yeah, they supported Ubasani. They did not really discriminate in. They did not really go against the Muslim tickets. It's just this El-Rufai's agenda. This El-Rufai's own as a person. His
But
intentions
Moses, I mean, Solomon, he didn't win with a large margin. Oh. I don't know what you are talking about. That people love Ubasani or Christian.
No, see, I said
large margin.
maybe it's the people that I relate with, or not just the people I relate with, but I know that some Christians in Kaduna voted for Ubasani. They supported Ubasani. To be honest with you, they did. It's not they did. The of course they did. They supported him. But one thing you should understand is that Ubasani is a different person, even though he's under the umbrella of Aerofire, but he's a different person. I think he will do a different his administration will be different from Aerofire. So Aerofire is just his personality, it's not his education. I just see it as a waste. We just come and glorify certain people and say that they are educated and all that, but the common sense there, they don't apply it. So what is now? Why are we now honoring?
Do you think El Rufai falls within the same bracket as Issa Pantami? Are we looking at the same sort of people who
Of
have
course.
some on paper degree, but they're just fundamentalist extremists?
That's Issa Pantami. I see that guy as an illiterate. Sorry to say, I don't see him as an educated person. Even with the whole education they said he has acquired and all that, I just see him as an illiterate. I don't, because how
Who?
would he be
Is
Issa
it who?
Pantami?
Issa
Issa
Pantami?
Pantami. Yeah.
Down above.
So it's not about being going as in saying that you're educated, like just coming out because you've gotten some degrees and all that, you'll be making noise about them, that this that no, just the common sense. We go to this school to still acquire common sense, but certain people don't do it. It just pains me that somebody like Erufai is a grandfather. He's a grandfather, and his son now, to me now, I feel like in the next 10
Is it?
or 15 years,
Can I
he's
chime in
killing
a
his son's
second?
career. Yeah,
Eh?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
To actually corroborate your point about that Isam Pantami, right? And that's
yeah.
why this Aerofiles SGF meets that I particularly am very, I feel pleased about it, because Isam Pantami, all the sub departments under his ministry, go and look at those people who spearheaded them, right? NCC, Nigeria Communications Commission, NIDA, Nigeria Information Technology, NIDA, yeah, you can check that. And then one other one, he ensured that he basically, how to lobby some. Almost all those guys are basic. They have similar Islamic principles to those guys. So, and then imagine if we've had to deal with El-Rufai as SGF with like 12 sub-departments under him, right? And then you have to have a whole chunk of the whole civil service administration and then the cabinet. Man, it's a whole lot of things that I just believe is quite disappointing the way El-Rufai has basically carried himself. And you should understand now that what he did while he was in OBJ's administration will quite be different now, because this administration is coming with a lot of, they are the cynosure of all eyes in some positive ways, in some negative ways. But if you look at the positives, it's like the negative outweighs the positive optics of this way they look, the way they look at the administration now. And you can't just come to cause problem for somebody who is trying to unite the country, on the altar of your reckless religious fundamentalism, which is quite unfortunate. I hope those people that they will even be recruiting from the north in the cabinet, they will really vet them very well and ensure they don't really have this kind of situation. And that's why I wish that we can have an NSA, a national security advisor, who can come from other part of the region of the country, somebody maybe from the south, right? I believe there should be some top military brass or top intelligence folk from either the southeast, southwest, who can man, those critical security areas, because I wouldn't want a situation whereby we're going to have some fundamentalists at NSA and they'll be collaborating with these, extremists, terrorists.
Matic, they said Ribadu is going to be the NSA. Ribadu, sorry, I said Ribadu. Look at me calling like an Igbo person. Ribadu.
It's enigmatic,
That's
not
gonna...
Why do you say you're
So enigmatic? I said
an Igbo
enigmatic. I
person
didn't
will
say
not
Patrick.
pronounce that name like that.
Yes, it sounds I think just like what's his name? Just like Bajabia Mila. Tinubu is very close. He has a very close, beyond politics. He has a very, very close and showy relationship with with Ribadu, and then he trusts Ribadu. Ribadu will do a good job, but the problem people are having with Ribadu and this debate about he lacks the military experience or whatever. I think Tinubu is trying to.
But you don't need military to be NSA now. You don't need
absolutely
military.
They don't need it. That's what I'm trying to speak to, because even if you look at the US,
is it even robust enough? Never mind needing military or not. Is it robust enough, both in terms of his it was just the EFCC guy, and that was all. Is it robust enough?
What is your definition of being robust? Because when you look at, I need you to take.
His CV is not expansive enough. His CV is not expansive enough.
Oh, really? Let me tell you what.
By my reckoning, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in Asiwaju's mind, but I think if you see Asiwaju's body language so far, especially trying to reposition the security architecture of the country, right? It depends on the guys who he has as, the subordinates now, the military subordinates, the military brass. And then he's been saying he wants like a tunnel security, arrangement within the NSA. He wants more or less like a security repository house, right? Where they will be synerging. There will be an all-encompassing, synerging of security voice going through the NSA. Because what was devoid of, or what is lacking, what was lacking from the previous administration is these guys are not. They are working at cross purposes. Unlike in the US over here, right? All the military branches, all the paramilitaries and everything, they have an information warehouse,
sorry, enigmatic. Peter, man, you have to switch on your mic, otherwise your device would not connect. So there are buttons that says it says start camera, start mic. So make sure that start mic is not red, otherwise your device will not lock into the system and I can't let you in. Sorry, he's been trying to come in for a good 40 minutes, but it's not connecting his device. Sorry, enigmatic, carry on.
Yeah, so it's about the body language of the CNC and what is the message of the CNC. If you look at the body language of the current CNC now, he has basically told guys, he has given them a marching order. Look, all the shenanigans that you guys that characterized you guys' attitude during the previous administration, you don't bring it to my administration. And do not forget, probably this is the first Nigeria president that we'll be having that is probably going to be shaping the administrative topography of his cabinet now, and then the way he does things, modus operandi, like the American way, because he's American trained and is very grounded with American politics, right? What he's going to do is that he's going to have a very powerful NSA, powerful in the sense that everything that will come through the security parastatal of the country, right, will be channeled through the NSA. It's not just going to be like a multiple level of information dissemination to the presidency going forward.
It's turning NSA to like Homeland Security, after 9/11.
God bless you. So that's what he's trying to do. When you look at America here, when Donald Trump came to office, his first NSA, the first NFA, I think at the Bolton wasn't. He has no I don't think he has any military whatever.
NFAK, is that a Freudian
NSA.
slip?
I said NSA.
No, carry on.
Okay, same as O'Brien, right? The new guy now, Jake from Jake Sullivan for Biden. So this guy, but when you look at their profile, right? Most of them are top security. They are top political advisors in the past, in their previous roles, either political advisors at certain level or either policy and policy wonk or stuff like that. And then they have inside knowledge of how things work, right, within the security apparatus of government. That's all you need. It's just about, and I know Ribadu is going to do a good job. Remember, Ribadu left unceremoniously, right? He was coming to do a good job, but they basically, frustrated him, and they went to bring somebody like the old guy, that lady that was there then before we had the one that was not, sanctioned by the Senate. But the summary of this thing is the body language of the CNC, right, will dictate the pace of what the security architecture, what the security guys will bring to the table. When you look at his first meeting with them, right, that first meeting that they went to Aso Rock to meet.
Hold on, I've got Ribado's we should never rely on Wikipedia, of course, but the highlight of it is essentially just the EFCC space. A former Nigerian police officer and a politician who was a chairman of the Petrol Revenue Task Force and former Nigerian government anti-corruption official. He was the pioneer chairman of EFCC, the government commission tasked with countering corruption and fraud. In 2009, he became a visiting fellow at the Center for Global Development. So, like I said, it's not robust enough. It's just it's a single narrative person, isn't it? Really, it doesn't have the fullness of the roundings that is required of.
And you not see what Tinubu is trying to do.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question on the back?
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think of Allah Onishaki and this former man that spoke on channels about
Adewumi?
So what about those two people?
Yes, those are very fantastic guys. But I think I was thinking one of them. Honestly, it's like just saw my mind. I was thinking either of those guys would be the NSA, but I think Tinubu is trying to be balanced a little bit, not thinking that okay, you want to have Yoruba or Southwest people everywhere now, and then it's been tipped for a very long time that the NSA was probably going to the north anyway.
But then must the northern people control the NSA? Because it seems over the years, the last
and the EFCC as well. I don't think we've had a non-northerner.
The last two NSA secretary.
Not even the last two for almost forever now. Have you heard any other person like?
Well,
maybe
somebody did. One Igbo guy headed the place. Who was that person?
All right. Let's get back to Solomon, who still has the floor.
So let me leave you to go. But
there was also a Yoruba guy under Jonathan. I think somebody like Kayode or something like that under Jonathan.
But one man conclude. This is still under the realm of speculation. But let's assume, right, that Ribadu is going to be the substantive NSA. The guy that I suspect that it depends on who is going to work with, because the chief of staff, I believe, the chief of staff is going to be somebody from Kwara State or something like that. He's going to have a chief of staff. He's going to have like 3 prominent top guys that they are. I think there are 2 of them. One is is a top Navy guy, and one is Air Force and one is in the military.
You mean chief of army staff or chief of staff?
No, his own chief of the NSA's chief of staff.
Okay.
So the NSA will have its own little cabinet too, right, at the top. So and then all those generals that are in the NSA, in the NSA they have different departments. So everything it boils down to what the CNC wants, and the CNC has already given them the marching order. I want a coordinated, right? I want a coordinated, more or less
security apparatus.
A security apparatus where everything will go through a certain tunnel. The tunnel will be the NSA. They'll be liaising with with Aso Rock through this a certain instrumentality of information dissemination through that. So, but he will do a very good job, and he's trying to have a departure. I think he's trying to bring some new paradigm to governance. He's trying to have a departure from it must be this. Why can't it be this? Why can't we just try something new? If it goes well, why not? So let's just keep our finger crossed. Solomon, thank you for the time.
All right, brilliant. Thomas Upward by Nebati. Yeah, you can talk more on that, but incorporate this comment by Jafar as well in your delivery. The governor of Rivers State a few days ago said his state is a Christian state. I am waiting for outrage on that. So talk on what you wanted to talk, but incorporate that in the course of back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. Like it was the day before yesterday. He met with Daisy Mogonu, the from the NSA in Buhari's administration, and they were just showing him, like, I was kind of impressed with the technologies that are about to bring into the country. Like, they've already brought in already, and they will start using in terms of security and all that. Those technologies they are on point. I think that is we need to these are security stuff and all that. Is we need to involve technology well, properly, not like those half-baked ones we used to use before. But right now, I think they want to really take it to another better and better level now. It's a good one.
What did you see that impressed you?
Like
face recognition, face stuff, and stuff like that.
Not even that. Is it? I've forgotten the name of I was just going to.
Is it Pegasus? Is it Pegasus?
No. Don't worry. When I will remember. When I remember, I will let you know. But they are modern technology. They are modern technologies. Yeah, even the police. There was one the police was talking about. I've forgotten now that they don't need. God, I've forgotten this thing. Even the police too is another technology that they introduced to them. And that one is still a good one. They don't even need to go around or something like that. But don't worry, when I remember, I would let me just go back to
all right, and to Java's comment that where is the outrage when the River State governor declared his state as a Christian state? It's still that language of double standard, is it not?
Yeah. He has a point.
Well, why did you say that?
I have to stop this thing.
Can you give us evidence?
No, I saw it a couple of days ago. He did say it.
He said Christian states.
And then they tried to reverse it later, but yes, he said it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was not the first time now. That was not the first time you said it.
This guy just entered now. Fubara just entered. He just entered. So you can't say this is not the first time. This is the first time he's saying this thing. Fubara just
I'm talking about Wiki.
This is not Wiki. Fubara, I think Fubara that made this statement. It's not
Wiki has made it before. Wiki himself has made it before.
Wiki, I think Wiki has said it before. I think I heard Wiki something said that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. But I don't see these people. They need to they just need to leave religion alone and face their governance. Go there. I mean, but they cannot do without religion. Like that's where they find people to kind of like it's a drug for people to get people on their side. If they start feigning to be religious, people will see them as pious people, as leaders, and they want to like vote for them. I mean, I just don't understand it. It's just beyond me sometimes. So yeah, go on, please.
Yeah. This
statement. Wike even donated money publicly to church, maybe 100 million, 200 million. So
you get to mosque, How about that?
I don't know about
if a northern governor had donated 100 million to a mosque, we will be outraged.
Mm-hmm. All of them. I tell you, the religion is part of our policy. All this. I mean, we are just wasting our time with all this.
We are deceiving ourselves in the country. We are deceiving ourselves in Nigeria.
But we need to speak to the matter because it's not right. That's how they continue dividing us. Even on this platform, we are all divided already. Because some of us say this, some of us.
But what about Jafar's question? Where was your outrage when the River State governor said it?
If I heard that, I would be outraged. And like I said, I condemn that.
And now that you've heard it,
I condemn it. That's what I said. That's what I said. I said we need to take religion out of.
Yeah, but is it vociferously? Are you condemning it vociferously?
I am doing that, woman. I am.
I didn't hear you saying. What are you guys talking about? I didn't hear you saying that.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's,
He
you
just
know that
knew about this
your
thing. He just
signature
knew
word.
about this
What are you
thing, but
guys talking
he will
about?
not condemn it. He will not condemn it the way he condemned
No. Let's not say
speech,
this.
because it's not.
Easy. Let me say this to you. See, the reason why I don't seem to want to like be hard on my
fellow Christians
on the Christians is this. You know, we've taken a lot of crap in that country. We're the most sheepish people there. Like I was having that conversation with Thomas the other day when he was condemning the PFN for what they did, and now they're aligning with Tinubu, and he was condemning. I was like, dude, can we move on? Can we move on from this topic? Why you condemn the leader of the Christian leader that was running, which was Obi. Now you're condemning the PFN. Dude, when have I seen you Thomas condemn the religious imams from the north? Give me evidence. Or I give even one that I really corroborated. So my point is this: you see, the reason why I'm cutting them a slack. Don't get me wrong. I will condemn them if I have to, and I will condemn them. It's not right.
You see it as a fight back. You see it as a fight back.
So that we make them understand that nobody has monopoly over this whole. We are the majority, or we control the whole space. We are this, because if you continue taking sides, like condemning my own people, I condemn Christian every time, condemn them. It looks like I'm afraid of challenging these people from the other side. That's why I have to be vociferous, making them understand that you people cannot do this. Then I have to tell my own people at some point, if they pipe down low, they don't bring up this thing. I will tell my own people too, you people calm down, please. Let us stop this. But if it's maybe it's one-sided, I'm only condemning my own people, and I can't condemn those people here, then what's of what use? It's like they'll be feeling more egotistical, like, oh yeah, we silence. Look at, just listen to what Arifai said. I will, for next 20 years, they will not ever, we've silenced them. That even we are expecting to be able to replicate the same. Instead, they silence them in Kaduna. What kind of thing is that? If I come here and start defending it, or I keep mute, then I'm telling my other Christians that you people, you don't matter in this equation. You people should just accept your enslavement. No, I'll be vociferous for that. So, but my point is this: don't get me wrong. I will condemn both sides if the other side can just cut this crap of this religious thing out of this whole thing, and let us all just work together and see each other as equals in that country. That's my point.
All right, brilliant. Bring it home, Solomon, and then we're going to Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, woman. This religion, this thing is really causing problem in Nigeria. Like, is it's something that they need to just there should be a law that, like the way Kolata said here, that everybody should go to their house and go and worship or whatever practice any religion they want to practice. And I think it's high time we just stop recognizing all these things, or stop recognizing this thing called religion and in Nigeria, and they should be strict about it. But I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible at all. I don't think it's possible, because every Friday you see them take camera to the mosque to go and video the president that is praying and all that. All those kind of things will be what will be causing this kind of supremacy. Somebody will be coming out to open his mouth to say this kind of thing. An elderly man like this, what is he teaching? When we are talking about peace, talking about unity, and an elderly man like this is opening his mouth to just say things like this, it's not making sense. Why I am not going to react much is because there is this they were talking here, and some Hassan said that in the north that they banned that any man that wants to preach, so I think something like this, that they caution them, or so this is one of the reasons why I will not really put this kind of thing if I just said to heart, because since they are working on it and they are being sensitive towards this, like getting to know that this kind of thing is causing problem in the country, and they are tackling it. So that is why I will not really get angry with this thing. But we have to stop this. Obi's own is not good, but it's like I said earlier, it's a counter action. It's a counter action. Taking a Muslim ticket when we are in a secular state is not something that we should be doing.
All right. All right, well put, Solomon. So that's Solomon making his occasional appearance. So a person that you look forward to hearing from every day. So after all of the noise, now let's hear the scent from Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, so some people might suggest that this thing that El-Rufai is doing is a deliberate attempt to put a stumbling block to undermine Tinubu somewhat. They argue that by doing this, he has placed Tinubu in a very difficult position. So Tinubu cannot condemn El-Rufai's comments because, of course, that would be going against the religion, but he cannot endorse it either because, of course, then other religions would then resuscitate that Muslim ticket narrative. So he has placed now Tinubu in a very difficult position. And he, of course, knew that that commentary would do that. But what game is at play here, Adanle Koko?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. He has not placed Tinubu in any difficult position. He speaks for himself, and the repercussion of his statement will come after him in the future if he's contesting for the position of president. If Nigerians are people that hold their leaders accountable for what they have done or what they said in the past. But Nigerian people that I know, they are not people that can hold their leaders accountable for anything. And that is why we have a person like Tinubu as president of Nigeria today. Tinubu has said it in the past that he doesn't believe in Nigerian state. Nigeria should be broken up. Where is he today? He's the president of Nigeria. So what Rufai said now, will he hurt his political ambition in the future? I don't think so, because that is not who we are. We practice politics of religion and ethnicity or tribal, you want to call it. As long as we play our politics like that, look, it's just part of the politics. That is just the unfortunate truth. So is the statement he made condemnable? Absolutely. Compared to what will be said, I think I put them on the same pedestal. They are both condemnable. They are both dangerous. And it's just like, just like two men. You want to compare what two men did. One sleeping with his friend wife, another one sleeping with a married woman somewhere else who he doesn't know the husband. So what has both of them done wrong? What offense have they committed? Fornication. No degree, no, what do you call it? There's no grade, no grading on fornication. Fornication is fornication, according to our religious book. So both men said what should not come out from the mouth of every reasonable political leader. That is number one. Both of them said what should be condemned, what should be rejected, what should not, what people should not defend, people should not accommodate, people should not, tolerate at all. So, look, it's just unfortunate that
You know, we have people like this in the position of power. Their mindset is what we saw that played out. That's their mindset. Obi that was calling on pastor, telling him, you know, this is a religious war. We have to mobilize our Christians, brothers and sisters out. We have to mobilize them to come and vote so that we can conquer, we can dominate this Muslim.
Why are you adding this Jara now? Did you say all this? Did you say all of this thing now? I mean, don't be embellishing things like this now.
Hold on now. What did I embellish?
Did you say? Did you say? Let us like you just said it now. That let us. I mean, it's a religious war. Let bring all the Christian out so that we can dominate.
What did he call him for?
Come on.
What did he call? Hold on. What did he call the pastor to do for him?
Good. He called him to help him get votes from
who?
Hold on. To get vote for him among the Christians that he lead, because this election is turning into a religious war.
He didn't say it's turning to a religious war. He said this is a religious war.
Oh, it's a religious war, but in what context? That's the question. In what context?
What is the context in this thing?
One man said he wants to move on.
What I mean, both of you you and Kulata have been talking context. What is context got to do in this?
Context matters in everything. You can't just take
context.
Okay. Let me. Agaligoko. I can say to you that Agaligoko is just like he's sleeping. I mean, maybe I said something so derogatory to you, but then in the context of what I said, it. If people that are not here, maybe they had it somewhere else, or maybe they had it like they didn't follow all what I said prior to what that led me to say, or even after what I say, they already just pick that word alone. Agaligoko is sleeping, like something like something else. They might look like, what's going on here? Why did Rashomon? Why did you speak like this to Agaligoko? Without considering what I said previously or after that.
We had sufficient enough of that. We had sufficient enough of that yesterday tape to know that it was not out of context.
It was out of context, one man. It was out of context because what Agaligoko is embellishing it with now, so that we can dominate. He never said all of that.
All right. Hold on 1 second.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
It's 4 minutes long, but I don't want to play you the full 4 minutes.
He said the Christian in Kwara and the Southwest. This is a religious war.
Let me talk to your people. Let me talk to your people. That's what
he said. The Christian in Kwara and the Southwest.
I didn't hear that Christian. Well,
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
the Christians in this.
So there it is. So there were two things in that space. He forced that it then went on to say this is a religious war. I didn't even let it play to that space, but I think you all heard it. But the first thing is he forced that into the conversation. You know, it was intent on telling him that it's a religious war, and he just launched straight at it. It's out of context from the conversation. So it came with intentions.
No,
So.
no, well, whatever you want to say, intention or not intention. The point is, in the context of what he said, this guy called him, or he called the guy, I don't know, whoever called who, and somebody was saying in the comment section that you cannot even record the ringing tone of something. So that's to tell you that there's still question mark around this phone call. But let's just
He's already admitted it now with
he just said it so that everybody can leave him alone and just let us move on. So the point is this: either it was true or not. My point is, I want to assume that he said it.
One man, he didn't admit it on our rise. He didn't
okay,
admit
fine.
it.
Either he admitted it or not.
We played it here now. We played it here.
He didn't admit it. He said, let's even assume it is true. Let's even assume it is true. It's not the same thing as saying it is true. He said, let's even assume it's true.
Why are we talking? I say we don't understand English.
Let's forget this.
Why are we? It's not so. Let me tell you, one man. Let me say this. We have to be careful. You can see the way even we elite on this platform. We support the two video is condemnable, and we should not be looking for way of exonerating one person or the other. Let us condemn it. The two videos are condemnable, so let us move on. But all this one, I want to say, okay, this one is better than this one is better than this one has perspective. Which perspective are we talking about?
I will condemn it if I have any reason to condemn it. Don't get me wrong, Simba, I will condemn it. I mean, I condemn this guy. I will be here even before. I have condemned him many times here. So my point is this: if I have to condemn, even like Tinubu, when people were condemning Tinubu for that statement he made when he was talking about fuel subsidy, I did not condemn him because he was reading his policy on the day of inauguration. So people say no, but for me, I don't have any problem with that. But the point is, maybe the timing for some people is just wrong, or maybe the way we went about it. For me, I think somebody can give policy, outline his policy during his inauguration, just to let them understand this is what you have to expect. So I didn't condemn him for that. Even some people were condemning it. I believe that the subsidy has to go. But then my point is that now talk about what we're talking about. The point why I could not condemn him is this: I'm taking into consideration so many factors around what led to that statement. So my point is that he said it when in a private conversation with some people went and he dropped into it and brought into public, which is different from what Erufai did in public. He was not baiting anybody. He was not telling anybody, oh, Christian, it's a private conversation with a religious leader. Please help me talk to your people. Of course, Christians, we know that's what the people he's talking about. People in the Southwest, in Kwara, where he's from. Talk to them, Christians. Because this is a religious war now. Because APC has gone religious with their tickets, which is even more stronger. Because in the Southwest will vote in the line of, I know Tinubu is going to have at least half of the Christians from the Southwest, and he's going to have a majority of the Muslims from the Southwest. That's a done deal for Tinubu in the Southwest. Then in the North, generally, either North Central, North East, the Muslim massively will vote for him. So you look at it that ticket is a very strong. It has drawn the line there that this is a religious problem here. This is a religious war kind of election here. That was why he said it. So please talk to your people so that they too understand that if these people are voting for their own person because they have a strong Muslim ticket.
So to galvanize the Christians for a crusade.
Well,
rational man.
That was why I said to you, one man, I will not condemn
rational man. What you are contradicting yourself. Rational man, you are contradicting yourself.
Also.
Let us move on because the more you talk, the more I can see.
I have not myself.
Same man. Rational man. I think what you are struggling with is the fact that you are reluctant to accept the fact that both statements, both speeches were made in the context of exploiting those bases that they were referring to.
It did not exploit anybody here. It did not exploit anybody.
What was the basis? It was making that request to get vote from that voting bloc. Hold on now. From the Christian voting bloc, that was what he was trying to do.
Did you go to these
Now,
people, these Christians, and tell them it's a religious war?
but he was speaking to a religious leader. It doesn't have to even be there in this in this one.
Did he release it
But
to the public?
yeah, but whether I released it to the public or was private, it's still the same concept. It was trying to exploit that context.
Religious fault lines,
yes, exploiting it, yeah. But
So what the Rufai is also doing, like someone said earlier, hold on now. You see, what he's trying to also do is he was addressing the cleric. Number one is more or less like, okay, you know what? I'm paying you a visit, a thank you visit. Here I am. I'm trying to say what you would like. So here's the deal. Thank you for what you've done. However, the Muslim ticket is a game changer. It's good for the country, and Muslim will rule for this also year. So it's also trying to exploit, that area too, by trying to sow that seed so that they will also believe that, okay, you know what, this is the best they could also come with. So you look at the audience they are both addressing, it's almost the same context.
Can I ask you a question? The person that is talking, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
That's Dewale. Dewale is the person.
Okay,
That's
Dewale,
Saki.
yeah, Dewale. Okay. Someone that chose Muslim ticket, even without talking, he just made the choice Muslim ticket in Nigeria. Do you think that the person is exploiting the fourth line?
It's exploiting the Muslim ticket too. It's about religion.
Do you think he's exploiting one of our fourth lines?
He is not. It's being pragmatic.
He's not choosing Muslim ticket.
He's being pragmatic. It was
Let's put it in perspective. Let's put it in perspective, one man. See, if the North were full of Christians, they will also exploit that opportunity as well. But you see, one thing we fail to also put into context is the fact that
Adewale, Adewale, just listen. Okay, why can't Obi let Obi take a Christian in the North? We have Christian in the North also. So what is the difference? Obi can also take a Christian in the North. And then he knew Obi took a Muslim in the North. He's also a religious guy because he knew that if he takes a Muslim in the North, he will get more votes in the North. So however you look at it, it's also religion.
Simba, what are you talking about now?
Hold on, Simba. There's logic to what Simba said.
There is logic there. There is logic
to it.
There's logic there.
What I'm saying, no. One man. What I'm saying is that Tinubu'S ticket, the choice was made considering where he will get more votes. And
but what Simba is saying. Hold on. No, you made that point. Sorry, address the point that Simba is making instead.
I don't want to address what he's saying.
It's the same point now.
You can't force me to address what he's saying.
Okay, go on. You say as you will.
What I'm saying is that for him to have considered that it is only Muslim ticket that will get him votes in the North. So his consideration is a religious consideration. Therefore, it is also an exploitation of our fourth line. That is what I want people to accept too.
All right, add this to your thought as well, because what Simba was suggesting is that when Peter Obi chose Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, a Muslim, he was essentially playing to that same politics that you are saying Tinubu. You are saying Tinubu picked a Muslim from the north to exploit that religious fault line, but equal logic applies to the choice of Dati Baba Ahmed to again exploit that religious fault line.
No, he chose Dati Baba Ahmed on the basis of a convention that Nigerian polity has experienced for a very long time. It has been a convention that if somebody is from the south, a Christian, naturally he will like to take a Muslim to balance.
Abiola Kingibe.
No, forget 1990. Since 1999, it has been a convention. Let's look at our democracy since 1999.
Why should we forget 1992? Why should we forget?
No.
Nigeria did not exist then. Nigeria did not exist then.
Wait. No, Nigeria existed then. You understand? But Nigerian democracy has evolved over time. Since 1999, when we have this constitution that is guiding our elections as of today, since that 1999, there has been a convention, that
Yeah,
has
but
been.
the constitution is
I
not
don't
saying you have
understand. What do you even mean by convention? I don't
the
understand.
constitution is
What
not
do you mean
saying
by
you have to
convention?
pick.
Convention doesn't mean it is written. It doesn't mean it is written down, but it has been conventional
So if it
because
is not written down, then it's not law abiding. Then
I am not
everybody
saying it
just
is a no. I'm not saying it's a crime. You don't need things to be written down before you know it is matter of equity.
Okay. Let's go with what you are saying. If you are saying it's a convention,
Yes.
why is that convention in place?
The convention is in place because Nigeria naturally people are conscious of this ethnicity and religiosity. So because of that consciousness, everything you are doing, you need to consider those consciousness. You need to consider those sensibilities.
And what
Of
are they?
Nigeria.
What are those sensibilities?
Really, Nigerians are, whether you like it or not, Nigerians are sensible. They are sensitive to religious issues. They are also sensitive to ethnic issues. So these
it is
things.
only the gullible one.
Sorry, Dewale. So what you are then saying, Saki Fada, is that Peter Obi picked Yusuf Dati for religious reasons.
Is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Peter Obi picked every other candidate picked the alternates. If they were Christians, they picked Muslim. If they were Muslim, they picked Christians. Just to make sure that these two divides, these two religions in Nigeria, wouldn't begin
Yeah,
one
but
would not
they
feel
picked.
bad,
Yeah,
the other
no,
would.
we know all that. But they
Yes.
picked on the basis of religion, is what you are saying.
No, they picked on the basis of convention that has been in place since
It's on the basis
1999.
of getting
What is the convention predicated upon?
One man, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
In a country,
answer one man question first.
No.
Then you
The
can
convention is
Let me ask that question. It's predicated on
the convention is
on the
predicated
convention,
on
the balance.
Is
Balance of
predicated on
religious-
convention. Is predicated on equity issues. Fairness in a society where we have almost 50-50 religious divide, 50-50 proportion in terms of the two dominant religions. So that is why a lot of why is it that every other person did it? He's the only person that did the other way.
The convention is based on religious consideration. Is that not the case?
I don't understand what you mean by based on.
There's truth to that, yeah. Woman, I agree with you. There's truth to that, yeah.
Tinubu'S decision was based on religious consideration.
So he exploited
just as Peter Obi's decision.
So he exploited.
Saki Fada, can you give me a second?
Yeah.
One man, even though it's based on religion configuration, but like we say, context matters in everything. When you look at things and you decide to take the context to a dangerous level, it's another thing. Yes, it looks like based on religion, but based on religion from what perspective? From equity, inclusiveness. That's what we're saying.
That is not true.
Because you don't want to sidetrack some group of people. So when you're now saying, religion now, you want to equate it to something that is driven from the fanatics angle, from fanaticism. It's not exactly the same thing. You can have exactly the same thing I have like a.
Well, he has demystified that notion too. Now he won the election.
Can you see how you're trying to deflate the argument to favor your own perspective? This is
don't take it out of context.
This is just disputatis alter feris. You just want to.
Welcome back, Saki Fada.
Saki Fada, you will tell me with drama.
What have you just said now?
I don't know. Òyìnbó tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ òyìnbó nílé àná ló bá sọ tó
Portuguese to us now.
Where's enigmatic?
Saki Fada. The convention is not based on any equity and fairness. That is bullshit. The convention is on getting votes. Simple. If you're a Southerner, you're a Christian, you'll pick a Northerner as a Muslim because you'll be able to maximize your votes in both places. It's only when you get anomaly that you have a Southern Muslim. You still have to be consistent with the with the Northern Christian. So convention is not based on any equity or fairness or any of that nonsense. is based on just
Kulata.
No. Kulata, don't say that.
Saki
Kulata,
Fada,
do you know why you shouldn't say that like that?
Saki Fada, hold on, please. You see, for me, I have no problem with Tinubu getting a Muslim because I understand he needs the vote from the north. I understand it. But when you are doing something and then you are accusing people of doing the same thing, what that you yourself you are doing, that's where my problem is for them. And so if we keep quiet, like, oh, they should allow them to shove it down our throat, and we accept it that way, then it gives them that, like what everybody is trying to do now, that yes, we will silence them. He said we did it. Can you see that we did it? And they cannot even now ever all of them.
You know the difference, rational mind. You know the difference.
Sorry, let me just insert this, Dewale. Essentially, Tinubu picked Kashim Shettima, a Muslim northerner, to get Muslim northern votes in the same way that Peter Obi picked Yusuf Dati, a Muslim northerner.
Yeah, no problem.
So it's the same logic. So
same logic, but my problem is when the APC people are finding fault with him for going to church for looking for votes. I mean, you people are doing the same thing. So you don't want him to get votes, right? He will do anything. He will play it anyhow. He has to play it so that he can get votes. But as long as he has not said it, take it to the extent that El-Rufai will just play.
So why did you not condemn? Why did you not condemn Yusuf Peter Obi for picking a Muslim northerner just on the basis of religion, rather than picking a Muslim Christian, which is where his instinct really is?
Oh yeah, there you go. You made the point already yourself. So if he had go with a Christian ticket, then you can say, and then he going to all these churches and this thing. Then I can say there's veracity to what you're saying, but there's no veracity.
Do you not think it's cynical exploitation of religion? Peter Obi picking a Muslim.
It could be cynical, but that's how the game is played in Nigeria.
So it's exploiting the religious fault
Everybody
lines.
does the same.
In the same way.
On both sides. He's even doing it on both sides. He's getting it on both sides now. He's playing one secretly, he's playing one publicly.
One man, can I ask you a question?
So rational minds.
One man, can I ask you a question?
You agree that both of them pick their vice presidential candidate for raising of winning vote. Why don't you want to look at, why don't you want to agree on the statement that will be made on that Yes Daddy video? And this guy has the same ridiculous, religious bigotry statement.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same.
That is where you are getting it wrong.
No. You will say you can say that.
Getting it wrong. For God's sake.
You come in, please. Let me just answer Ajaliko real quick.
You're getting it wrong.
I just explained to you a while ago.
Nobody will agree that with you. If you want to play,
everybody has a reason. Everybody has a right to their opinion. But this is my opinion.
Then why do you want to condemn other people?
Is it your opinion or your prejudice? Is it your opinion or your prejudice?
It's not a prejudice. It's not a prejudice. I just explained to you that if I condemn my home, nobody's going to promote them.
No, condemn both of them. Who told you I am not a northerner?
Hold on. I will condemn them if I have to condemn.
I am a southerner like Obi. Hold on. I am a southerner like Obi.
Okay.
But the statement he made, to me, I consider it as a religious bigotry statement. Same as what this guy said. What am I going to? What are we defending? You are saying, who is going to defend my own?
What I'm defending.
You are saying who is going to defend your own? So you want to defend religious bigotry statement?
No, it wasn't a bigotry. It wasn't a bigotry. Don't label it like that. That's up to you. But the point is this: number one, he did not say it publicly. He did not go and throw.
It doesn't matter. Look, rational mind.
Rational mind. Sorry, okay, Land. I was going to invite. Go on.
What of this Yoruba statement that says gbogbo wa ló lè ẹni tó bá mú ni bàrà o? Wọ́n mú Obi now. Kí ló ń sọ? Ó dẹ̀ ń defend ẹ̀ tó ló statement. Àní bàrà ò nìyàn. The statement is already out. It doesn't matter whether it is secret, whether he made it in secret or not. It's already in the public space. So we cannot defend him anymore. It's a public statement now.
But kilo G, that's another question.
You know, rational mind.
And no
if
sọ̀rọ̀
if
burúkú,
if
ó dẹ̀ ń
Obi had
defend ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú tó
if
sọ.
Obi had
One
picked,
voice. One
Why are
voice.
you defending a ridiculous statement,
gentlemen,
a
I'm telling
statement
you
that
why
is
I'm defending it
capable
now, but
of
you won't hear me
gentlemen,
tearing
now.
the country into pieces? A person that wants to be the
He's not
please
president.
hear me out.
Hold on.
Gentlemen,
Rational mind. Let Dewale come in. Dewale.
please hear me out, gentlemen. See, if Obi had picked his candidates and not gallivanting around, jumping from one churches to another, we would have seen it from that context of saying, we want to balance and for equity's sake. But when you start going from churches to churches, now trying to rally your base, and at the same time you are speaking behind the closed door and proclaiming that you are fighting the religious war. Now that has already nullified the base reason why you picked your vice in the first place. Okay, but you see what Tinubu did, he exploited that situation as well. But the only difference is this: he did not, for once, go to mosque or campaigning in mosque or going to Muslims settings and all that. Yes, he picked Muslim because he knows in the north, in the core north, it will be suicidal, it will be politically suicidal to pick a Christian Muslim. If he had picked Christian Muslim, he would not be a president today. But if you look at the north, the predominant religion is Muslim, is Islam. And it will be so crazy for someone as a northerner. Now, this is the first time it happens. His predecessor did this exact thing. As a matter of fact, when Baba Ganan Kigibe was granting an interview on NTA, he said he himself was surprised because the generals thought he was going to pick a Christian, and that would have been the basis of losing the election. But of course, he outsmarted them. He picked a Muslim, Baba Gana Kingibe from Borno, and he helped because he was able to. Of course, people wanted the military to leave at the same time, but people did not look at it from this context of, it's Muslim. They just wanted the military gone, and they didn't even pay attention to that. The exact thing Tinubu is playing now. Yes, he exploited it, but he did not rub it on the faces of people and say, you know what? Yes, we are going to fight a war. Yes, his minions are the one going out now and start yabbing and speaking and but the fact is that if Obi had picked, let's say, a southerner or another Christian Muslim from the north, we won't be saying what we're saying. So both of them exploited it, to their own advantage, and they did it. But the only slight difference is that Tinubu did not rub it on the faces of people. I mean, so far so good. We all knew he's antecedent in Lagos as a governor. If there's any pointer to show what kind of person that he will be, he has never been a religion fanatic, right?
Adewale, if I may interject you.
Sorry, Ola, let me put this to you. Some people might suggest that Peter Obi's choice of Yusuf Dati is more of a cynical exploitation of religious fault lines. Because there's pragmatism to Tinubu's choice, but there's just outright exploitation to Obi's choice. Obi, who by instinct, a religious jingoist, has gone against all of his natural being to pick a Muslim person just to curry votes. So some people might suggest that is more.
What is natural man? I still find it interesting that we are finding every means to just give what El-Rufai said some level of credibility. See, it is not a secret that we play ethnic and religious politics in Nigeria. But then there's a way we manage it, and there's a reason for federal character. And when you look at federal character, even so many things are not pronounced there. And people think it's all about ethnicity alone. No, the fact it's not pronounced, they know exactly why they are quiet or something. Now, like what I said initially, all of us here, we say bad things about one another, especially when it's come to ethnic group in the behind. That's supposed to be private, because you won't go to those people physically and tell them the same, because you already know that you are looking for trouble. You know the reaction will be different from where they don't know what they say about you, right? But someone now come to you and start calling you name. It's like I go to the street of Lagos, so I start calling some people bastard. When I do that, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to create crisis. I'm inviting trouble. Because, like I said, your private conversation is not expected to come out. That's what Obi did. Not saying Obi is going to church, is going to all these things. We know the political arrangement is to balance out between Christian and Muslim. In politics, they will tell you it's equity. Our federal character supports something of that nature, even though it tends to silence on this thing. But we are not trying to justify that what Rufai is okay, that okay, we have to nail Obi to make it
let me ask you a question. You acknowledge that people have two faces, a public face and a private face. Do you acknowledge that?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. So stay there. So where do you think people are most relaxed and most expressive of their true being in a public, when they have their public face on or when they have their private face on? Where do you think they are most relaxed and more expressive of who they really are?
That is that. Why is the word diplomacy existing? When they say diplomacy,
no, that wasn't the question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah,
diplomacy is pretense. When you are trying to be diplomatic with person, you see that person differently when you are not facing the person. But when you are talking to that person, you are now another character entirely. In computer science, we call it the polymorphism. You are this here. You are showing different type of traits at different level. You will say when you get to Rome, you behave like a Roman.
All right.
You understand? You don't see a Muslim now, and all of a sudden you start dangling a pork in front of a Muslim. You understand? Even though within yourself you can eat pork, but you don't.
I'm not sure where you are in relation to what I was asking.
What I'm saying is this. Where you are trying to push me to, I'm still telling you that it doesn't work that way. Your private personality is different from your public, because your public personality is to live in peace with others. Even within your private, you talk to those people that you have the same you have the same idea, you are comfortable with. Once you see someone that you are not comfortable with, you find a ground to be comfortable with that person. You try not to offend the person. You try to strike a balance.
Where are people? Okay, just the question. You don't have to answer it, but where is somebody most honest in a public setting, speaking to an audience, or in a private conversation? Where do they express more their true self?
See, you can be honest, very honest, when you have your private conversation.
So there it is.
Wait, no, it's not it, because we are pushing that, and it's still a wrong inference, and we still reach wrong conclusion when we process the thought that way. When I tell you, okay, I can see Lagbaja now, that Lagbaja, I don't know, I don't like how he behaves. Maybe I say that person privately, but in the public, it's another thing entirely, because my statement can have a very bad or negative consequence if I go public and say the same thing. That is why that what you are doing in the private is totally different from what you doing when you are in the public. Now, for anything you are able to say in the public, especially if you're a serious person, that you are the person that be known to have authenticity whenever you do something, that you have that capacity, it carries different weight. That's what we're saying.
That's what you are saying, because people think differently.
That's why you know one thing is, I know all of us here, we are sophisticated, we are highly learned, we know exactly, you know, everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about. Everyone knows exactly. Okay, look at this forum now. If you have a way to talk to a machine and now listen to thought, you will see that everyone here, you will have one bad thing or the other to say about one another here, right? But when you release us to the public, we start managing ourselves. We start telling story. Oh, that guy is awesome. The same person that is awesome, you go to the corner and say that, oh, that guy is a bastard, I don't want to talk to him. You say that in this thing.
Okay, stay where you are. Which one is the more honest opinion? When you in private, you tell that, you say that person is a bastard, as you've put it, or in public you say that one is the person is awesome. Which of those two hold on. Which of those two statements are more expressive of your actual true feelings?
you know, kinetic is more dangerous than potential.
Okay, just round it up and then we move on. Is your
No.
example, so if you
One
can't even
man,
address your own
One man.
example, you gave the example, so I've just asked you a simple question.
No, one man, it's not a simple question. It's a question that is requesting for a misleading answer. That's it. It's not a simple question.
It's a question we all know the answer to, so you are not breaking new grounds. You've just said, hold on. Let me remind you your example again. You said, so you can say somebody is an awesome guy in a public setting, but in private conversations, you say the person is a bastard. So I'm asking you then, which of those two, your example, which of those two examples that you cited is a true expression of your inner feelings, of your real sentiments about that person? Which one expresses your thoughts the best?
One man, you know what differentiates human from animal is how to live in peace, right? If you say what you think in the private publicly, the consequence that we are not going to have.
No, that wasn't the question. Now that wasn't the. All right, okay. Give us your delivery and then we move on. You gave the example.
It's going to mislead.
It's not going to mislead. You brought up the example. No, but you brought up the example. You brought up the example. So why can you not defend your own example? Which of those two examples that you gave is a truer expression of the person's real sentiments? You brought up the example.
What I'm still telling you is this, one man. See, if you think we are going to win this argument this way,
it's not a matter of win now.
I'm telling you.
All right, make your point, and then we go back to
I can be very political as well. What I'm saying is this.
All right.
Whatever you say is a consequence.
Consequences
is what you want to focus on. You don't want to focus on, oh, this is the potential. It's the kinetic you are focusing on now.
Allah, let me help you out.
Your word you say privately is not having negative consequences in the society.
But we're not talking about consequences. No, hold on. You see, this is why I'm wanting to move on, because you're not addressing your own example. No, hold on. Oh, that is quite capable. I'm not talking about the wider, broader impact of it or not. I'm not saying what you say in public is not more impactful than the what you say in private because you have a wider audience and then it colors you I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying as a person, which of those examples reflects a true reflection of your sentiments? The what you say in public, which is the awesome guy example you gave, or the what you say in private that guy is a bastard? Which one reflects the true expression of your sentiments? So I'm not talking about kinetics. I'm not talking about how far your words can travel or all of those incendiaries or not. No, it's just really which one represents you the most? Your example.
One man.
Can I answer your question?
Hold on.
Let me round up. You will talk. You will talk. Well, if I sacrifice that. See, I'm a person that when I speak, I'm expecting value from whatever I speak. I don't just make a statement for the fun of making it.
We're not talking about you, though. We're talking about your example. Your example.
Stating someone that is honest in the closet is not going to give any value with this contest. That is exactly when I'm not dancing to that, because that one is just like.
Can I answer this question with just a simple statement?
I speak to emphasize on the value of that. That is why that the value of what you see outside is what I'm analyzing now. I wish it's chaos, and that's what we don't want. But the one you are pushing me to is binary, and binary doesn't say anything. Binary is what it is. Potential is what it is. That effect.
Can I answer you one more?
I don't talk that way.
Let me just interject a bit. One more.
Let me just answer you one more. Just one answer.
Let Kene come first, and then you come back, and then Ajan Lekoko can wrap it up. Yeah, say Kene, good to see you.
Yeah, one man, thank you very much. You just asked a simple question, and I will just give you a simple answer with an Igbo adage that said that which means it's where you discuss publicly, that is where you speak the truth. It's an Igbo adage, you can go and check it. You understand?
So it doesn't say where you speak secretly. It say ebe na manjakle. So whatever you speak publicly, the way we are talking now, the way we are discussing now, is where you speak your mind. And that is an Igbo adage, and that is an answer that I have to watch.
It's not everybody that will agree with that Igbo adage.
Let me ask
Because
you
what people can be deceitful publicly.
I don't
And
know.
we all
I don't
that.
know.
So it's
But
not.
it's
It's
an
not.
Igbo adage. One man just
It's a wrong adage. It's a wrong adage.
There is nothing like it's an old adage. It's as old. It's much older than everybody.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not applicable in this case.
It's applicable. It's applicable. Whatever you say here, you are splitting your mind. You are speaking out your mind. Whatever we are speaking here, we are speaking our mind here. You understand? So even as a private conversation, there are things I can hide from my friend. It's not everything I tell my friends. There are still secrets. You understand? But sometimes in an open conversation,
so
you don't know
the
when
things you
speak out
hide
things
from
that
your
you don't need to
hold
speak out.
on. Let's stay. I'm not sure what's going on here. The things let's stay with your example. So the things you hide from your friends, you say it in public.
What did you say?
I said the things you will hide from your friends, you will say it in public. Would you?
As there are, like somebody like me, there are things maybe I'm discussing with you. There are some private issue I'm discussing with you now as a friend, just two of us. I will just be looking at you, be just saying your mind. You may be saying what you want to say. I might not be able to reply the way I want to reply you. That's my type of person. You understand? So it doesn't. That is why I said. That is why I give you that adage that I gave you, and it's an Igbo adage. You can go and check it. But on the course of public conversation, somebody might speak what he intends to keep secret without knowing that he is speaking it out. You understand? So that question you are throwing to Ola is what I'm trying to answer you in a direct way, so that it doesn't show. It doesn't mean we are. In fact, that public conversation is more conversant than that one you are talking about. About the private one you are talking about. You understand? So for someone to come out publicly and just say out everything. In fact, the man was speaking. He was speaking and he was excited because people were listening to him. He said he's eager to give out his expression.
You say you want to answer the question one. You have already answered the question. So when it comes to your time, you talk.
All right. Back to your Jan Lekoko. So I'm not quite sure what just happened last. Yeah. No, come in now, Saki Father, and then back to Jan Lekoko.
Yeah, thank you very much, Woman, for giving me the opportunity to come back. So my interjection is going to be in the form of a question, and it's directed to you because you are trying to lead Ola to a conclusion, and that's very faulty argument. So my question is, suppose you as a person, you have your public life, you have your private life. Suppose you engage in private conversation with like 100 different individuals on the same topic. And out of these 100 conversations you've held, one is fractured. Other ones were adjudged positive, you know. Will you, on the basis of this one that is fractured, characterize this person as actually the person he is?
Now, it depends. You see, it's all about perception, isn't it? If there's a question mark around the person's character, which the person, just to place it on the table, Peter B, who we're discussing, that is somewhat of a duplicitous, somewhat of a sly fox, sort of a snake oil salesman, sort of a character.
It is you.
Very dubious.
No, you are the one arriving at that conclusion.
It's a widely held belief. People view him with suspicion.
I don't hold that belief. So it is you. You are the one just holding that belief. So you can't just generalize and say it is widely held belief.
Zaki, Father, from your question, you say one. How did you know it's one? Why are you putting it as one?
So
and
how
100
did you know it is not one?
Let me tell you what you people are just doing this morning.
No.
What is
man,
bad is
how
bad.
do
You know,
it's not one?
there's no way you can paint it anyway. Everybody know you can't be playing on our intelligence on this
He's not
platform.
playing on your
With
intelligence.
the two videos are condemnable. Let us move forward. So we cannot be
That's
painting
not the
one as
issue.
being good
That's
and
not
one
the
as being
issue.
that. Hey, that is the issue. That is the issue.
One man
That is the issue.
One man is trying to say.
No, one man is already being Spain, and one man is just trying to bring us back and say the two are condemnable. That's what one man is not painting one being better than the other. It's what you people are trying to do. We all know ourselves on this platform. When it comes to certain
One man
things,
is trying to
we
lead
know
our lot
what
to
everybody.
conclusion.
I can predict what anybody can say on each
One man
issue.
is
We
trying
have
to
been
lead
here
our lot to
together. So
conclusion.
I know you, Zaki Pada. I know where you belong. I know the kind of person you are. I don't expect anything different from you. So whatever you are saying, it doesn't change anything. So let us move forward and let us discuss some other things. We know everybody on this platform. We know where everybody belongs, religiously, politically, ethnically, everything. So there's no need to be just be wasting time.
By the way, one man.
Yeah.
Your friend was slammed with the 10 million naira for filing
Festus.
frivolous. Yes.
Festus, yes.
Yeah, for filing frivolous suit against the PDP.
He said he was appealing it now. He said he was appealing it, didn't he?
$10,000 or $20,000.
I heard 10 million.
Who is
I don't know
that?
about
10
Adewale is that?
Kiyamo.
Okay.
But the guy jumped the gun. He should have waited for that the code of conduct was it code of conduct of the investigative body to conclude the investigation before filing the case. But I like it. They should be slamming all these lawyers that are filing, all these frivolous lawsuits because they need to start paying, and they need to extend it to every one of these candidates. Legal representative because it seems this is the season and they want to exploit it to the fullest for them to even make that million. But the point is taken away from the time of the court. The court should have take time to focus on something more serious than entertaining all these stupid lawsuits and all that. But it's a very good thing. I was so happy. Let me borrow your word. I was aghast when I when I
Look,
heard
I've
it.
never escaped that word, though. Yeah, it's just a word, and suddenly everybody. I don't think I can escape that word
He knew.
anymore.
He actually knew. He knew that the court would not entertain that, but he was just trying to play to the gallery. Everybody's showboating these days and trying to make themselves relevant. But nevertheless, he's trying to show that he's really, really supporting Ashiwaju's uh, uh, mandate. But I don't think he has anything to take from this administration. It seems the administration has moved on from Kiyama. If I thought they're going to give him anything, it's probably going to be just when you have the remnant and the pot, probably that's what they're going to give him. Let's move on.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, back to you. And then after Ajanle Koko, maybe we'll change the topic. But Ajanle Koko, back to you.
One man. When I started my own contribution on this issue, I started with horse taking a look of a situation where one man slept with a friend wife and another slept with a married woman somewhere else.
You know that.
So what offense has both of them committed under religious rule? I think it's fornication. So the same, I will go on religious line again that what the Bible says is that whatever comes out from your mouth comes from your heart. Whether you did it in secret or openly, is from your heart. Obi said his own is secret with pastor, with that pastor. I can't even remember. Oyedepo. And Buhari said, Rufai said his own openly. It came out from their mouth. And that, according to Bible, whatever comes out from your mouth comes from your heart. They both have the same mindset of religious domination. They are religion to dominate.
Hey, one more, can I interject real quick, if you don't mind? Is Angelico?
Let Angelico run through. I'm going to kick you off with the next topic. So you have the interjection, and then you lead the next topic. But carry on, Angelico.
So both of them were running, what do you call him? Obi run a campaign, a very tough religious campaign. And that earned him vote. All the states that Obi won were all Christian-dominated states. So what are we talking about? If he didn't run religious campaign, he will not win. He will not win all those states. He might not win all those states. But it worked for him. And that is why he was making it in that statement with that man that this is a religious war. And he said it in that statement that, Daddy, you will not regret. You will not. What did he say? You will not. You will not regret.
You will not regret it, sir.
You will not regret it, sir. So it was from his heart, and he have a very strong passion in waging that religious vote against Muslim vote that will be coming from the other side that he regarded as Muslim vote. So he was very passionate. So it will be very wrong of us to condemn one and leave the other. Both of them committed the same offense, religious bigotry, and we should just condemn both of them and then, do away with this kind of we just condemn this kind of politician all the time. We should not tolerate them. We should not champion them. But it's unfortunate that some of us want to champion the one that is ours in condemnation, and condemn that from other people. That is where we are getting it wrong. So I think for all of us that are here, we should see it clearly that religious politics have not earned us nothing but disaster, and we should not fall into their trap. So both of them, I put them under this on the same scale. They are both wrong. Both of them should be condemned, and we should do away with them completely. They are both dangerous politicians. Both Obi and Rufai, very dangerous politicians, because they are promoting religious. They are calling for religious war that could destroy the entire country. So that's my take on that one, man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Ajane Koko. So coming, Prince Daddy, you wanted to interject. So after your interjection, I'm going to play you 2 video clips, and then you can lead the conversation on those clips. Prince Daddy, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, one man. Hello, everybody. I was going to make a comment to Angelico's submission. It's not what comes out of your mouth that your heart speaks. It's what comes deep down from your heart. The mouth speaks. That was deep down in your heart. You can say something and don't really mean it. Quite frankly, in this situation with the El-Rufai and P2B,
I was referring to what the biblical scripture. It says, "What comes out from your mouth comes from your heart."
No, I understand exactly. I'm coming from the same place, but it's you said in the opposite way. It's what comes out of it from. It's what the scripture is trying to say is that the mouth, like a well,
pulls out what is deep in your heart. It's not what your mouth says. But anyways, in regards to Peter B and El Rufai, see, these people are politicians, and quite frankly, are more apt to not take what Peter B said in secret seriously, because he's an opportunist. He was just trying to take advantage of the situation in the religious war kind of thing. But when it comes to El Rufai, we all know he's a smart man, he's really intelligent, and I'm still trying to wrap my hand around El Rufai, if anyone can actually define who El Rufai is. And as smart as he is, is very, he can be quite religious in his position in a lot of ways. I think he has a superiority when it comes to religion. I mean, this is not the first time he said such a thing, I believe. I've seen some other videos or heard some other stuff before in the past. So to me, in this situation, quite frankly, even though Obi said he is in secret and El Rufai was more in the public setting, El Rufai is more dangerous on this matter than Peter Obi, I would say. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I think there might be a religious coloration to what you're, because I'm starting to form the thought that you're a religious man, Prince Daddy. Nevertheless, let me play you this clip, Prince Daddy. The first one is a light-hearted one, just to tone it down, and then we'll build it up again with the next one. So this first one that you're seeing is an innovation that is coming out of South Africa that Nigeria might well do well to adopt. Watch this.
This is 30.
So that was a South African school sitting for exams. So fed up were they with cheating that you can see how they've distanced them and put them in an open field. So that might well be something that Nigeria might well do well to emulate. But that one somewhat light-hearted. But this space now, Prince Daddy, we debated this topic quite endlessly a few days ago. Is the Prince Adebayo described him as the fine boy. He was doing fine boy at Nigeria's expense, going to rent an aeroplane from Ethiopia to come and try to hoodwink us. Nigeria is not having it, especially the parliamentarians. Prince Daddy, what?
These are officials of the Ministry of Aviation and the interim management of Nigeria Air. They are before the Senate Committee on Aviation to answer questions on the status of the nation's national carrier, Nigeria Air, which was unveiled during the twilight of the Buhari administration. But questions have been raised about the whereabouts of the aircraft and the status of the airline after some Nigerians traced the aircraft, noting that it returned to Ethiopian Airlines service. These senators have strong words for the representatives of the Aviation Ministry over the manner Nigeria Air was launched.
The Nigeria Air project. The issue was shrouded in secrecy to the extent that it was fraudulently displayed as a new national carrier, contrary to the extant court order and international rules that strictly guided airline operations. This indeed was an embarrassment to the committee.
Why will you, for whatever reason, having an interim MD, be in a hurry to unveil a national carrier on the last day of your administration? Why?
But the interim managing director, Nigeria Air, says the airline was unveiled at the time it was to prove to Nigerians that the project is not a fluke.
The aircraft that came in and left was a legitimate charter flight. You see, ever since 2018, all you'd ever seen about Nigeria Air aircraft were pictures, drawings, not the real aircraft. And we felt it was time to show what the real aircraft would look like.
Was it reasonably necessary? You know, you have to take this to take taxpayers' money and charter an aircraft all the way from Ethiopia to come here and for unveiling. if the purpose is just to show Nigerians how the aircraft is going through. We have had the pictures on social media when it was unveiled in Fambro.
He also clarifies what he says are misconceptions of the status of a national carrier.
We haven't got a license yet to operate. If you had asked me the question, I could, not you, I mean, if the social media had asked me the question, I would have said, we haven't got to that stage yet. We are not at the point of operating the airline yet, at all.
The representatives from the Aviation Ministry and Nigeria Air then proceed to the House of Representatives to meet with the lower chambers Aviation Committee. The committee chairman says members do not support the launch of the airline because of a lack of supporting and necessary documents.
We are not part of the launch and we do not support the launch, especially at a time issues are yet to be cleared. The committee hereby resolved to 1. Direct the Federal Ministry of Aviation and its partners in the Nigerian Air project to immediately suspend any operations regarding to Nigerian Air and every other action with respect to Nigerian Air.
The committee further advises that the Federal Ministry of Aviation, with its agency, the NCAA, should designate some Nigerian indigenous airlines as carriers to take advantage of bilateral air services agreements entered into by Nigeria, pending when a viable national carrier comes on board. Linda Akibi, Channels Television News.
All right. Before you come in, Prince Daddy, it looks as though Dino Melaye wants to have the first word on this particular piece. So, out of all of the corrupt practices that we have seen, this has been the most archaic-handed, most amateurish. And Dino Melaye, he has a word for Hide Saraki.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk, say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road, Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB.
So, as Dino Melaye said, substituting, do you think that Hide Saraki ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba the monumental fraud, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, well, man, hello. Does the airline have anything to do with Saraki? Is that what you're saying?
No. The aviation minister is a guy called Hadi Sariki or something like
that. Okay, got
it. Yeah, not Saraki, Sariki.
Yeah, okay, well, and they just part of the continuation of the looting of Nigeria, right? Well, what is different here? I mean, these people, they've mastered it to the extent that they always employ the help of these foreigners or foreign businesses to loot Nigeria, because we don't have good accountability, we don't have good transfer or continuation of government, so they can do such shenanigans and get away with. It reminds me of one project. I can't remember exactly what the project was, that they had to pay billions of dollars to this foreign British company or European company because Nigeria could not fulfill its own side of the agreement, knowing very well that the likelihood of the project failing was so high. They were able to get away by paying billions of dollars, and everything was orchestrated by Nigerians. If it was orchestrated because they wanted the project to fail, just like most things, and they knew it was going to fail. And in so doing, they are going to have a raining day. They're going to get paid. So this airline stuff. So what we're saying in essence is just deception, right? They colluded with Ethiopian airline, probably got some plane painted in Nigerian Airways logo and everything else, and presented it to the country and to get away with looting the country. So nothing new, really. But if anything, I would say I'm not sure. This is it the House of Assembly. These people were quick to get on it and try to get to the bottom of it, which is good, which is more impressive than even the corruption they're trying to perpetrate. So that is good. It shows at least something is working in the country, at least for now. That's what I would say. Yeah.
All right. Let me play you this other clip. This clip speaks to the fuel subsidy space, and curiously, it sounds as though Peter Obi is backing Tinubu. Watch this.
Right from the time I was a member of Jonathan's economic management team, I've consistently maintained that we need to remove subsidy, because for me it's organized crime. People were just stealing the resources of the country, and that crime has to stop. And I showed my own position in empirical data to show that the amount of fuel we consume is totally far ahead what we are supposed to consume. I showed it in data, comparing with countries like Pakistan, and it's very clear. So I maintained about this removal. And throughout my campaign, go and read my manifesto, I maintained about its removal. If you have a toothache and you go to a dentist, there's a difference between removing your tooth by applying anesthesia, which will alleviate your pain, and just pulling it out. The difference is that I believe it should be removed with conditions, and that condition has to be applied. If I was involved, I would have shown in empirical statistical data how much we are going to save, where we are going to apply it, the gains for the people, so they can, just like I said all throughout my campaign, that I'm going to govern the people by being open, showing them empirically verifiable facts on how the country can be better, and everybody can follow it. That's what I would have done. That's why I said I would have go and read my data. I said I'll bring back everything, fiscal viability. There's things you need to do. There's things you need to show. Even when Jonathan was removed it, that was when they came out with Shopee, all of things. Yes, conditions. It's there.
All right.
What condition? Kilo so. Kilo so.
Most times now. Just the usual koto, isn't it? But please, Daddy, what are you making of that? Is that a change of direction? Is that a surrender?
I don't know about Peter. I don't know.
Well, Prince, the guy says some conditions. What? Tell us any condition. Don't hide behind. No, come on.
He's talking about empirical data and other statistical analysis. Peter B is incapable of all those things. Peter B was the one that compares us to Egypt, where Egypt has about 60% poverty rate, believe it or not. Egypt gets a lot of a subsidy from America for its military and some other aid. Egypt is not a well-off country than Nigeria, believe it or not. And that's the comparison that Peter B would like to make, because a lot of people don't know any better. He's going to Egypt to go learn about electricity. That's a joke. That's a big joke. Simply because they have power there doesn't mean that Nigeria can learn from them. But on the fuel subsidy issue here, I don't know. Watching this, the labor union thing.
But Egypt is a more productive country than your country now. They have 24 hours electricity. They even supply electricity to some country in Europe. What are you talking about?
Well, just like we supply petrol to a lot of countries in West Africa. To your point, I don't dispute that. But the point, I've always said it. Listen, anything that doesn't go well.
What sense does it make? You supply electricity to some country in West Africa and you don't have electricity.
I said petrol.
What petrol do you have? You cannot. It's not even affordable.
No,
to your
no,
people.
but that's not the point. Let's not move away from the issue. This guy just said, as a dentist, you apply anesthesia before you remove the tooth, right? The same man said you should remove it. You should remove subsidy day one. How are you going to provide anesthesia when you're removing the so-called tooth, which is subsidy day one? What is Obi talking about?
Obi, I don't know. Again,
That's another.
well, I think it was trying to suggest that he's going to provide a lot of
No. Before no. You provide anesthesia before you remove the tooth. That is before you remove the subsidy, right?
Right.
What he's saying, Babati, is saying maybe you should provide the palliative before the removal. That's what he's
Simba, the
talking
same guy
about.
said it. No, the same guy said that it's going to remove something day one. So how do you remove it day one and yet provide palliative?
Hey, you know, Bina, he always sees any opportunity to campaign. He's still campaigning.
He's still campaigning.
Campaign after election.
Babati, was it what he said? Was it exactly the way he said it? You are explaining it.
I will remove day one. Just listen to yours.
No. Before he said the day one, what did he say before then?
No. Listen, the guy he said
before he said I will remove it day one. What did he say again?
No, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
He used an analogy of being a dentist, right?
No. Forget about this very interview.
Question, please. Let me finish.
Forget this interview where he talked about removing subsidy from day one. There were things he said before then. So what could you remember what he said?
No. We're going based on what the video that was played now. So let me finish my point.
Yeah.
The guy said, if I was a dentist and somebody came with with toothache, right?
Yeah.
I would provide anesthesia first to cushion it before I remove the tooth.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So how do you then provide anesthesia at day one?
So let me explain what I understand by what he was trying to say. In that very video we just played, he was trying to say that removing something by force and applying something so that when you are removing something, it doesn't pay people, it doesn't pain somebody very well is different.
Right. Before you remove it.
Yeah, you apply something so that.
Yeah. So how do you then remove it day one and yet apply an anesthesia?
Okay, let me tell you when he was saying about removing subsidy day one, there was something he said before then. He said that the subsidy we pay, the fuel we consume, what we pay for, the amount Nigeria pay, that half of it alone is crime. That we can start by even removing that half first. And that from the day one is going to remove that half. That one that is criminal, because that what they are quoting as what they are quoting as our consumption level.
Exactly that.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. How will it be done? Sometimes let us talk, and we're all elites and we others. How will it determine that half? You said this is the consumption that we are. Let's say, for example, you are consuming 50 million liters per day.
Yeah.
Then you just come and say, no, you are not supplying 50 million. You are going to be supplying 25 million.
Yeah.
Do you think that one is practicable? And you will not create scarcity? It does. You and I know that doesn't make sense.
I don't understand what you mean. Say talk again. Let me understand.
To support you, Simba. He's just mixing everything up. He doesn't even know what he is saying right there. This is he said he's going to remove.
I agree with that.
I will remove something day
there is
one.
no way you are going to remove subsidy that will not bring hardship on the people. Zaki Father, don't support this nonsense that this politician, when they come and say something stupid, and we want to fall into their stupidity. Don't let us be doing that. There is no way you want to remove subsidy that will not bring hardship on the people. How does he want to determine the harm that is regarded as corrupt?
How
would he determine it? He's just lying, man.
Ajale Koko, please don't constrain me. In the way
let me give you. No, I'm not constraining. Hold on. This is a guy that was even that was so ridiculous when they came up with this what do you call that money policy? What do you call it?
Naira swap.
Naira swap. He said Nigeria must accept this. Nigeria must go through hardship for better days to come. This is what this crappy head guy said that time.
Well, that's why.
And he's selling this stupid statement now. And some people want to support, want to start clapping for him. You should stop this. We are sensible people. When these idiotic politicians are talking, you people should not just support them as if you don't have, as if you don't know what is going on with them.
When they started the issue of Naira redesign, I supported the policy. Does that make me very stupid?
I'm not saying everybody, people that supported this, supported evil. They supported evil that time because it brought pains and hardship and kills a lot of people in Nigeria and a lot of business. Do you know how much Nigeria lost? 22 trillion within that 5 months that policy was in situation.
One man. Sorry.
22 trillion.
Can I read
that policy failed because Nigeria don't know how to handle policy? What are you telling me? Is that policy a bad policy?
Yes,
not because of
hold on, BT. Let's say can I and then after BT, can I yes, carry on.
Yeah, that policy failed because of the lack of management of our government. Our government don't know how to manage policy. I supported that policy in the first place. That policy, nobody here can tell me that policy is a bad policy.
That's absolutely the worst policy ever.
The country, the president at that time is not wise. The man is very daft. So you cannot tell me it's not a good policy.
No, it was a bad policy.
Every sensible Nigerian knows that
was the worst policy ever implemented in Nigeria.
Is Nigeria the first country that practices such policy? Is Nigeria the first? Is Nigeria? Other countries has managed it, and they have come out of it.
The policy was ill-timed. The policy was ill-timed. There was no need for the policy in the first place.
If you want to put out a policy, before you put out a policy, you would have made out a plan for that. The man didn't make out a plan. You just made out a policy. It's not.
The whole purpose of the policy was to fight.
Let me finish. Nigeria is not the first country to adopt that policy. India has done it. Many countries has done it. So when you have an incompetent president, you believe that you have an
please, can you tell us, even you that you are talking about, what do you understand by that policy? Tell us now.
He lost business.
The policy that you are defending. Tell us about the policy that you are saying is a good policy. You don't understand the policy and you are talking about it.
Guys,
if you don't know what the policy is all about, forget it. I'm not here to
voice. Let's calm down.
One voice.
That policy, Nigerians were given 3 month window to exchange. They give it only 3 months for everybody to comply. Where is that done in the world?
What do you mean? Many countries did it under few days. Many countries did it under few days. You cannot tell me it worked in other part of the world.
Gentlemen, one voice.
Hold on. Then they did it. Why? Then what happened to the economy when they did it within the short period of time? The India that Yobi was referring to, what happened to the economy of India?
Is Nigeria better than India today?
What is it that? What is the argument?
All right.
Is Nigeria better than India today?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let Babati come in.
Yes, please. So I'm going to read Obi's quote, okay? His original quote in regards to this subsidy. I'm going to read. I'm going to read his original quote, okay? So Obi said on his tweet, "We are going to dismantle the confusion in the port administration and get this country working. Fuel subsidy is an organized crime, and I will remove it immediately if I am elected." Right? That was his original quote. Where did he say 50%? Where do you remove
Let me read his tweet on that. Let me read it. Let me read
Go
it.
ahead.
Let me
I'm
pull it
listening. Go
out.
ahead.
Let me pull it out. Just give me 1 minute.
So I don't get
You can
this.
continue.
Trying
Let me
to
pull it out.
trying to massage the truth. I don't
Okay,
get it.
Woman, can I come in now?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, you have the floor. Back to you, Prince Daddy. But allow Prince Daddy to have a bit of expression because it's with that. Back to you, Prince.
Yeah, I don't tend to take Peter B very serious on a lot of things. He just multiply words. I told you, he always like to say the right things, but he doesn't mean them, and he doesn't even know how they even work. A person that can even explain what the B verse or the IREV was is good at sound bites and just making. I don't see. I read about Peter B or learned about him actually about 5 years ago. Not right now, not this election cycle, when it was the VP. Just trying to understand who he was, and he doesn't have any substance. Is a man that likes to just. He goes by the textbook definition of things, and he does not know how things are how to apply things in the real world. Trust me, he does not know. I've heard him speak in a lot of things, comparing Nigeria to Egypt and this other stuff. Now, and by the way, we saw the labor union guy on television said
he was able to manage multi-million worth of businesses and was successful.
What kind of business?
He did a lot of business.
It was container economy, wasn't it?
It's not about container economy. He has been on board of many companies.
Ekene is also a businessman. Ekene here is also a businessman. So what does that one mean?
Many companies, many banks. He has been on board of many banks.
We cannot be selling all those things. They are not sellable.
But
how can you be telling me? Is it better that, okay, so you want to tell us that people like Emefiele and all those things, it's not about, is it better than Dangote in business? Can we use that one as Dangote will be the best president who will provide in Nigeria? I beg you.
Babati, let me read out the tweet.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the tweet was made on 15th of November 2022. He said, we will reduce the subsidy cost by 50% with concomitant measures and counterbalance policies and programs to cushion the impact of the removal of oil subsidy. His tweet, I'm reading, 15th of November 2022.
Is that even Peter Obi's English? Concomitant measures. Is that his English?
You are.
I'm asking you now. Is that his English? Is that his English? You know him.
The way I talk is quite different from the way I write.
Is that the English of a trader?
No, let me finish.
I am a trader.
No, let me finish. The way I talk is quite different from the way I write. So I might write, when you read what I'm writing, you say, is it Saki Father that is actually writing this? That's not what I mean.
Okay, so back to Peter B. So Peter B, the Labour Party or the Labour Union supported Peter B big time, right? And now they are against subsidy removal. So if Peter B became the president, what leverage would he have to actually remove the subsidy? Peter B is what I call a talker. I don't believe he's capable of doing all these things. Yes, it may have been a successful. It may have been a successful business person.
Hold on, yeah, sorry, carry on, Prince. Yeah,
it may have been a successful business person. It doesn't mean though that is brilliant at running a multi-diverse economy like Nigeria with ethnic, differences. Peter B is not the man, and it would never be. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there've been people perhaps worse than Peter B that became leaders of a country, but Nigeria is in such a crucial point in its existence that we don't need a person like Peter B. We need a tough person, a bold person that can make moves like Ashiwaju, even though now people are condemning him that it's a pronouncement on the day of inauguration about the subsidy was wrong. Sure, fine. But I can't be worried about him because he's not an angel. He's not God. I expect him to make mistakes along the way, but I'm not so much burdened by his mistakes, but rather his ability to change course and do what is right by the people. Peter B is a yes man. It's quite clear. If something doesn't go right or the way he wants or other people want him to be, is likely to jump ship and abandon it. That's the kind of person he is. Is the
That's what
person
you.
is the person that
Well,
saves. That is the person that's.
I want to reply. I want to reply you. I want to
Hold
reply
on.
you.
It is a person that saved Anambra millions of dollars in the bank account, whereas this is a state that has the worst erosion in the country and bad schools and road. It likes to be.
What
How
do
do I
you
put
mean?
it?
What do you mean? What do you mean,
Let
bro?
me let me reply you, Prince Daddy.
No,
Prince
no,
Daddy,
no,
can
no,
I
no,
reply you?
no.
Thank you, brother. Let me say something. Let me say something.
Daddy, somebody. There's what I want to tell him. Please,
Right.
let me tell you. If you are making claims here, please, be very clear with what we are saying. I know Anambra very well, so I'm in the right position to tell you more about Anambra State. So don't just make claims.
No, because you live
Thank you,
from
Father.
Anambra and you live in Anambra, it doesn't mean. Allow me.
Prince Daddy, can I say something? Can I say something?
Right.
You know. When you talk about some certain things, you just have to measure the way you measure other people. You say number one that P2B is not a stable somebody. I want to tell you, if P2B is not a stable somebody, he will not be in court today contesting the election he's contesting. He would have back out. That's
Well, if
number one.
P2B
Another
were
thing, let me
stable,
finish. P2B. I want to clear that fact for you to know that P2B is not a yes/no man that you just mentioned. That's why I mentioned that one. Another thing is this: you said that P2B didn't save Anambra money and didn't do this and didn't do that. I want to tell you, Anambra State has one of the best public schools in Nigeria today. I can begin to mention them. One of the best public school. Anambra State has it. I can begin to mention them one after the other. That even
is it with
let me finish.
Hold on.
You know when you put
with
out,
2
you don't
billion
put out
naira.
claim. You don't put out.
Hold on,
Let me
Ekene, don't get us straight. Hold on.
Let me. You begin to criticize people you don't know. You begin to.
When I say hold on, can you just do that, please, just to help the flow of the thing? You have the floor, but don't take us through a lengthy list. But carry on, Ekene. Yeah.
I want to put it to him for him to know the man he's trying to criticize. That Anambra State has one of the best public schools in Nigeria today. I can begin to mention them. You can begin to mention DMGS, one of the oldest school in Nigeria today. You can begin to mention
Ekene, how do you determine the best school?
Let me finish.
It's very all those things very easy to see. How do you determine this is the best school?
Let him finish.
Let me finish now. You cannot just jump in and begin to interrupt me now. These are the schools that are dead before he became a governor. These schools are dead. Very dead before he became a governor. Up to today, that school still stand as one of those schools. I'm telling you, almost all the public school in Anambra State today.
Hold on, Ekene, was that the school that? Ekene, hold on. Take this question. Was that the school that his daughter left and ran to Lagos? She wanted to go and teach in a school, and then she left there and ran to Lagos. Was that the one?
Listen to me. His daughter was teaching in Anambra State before she got married. Fortunately, her husband was living in Lagos. So you don't expect her to be staying in Anambra State and be teaching when her husband is in Lagos. So you don't bring out something that is not in conjunction with what is the reality on ground. How can you be teaching in Anambra State when your husband is living in Lagos? His daughter just got married last year. And the lady was teaching in Anambra State right from the beginning.
Okay, can I interject now? We're not really talking about Anambra, but I said
when you want to yeah.
P2B saved Anambra money in the bank, but it did not improve. It did not improve Anambra to be. By the way, I'm not sure how many schools. Hold on, I'm not sure how many schools. I'm not sure how many schools.
Let me bring that fact to you also. P2B saved Anambra State money without improving the life of. Did Anambra people tell you that he didn't improve their lives?
So what is Soludo?
Hold on. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
No, we can't finish on Anambra. One minute to come in.
Before P2B save Anambra money, he has finished paying pensioners. He has finished paying salary. He has finished paying all these what are they calling it?
The
Salaries
Water
and all
Corporation
that
took
and all
him
that.
to court.
Hold on,
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Yeah,
Before he has saved Anambra money, he has finished doing all this. He has finished.
Have you lost connection? I didn't mute him. Ekene. All right. I like I said, I didn't mute him.
I can take you to improve educational system of from 26 to the first position in it before he saved Anambra State money. He has opened boreholes in every part of the school state. He has given them vehicles.
Boreholes, really? Boreholes.
Okay, so
for every school, internet free.
So why is
what is improve educational system?
All right, you've made the point.
System.
Okay, so what is Soludo crying?
I have a teaching hospital from P2B.
Yeah, okay. I'm not questioning or doubting that P2B did anything. I don't question or doubt that P2B did anything. But so what is Soludo? It's enough. Anambra. Why is Soludo complaining about IGR, or if anything is at all wrong with Anambra? Why is anybody complaining? Anyway, let's move on. So, Peter B.
No, Ekene, please. Let's just move on. It's getting wearing. Yeah.
So what my balls now? So it's now balls.
We have his legacy now. Let me show you his legacy.
This is disgraceful, man.
Let me show you his legacy. This is
Jesus.
That's the legacy that we know, but even the people were shouting Jesus. That's a rare market. That's the biggest market in the space.
What a corporation of your state, where you invest, not boreholes.
So I guess all this past and current leaders are just lying about P2B's great accomplishment. That's what Ekene is saying. He did everything so perfectly. Even Tinubu himself, we can criticize him for things he did that we don't like. But the notion that this guy, they paint P2B like an angel, like someone so smart. That's why I always like to bypass him.
Prince Daddy, you said Soludo is complaining about IGR, right?
Not true. I heard myself.
You said he's complaining about IGR.
Yes.
Is IGR as an indicator of economic development? Is it one of the World Bank measures of indicators for assessing development of a state?
What do you mean?
You guys are always too fixated about IGR.
No, what I'm trying to say in essence, the money that Anambra generates, if you call it IGR or whatever, I don't care. Where is Anambra's revenue coming from? Is it from allocation or some great ingeniousness in Anambra? Tell me. Are you saying you guys have so much money? Is that what you're saying right now? That Anambra is so rich? Is that what you're saying?
But are you saying that? Are you trying to say that Anambra is a poor state?
Anambra is a rich state.
Are you trying to bring Anambra? Are you trying to make Anambra a poor local champion area? So the way you people talk about irrigation and all that.
No, I'm only saying what the governor said. Only what the governor said.
Is a Zoha urban area? Is that what you're trying to say?
Okay, guys, for the record, you guys heard it now. Anambra is a very rich state. They have a lot of money. They don't need any help from anybody, not even the federal government. And the best state, perhaps the best state in Nigeria, right?
Because I see people, what they type, the Anambra State is a slump and all that and that. Have you been to Anambra before?
That's not even.
No, that's the comment I'm reading. What people are saying, Anambra slump. Have you been to Anambra State before?
No. No.
Why are you talking about Anambra State like that? Why are you comparing Anambra like that?
I've not been to Switzerland either. I've not been to Switzerland, and I can talk about Switzerland.
Even in my own personal town, Gogo, in my own personal town, I can tell you, surpass many places in this area.
All right.
I can tell you for that for free. You can travel. You cannot even the hotel price is there. You cannot get it the way you get it here. The prices you can get it here.
All right. I think we just have to move away from there. But I'll have the final word on that space, Prince Daddy, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, because there's no competition. That's why. If there was competition, it won't be as that expensive over there. But anyways, I don't want to argue or kind of belittle or Anambra. I'm not. But I don't doubt that you're from there and you have information. But it doesn't mean that you know everything about Anambra. By the way, things that I say about Anambra are official. That the governor says. I'm not just making stuff up to make Anambra looks bad or the people from there. Not at all, actually. So I'll just take what you said, that Anambra is a great state and did not have any problems. So for the record, I guess I won't say nothing bad about Anambra again. But to Peter B himself, I don't tend to take him seriously. I think he plays to the gallery just like he guys say all the time. It's not very fundamental in a lot of ways. Though he may be a successful business person, I don't think he would be a good leader at all in ruling Nigeria. I put that for the record.
All right. Thank you. There's one thing that I did say to move away from that space. And by the way, Ola, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ola, check your phone. I just want to show Ekene something quickly, and then I want to go on to the next headline that is on the screen. It looks as though Ribado may well have been chosen as the national security advisor, and I want to invite Simba, who I think may already agree with that choice, to expand on that space. But before I present all that, somebody just sent. When we are having this conversation, so many people listening and they are interacting with the conversation via Instagram because they are always sending me messages. So Ekene now telling us that Peter Obi's daughter moved to Lagos to be with her husband. But here is Peter Obi telling us exactly why his daughter moved to Lagos.
My daughter doesn't want to live outside Nigeria. She came back on her own and said, I can't stay in the UK and work. I want to teach in a secondary school in your village. That's what I want to do. I want to go and teach the students. Because of what we are saying today, security and everything, I got I teach in a secondary school in Lagos, which is just tough because I'm running flash. Just saying.
So that's Peter B in his own words, because of the insecurity.
This is during his campaign now. This is during his campaign now.
I'm not saying
I was telling you the early time the daughter came back. He said the daughter wanted to teach in the village. Is it not the first statement he made there? I was telling you this is during his campaign.
He didn't teach there. He went to Lagos.
And the time he was making statement, the daughter is already in Lagos. The daughter is already married. The time he was making this statement.
Yes, but it was because of the insecurity according to the father of the daughter, which we just
now the man is campaigning. The man is campaigning. He told them that he would do it.
So you mean that he's lying? Are you saying he's lying?
Why do you people like twisting things? Twisting.
There is nothing twisting there. There is nothing twisting here. There is nothing. This is the cause of his campaign.
My daughter moved.
Are you saying he's lying?
To Lagos.
Let me say something. Let me clear something. Let me say something. Let me finish. The man said his daughter doesn't want to live in UK. He came to teach in the village. I'm telling you that the daughter was staying in the village in Anambra State before she got married and moved to Lagos.
So we should not believe this statement. We have to believe you.
Let me finish now. And
we
this
have
statement,
to believe you. We should not believe what we have.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let's kind of go on.
This statement was in the course of the campaign. Is it not so? He was saying this statement during his campaign, and the campaign was stroke last year and this year. But I was telling you that the daughter was in Nigeria for a very long time and was teaching in Anambra State before she got married and moved to Lagos. Is that not what I said?
The man said,
Hold on. The man said she moved to Lagos, and I can play it again. The man said she moved to Lagos because of the insecurity.
Yes, just say that now.
We all heard him now.
No matter how you want to put it, I've just told you I've told you what I know. I've told you what it is and how it is. I told you P2B was not
I don't know what is this. She want to be money.
Not governor when he was making this statement. He was campaigning stroke last year and this year. And I told you that when his daughter came to Nigeria, that his daughter said, I don't want to teach in the I don't want to stay in the I want to stay in the village. That the first time the daughter came to Nigeria, the daughter was teaching in
Okay,
so no matter how you want
okay, you are repeating what you said, so let's just move on. But it's unbelievable.
Obi is not a religion that you cannot speak against now. It's a religion now.
I know.
Sorry, I'm going to play this just one more time, and then after this, I'll come to you, Simba, because it's unbelievable now.
My daughter doesn't want to live outside Nigeria. She came back on her own and said, I can't stay in the UK and work. I want to teach in a secondary school in your village. That's what I want to do. I want to go and teach the students. Because of what we are saying today, security and everything, I got her teachers in a secondary school in Lagos, which is just stop because I'm running flexion. Just say, stop. When I finish, go back. She lives in Lagos. She's a teacher. And she enjoys it in a public school. She's very, very super happy.
All right, so we heard the man. I'm not sure what more to add to that.
I don't know.
You know. But let me come to you with this, Simba. So it looks as though some of the appointments that Tinubu has been making, some people might suggest that they all seem a bit underwhelming. Everybody underwhelmed. Wajabia Miller underwhelming. This Akume underwhelming, but nothing underwhelms more than this. Tinubu settles for Ribadu ahead of Damba Zhao Rafiu as National Security Advisor. So there it is. And I've had it from there's about 3 or 4 places reporting it. Barring any last-minute change of plan, President Bola Tinubu will, at any moment from today, announce his appointment of former Economic and Financial Crimes Chairman Nuhu Ribadu as National Security Advisor. Sources close to the presidency informed correspondents that Ribadu was picked ahead of 2 other candidates that were being considered for the top security post as part of his efforts to fulfill his promise of delivering a bold, no-nonsense crime prevention reform to safeguard Nigerians. President Tinubu evaluated 3 candidates for the National Security Advisor post before finally settling for Ribadu, who is widely regarded as one of Nigeria's experienced individuals in the field of security and law enforcement. The 2 other candidates that were also considered the 2 other candidates that were also considered are former Minister of Interior and ex-Chief of Army Staff, retired General Bello Dambazao, and our current Director General of National Intelligence Agency, Ahmed Rufai Abubakar. The National Security Advisor serves as the principal advisor to the President on security matters, responsible for coordinating various security agencies, providing intelligence assessments, and formulating policies to address the nation's security challenges. The National Security Advisor position requires a capable and experienced individual who can navigate complex security issues and provide effective counsel to the President and Tinubu, according to sources, was determined to pick an individual who can help to effectively address the pressing security challenges facing the nation. While the appointment is yet to be officially confirmed, insiders told correspondents that President Tinubu holds Ribadu in high regards and values his expertise and dedication to public service. The selection of Ribadu, when announced, will count amongst the first few important appointments to be made by the newly elected president. The State House had earlier announced the appointment of and then it told us Gbadabi Amila, etc. So here he is. Nuhu Ribadu. Ribadu boasts a commendable track record in fighting corruption during his tenure as the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. His pursuit of high-profile corruption cases during his time earned him both praise and criticism. A lawyer, a former police officer, and anti-corruption crusader, Ribadu gained significant recognition during his tenure as the pioneer EFCC chairman. But sources told correspondents that his background as a former police officer could have counted against him, as the NSA position has customarily been occupied by persons with a military background. Ribadu studied law at Ahmadu Bello University and later earned a master's in law from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. He also attended several professional courses, etc. Ribadu, who hails from Adamawa State in Nigeria's northeast region, began his career as a police officer in Nigeria and held various positions within the Nigerian police force. He served in different capacities, including a divisional police officer, chief superintendent of police, and assistant commissioner of police. He was appointed the FCC in 2003 by Obasanjo, tasked with investigating and prosecuting financial crimes, etc. So that is Nuhu Ribadu now, the new NSA choice. Underwhelming, a lot of people would say. Simba, would you agree?
Good morning, woman. Good morning, the panelists.
Good morning, Simba.
Yeah, this speculation has been in the media space for almost 1 week now, and maybe because this online newspaper is also maybe just reiterating what people are. This speculation is still not confirmed, but if you go by what this speculation is, it shows that maybe around 80% or 90% is going to be true. But woman, what I want to say is that this is, if he eventually gets appointed in this position, he will not be the first policeman to become NSA in Nigeria. So it's not as if he's the first one that will. The reason why people actually normally clamor for maybe a retired army officer is because of the kind of competition between the police and the military. That the military hierarchy might not respect the opinion of a policeman NSA. And that is why people always clamoring that, okay, because we all believe that the military, they are more superior than the police, which is not true. But with the way we see things in Nigeria, people will prefer a retired military person or somebody who has a military background in that position as NSA. But that does not mean that a policeman, a well-trained policeman, cannot perform in that position. So Ribadu is a retired policeman. He has both.
You don't find him an underwhelming. You don't find him an underwhelming choice. Do you feel, out of all of the names, I think Enigmatic was coming up with some names. Just and you
like there's one man that used to talk on is becoming like a political analyst. There's one man called Olu Nisakin or something like one Yoruba man. He speaks eloquently when you listen to him on TV. He talks more about Nigerian security. So people who prefer such a person that they have an idea of the way he can handle the Nigerian security situation. But well and good. I don't know. To me, I think one man. any position, let us look at the Buhari administration. If you put the best person in a position, and the commander-in-chief himself, the president, if you are not in charge, if you are just like a Buhari who will just stand aloof, drop funded, and is not actually supervising whatever, everybody will just be doing whatever they want to do. I think the ball, I mean the whole responsibility still, or the security of Nigeria still rests on the commander-in-chief, which is the Mr. President himself. So no matter who you have there, if you are not coordinating your team very well, you are not supervising them, and you are not watching over them, you get what you get in Buhari administration. And I think Tinubu will not allow anybody to actually be on their own. He will supervise everybody, be on their toes, and push them to do the work. So I think if Grubadu is there, he will put pressure on him to achieve what he wants to achieve.
You don't find him an underwhelming choice out of all of the names, because, like you said, all these senior retired police, military generals, even Air Force people, and all the security operatives he's going to coordinate the security structures of the country. That does it? Because this seems like a job for the boys. You remember that Tinubu gave him a presidential ticket a few years ago.
Yeah, 2011.
So is it more a personal choice than a competent choice?
I think what is happening here, I might want to agree with you, is that Tinubu will want to use people that will be loyal to him, people that we listen to, will at least follow his own line of thought, and to achieve his own results. Yes, if you look at credentials, he might not actually be the best that we can get in this position, but he might have so many other reasons why he choose such a person. Because if you put somebody that might not listen to you, somebody that might not be committed to your own cause, it might also backfire. But as you said, if you look at it credential for credential, it might not be the best choice that we have in that position.
All right. So the shape that Tinubu's administration is taking, he seems to be picking more from loyalism than competence. This is what we're saying.
Well, okay, how many appointments has he made? Maybe just 3 or 4 appointments. So yeah. I think it will be too early for us to make that conclusion.
But those appointments have been job for the boys.
Well, if you want to take it one after the other, okay, the choice of Gbajabiamila as chief of staff, to me, I don't think because all of us we talk about Babajide Fashola as being our preferred choice for that position, but I still think that Gbajabiamila is also not equally bad in that position. He has the experience, he has his credentials. So if he's not going by what we believe, then we should not just give it a coloration that is not actually the best. They are in that space. They know what they are looking for. So they are more. They have more reason to choose whoever they want to choose. We are just here. We are just speculating based on our own what we know about these people. But they understand these people better than us. That's the way I want to look at it.
All right, brilliant. And to the where were we earlier on? To the
in fact, this one I was even thinking that he will have announced this NSA when he announced the secretary to Government of Federation, because the names of George Akume and the rest came out at the same time with this Ribadu last week. So I was surprised when he didn't mention them over the weekend.
And to the El-Rufai space, your thoughts on that?
If you had my thoughts, the two, well, El-Rufai is just a rascal, and he make reckless statement all over this way. El-Rufai is not somebody that you can rely on for your political ambition. Sometimes he will do something that will favor you, and some other time he will say something that can actually mar your aspiration. So many times he has condemned Tinubu, even the so-called masters. So to me, it's just when you talk too much, you will not know when you will be spilling out things that you are not supposed to be saying. So, and we all know him for that. But my own take about it is that what he has, the video, this statement that he made is a very reckless statement, condemnable. But at the same time, we should not actually be rationalizing and say the two videos, both the one from Obi and the one from El-Rufai, they are condemnable and we should condemn it. But in a situation whereby we now begin to rationalize and say one is better than the other is what I don't want. The two of them, we should condemn them. We don't want religion to be the basis of our politics in Nigeria. No, woman, let me tell you one thing. If you go by history, let me tell you, a lot of things that are coming up now are actually started by our forefathers, the likes of Zik and Awolowo. I remember I was told, not my father told me that, this pilgrimage that the Muslim makes to Mecca and all those things. That it was Awolowo that now say, okay, no, if Muslims are going on pilgrimage and the government are spending money, that the Christians also have to go on pilgrimage, and that was how the Jerusalem pilgrimage started in Nigeria. So this religion of a thing balancing, it has been there for ages, and I don't know what we can do to actually eliminate this religious bigotry in our electionary process in Nigeria. And the social media now is making it very, 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 very obvious. And I was listening to Niger Watch yesterday, and if you see what people are saying, it was actually very, very derogatory, and people are saying a lot of things that are not even good for hearing. So, but and the way I see it is that depending on where you belong to, your political lineage or ethnic lineage, that is the way. Because when the Yes Man, Yes Daddy video came out, I didn't see them condemning it that way on that Niger platform. But this one came now, and everybody started yelling. It's only on our own platform here that you see that we discuss issue and we look at both sides. And I think it's good for us. But for somebody to now come and say one is better than the other, that is what I would not actually accept.
All right. And Peter will be somewhat endorsing Tinubu's fuel subsidy removal. It's not as though he had a choice, because he already made the similar promise. But what are you then making then of the commentaries that we're hearing from Peter Obi, even though he added a caveat to it?
The three major political aspirants in their campaign, during their campaign, promised Nigerians that they are going to remove subsidy. So, but as usual now, what Obi is saying now is now actually different, but it's not something that we are not expecting. He just launched on what is actually going on this subsidy removal. He's just using it to campaign more, to put himself in a good position and say, okay, if I'm the one, yes, I will remove it. This is what I will have done, and it's just giving it a benefit of hindsight. And so, if you are in that, even if Tinubu is one in that space, he will also do the same thing. But practical is different from theory. So, if you said initially that you are going to remove it from day one, then how do you do that? The thing has been removed a year ago when the appropriation bill was passed around the middle of last year. And now you are coming and now saying that, oh no, this is what you do. Or somebody was saying that you do it 50%. I don't know how will you do something by 50%. We don't have money, we are borrowing money for subsidy. And to me, he's not the one that was campaigning for consumption to production. So how will you now be borrowing money for consumption when you are not producing anything? There is no money. Nigeria doesn't have money for this subsidy. It's not as if there is one money there that you can say, okay, you can be releasing it, reducing it piecemeal. There's no money, and they are even owing money. So I don't know what somebody will now say. Let me tell you one man. Even the previous administration, I remember during the Jonathan regime when they started all this shopping, they bought a lot of buses. They were giving people free money. Where are those buses today? And it was even this Labour Congress that they gave all these buses to that time. All the buses have disappeared from the public space. So what are we talking about? To me, any palliative, whatever palliative we want to do, we can't remove subsidy from one thing and put subsidy on another thing that. So it doesn't make sense to me. So what the TUC are saying is that, okay, increase the salary. If they increase the salary, that one will trickle down into the economy better than now saying that you want to buy buses. For who? Who is going to manage it? So those victories that people are just painting, we have tried so many palliative that didn't work in Nigeria. Shopee is one. We've tried so many, even during Obasanjo and Yaradua, there are so many. We did even this Buhari that just left. They did a lot of things about palliative. But how many of these palliative? Because it's just like the corruption in Nigeria will not make any kind of putting one, getting one money from one sector and put it in the other. And to me, Nigerians, maybe we don't know. It's not only even fuel that we subsidize in Nigeria. Health is subsidized in Nigeria. We all know education is also subsidized. I think if they can put the money in all those things, it will trickle down to the downtrodden, rather than say you want to put it. If you put it in mass transit, it's only going to benefit the how many, maybe 1 or 2% of the population that are actually working in the formal sector. My mother in the village, how many times does it travel? So so what amount of subsidy is getting to those such people? But if you give civil servant money, they have a lot of people that are dependent on them. Increase the salary, put the money in health sector, put it in the education sector, so that at least the poor people, children can also go to school, and then we all benefit from education subsidy in Nigeria. So to me, I think it would be better like that than somebody saying that you should be putting it and buying buses. How long would they going to maintain those buses? Who's going to maintain them? So that's my own take about that.
All right, brilliant. So Simba, let's hear from Ekene, whose battery is running low very fast. So Ekene, you're up. I wanted to play you this clip, Simba, and ask you to lead the conversation on it. But let's hear from Ekene first before we lose him. So Ekene, on mute. So Ekene, a lot of the criticism about Peter Obi, you don't like to hear it.
No, it's not I don't like to. It's just that, I don't like people basing their argument one-sided, because, when I tell you that this man is one of my best governors, just believe it. You don't need to argue. You have your governors in your state. So even if he's not the president of the country, just believe that I said this man is one of my best governors. Just the way I will not argue I will not argue about your own governor, who you prefer to be one of your best. So I'm telling you that up till today, even Soludo have never gotten water to even trying to break his record in Anambra State. And I still maintain that. I can go on and begin to mention them. He's my governor. He's one of my best. Even if he doesn't become the president of Nigeria tomorrow, I don't care. But what he has contributed in terms of Anambra development today, no governor have ever done that. He is the reason that made Anambra State what it is today. You understand? So before he became a governor, we know what Anambra is. We know what Mbadinuju turned Anambra into. We know how things were. We know education was nowhere. I mean nowhere. Security was nowhere. Economy was nowhere. You understand? So when I'm saying this is my best governor, just believe it. The same way in a point in your own state, you might have your own governor.
It
doesn't matter if it becomes the president tomorrow or not.
How come we can't criticize Peter B as a Nigerian? What is wrong with that?
I'm not saying when you criticize him with facts. When you come to say that the man is not competent, but I'm telling you, in my own state, the man has proved me competent. You understand? He hasn't governed maybe if he has become the president tomorrow now, you can say that he's not competent. But for you to say that the man is not this, the man is not that, but I'm telling you that this man.
No, what you're saying is like, oh, well, because I'm not from the East, I cannot criticize Peter B. No, I can criticize Peter B as a Nigerian, just like any other government. We just talk about El-Rufai right now. Just talk about El-Rufai.
With fact, but listen to me now. Just like when you're talking about Tinubu now, I'm a Nigerian. Tinubu is contesting for Nigerian president. I cannot criticize him because I don't know him as my governor then. That's a fact. If Tinubu comes out today and say that he built how many kilometers of road, it's the people that it's the people that benefited that can testify to that. If I didn't benefit, I cannot testify to that. Then why will I just come out and begin to say the man is lying, the man is this, the man is nepotism, the man is this and that?
Because
I cannot say that.
Because somebody lives in hold on one second. Because somebody lives in Lagos. One second. Because somebody lives in Lagos or Anambra, doesn't mean that person has wealth of information or credible information about the place. There are so many people, right? Okay. Even when I was growing up, there were people that knew more about the Yoruba culture and Lagos than I did. So I don't buy your argument. I should be able to talk about Peter B anytime that if it's factual.
No, you don't talk down. Listen to me. You don't talk down on him because you want to bring him down. You understand? You talk with facts. Just like campaign. When you want, like me, I know that people campaign for many reasons. People campaign with religion, people campaign with tribe, people campaign with whatever they want to campaign. I don't campaign with that. I campaign with what I know you for. That is why I will not campaign against Tinubu because people say that he's this, people say that he's that. I cannot do that. It's me. You understand? So I don't know. That is the reason why it pains me when I see people campaigning in that area. That's just like what is going on with
I hear you, but it's not an insult.
With all these religious. I don't care. I pay less attention to those things. Those religious and all this. I always say it in this platform. I pay less attention to all those things. I don't care where the person that will bring this country up, where the person comes from. I don't care whether it's Tinubu or whoever.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the record shows that during the time of Ngige, the revenue of Anambra State, the internal IGR was very high. During Obi, IGR was very low. During who took over from Obi?
No, continue to give your fact now. I don't know. You continue to.
Who took over?
Obiano.
During the time of Obiano, IGR went very high. So, are you telling us that we should not criticize Obi for being not a resourceful governor because of his poor performance on IGR? Because it was depending only heavily, like 80% from the money coming from federal government.
It's a lie.
See what you are saying. You said that IGR was very low during Obi time. Look at the statistics you are just bringing out. Failed statistics. I don't believe it.
The man said no. This
look at the failed statistics you are bringing out.
Ekene learn to listen. The man said compared to the person that came out.
There is nothing to compare. I'm telling you, there is. Listen to me. Let me tell you something.
Hold on.
This is my space. This is my space.
We know it's your state. You know their financial records are published And there was hold on, you can come in, but let me just make this point. And Kulata is still here. Maybe he's gone to sleep. And I think I have it saved as well, so I can bring it up. Their financial records are published. And there was a time we pulled up all of the financial records of Anambra State in that period of time. And Peter Obi was by far the lowest. Ngige outperformed him twice over. Obiano outperformed him 3 times over in terms of generated revenues within the state. So the people that he was sandwiched in between, they outperformed him financially. And that is according to the reported accounts of the state. I'm not sure. Ajale Koko, do you remember when we were going through that record?
Oh, yeah, that is what I'm referring to that record now. We treated it here.
We were not guessing. We brought the records and put it on the screen.
Well, I have my own record, and I have everything
your
about
record.
What is your own record?
Let me finish. I'm not here to argue because I have no battery.
Hold on. They are published financial accounts. Is what we are talking. They are published financial accounts. But carry on.
Sorry, can I?
Listen. Let me finish. Let me say what I want to say. I have my Obi achievement as my former governor, and I know how he started, and I know where he ended. That is my own. No matter how you want to put it, IGR or GER or whatever you want to say. You understand? So what I want to say, I know where he started and how he started. Just like I told you, that before he became governor, education is nothing, health is nothing, security is nothing.
Because you started from 0, so you can only get better from there.
Even state house is nowhere to be found. Even governor's lodge is nowhere to be found. That was when he became the governor of Anambra State. But before he left, all these things were intact at the highest level.
At the highest level?
Yes.
You can't say things like that now.
Everything. And these things that I mentioned to you, education today is what it is in Anambra State because of its legacy. I can continue to say it anywhere I am.
The only revamp,
I can continue to tell you that Anambra State has one of the best public schools in Nigeria today compared to other states in Nigeria. You can go and check. I can begin to mention them one after the other.
That school that you regarded as the best public school, name it.
DMGS, you can go and Google it. CKC. Okay. Many of them.
Built by the Catholics or who?
But even, do you know that
you understand? All these are public schools. It's not private schools.
Oh, hold on, Ekene. Do you know that the educational performance of Anambra State that to be often referred to as that when it came in, they were number 26 in WAEC performance, and they brought it to number 1. Do you know that that has been attributed to?
That's what you say.
What do they call those fake centers where they are
miracle centers? Miracle centers.
Yeah, miracle
whatever you want to put.
Okay. No. Wait.
Whatever you want to put.
Everybody, you will contribute. But when I say everybody, hold on. So, Kene, just to show that we don't tell lies here. You see, I'm going to post the link, but these are the financial. Let me remove this from the screen because we said we treated it, and I recall that I saved it, so I did save it. You see, this PDF file is 235 pages long. These are the financial accounts of Anambra State. So we went through it in total. And that is where we're coming from. So I'll send the link to the comment section so you can go through it as well. So 5-year financial summary, etc. From all the way 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Thank you, woman. That is logic over emotions.
We went through it in total. So it's not as though we're just lumping at the guy. I'll post the link in the comment section for anybody that has the time to go and read it. We went through it in total. So don't worry about what you think or what you feel. We're talking about the figures.
The figures of what?
Fact.
Which figure?
The financial reports. Now, you're not seeing it on your screen.
I told you where this guy came from and what he left before. I told you where all these things. Do you have these figures? Were you talking about were you talking about figures when he became governor? Is there anything talk about figure when he became the governor of Anambra State?
All right.
He built all these things up before other governors could come up and they build on it. Before any other person could come up and build on these things, he have already put them in place.
They looked at Ngige. They looked at
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's only because
he has already put all these things up. He has already put all these things up before any other person could come up. Even Obiano, that the only thing that he was able to achieve was an airport. You could also hear him say that it was the money kept by Obi.
Ekene, can you take time to look at those records?
Okay, see, I'm not talking. I'm saying that whatever
these are financial.
Whatever record you are putting, those records were not there before he became governor. Those records begin to come up after he has become governor of Anambra State.
Can you listen?
That is what I'm trying to say.
Can you listen? Can you listen for 10 seconds? Listen for 10 seconds without interruption. Or listen. If you take the time to look at this, and we picked it out in details, but we can't do that now because I think we spent endless hours on this financial sheets. When we look through it, yes. When we look through it, the revenues generated from by Ngige, it was twice as much as the revenues generated by Peter Obi, and then the revenues generated by Obiano was 3 times as much as the revenues generated by Peter Obi. So his predecessor Ngige, he outperformed him financially. His successor Obiano outperformed him financially, and Soludo is set to outperform all of them. Hold on. In addition, the National Bureau of Statistics, they told us then that during Obi's tenure, poverty doubled in Anambra State. These are figures. These are published figures, not subjective views. Published figures.
So can I interject a bit?
Okay, so I interject. Let me respond.
I want to focus on Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, it worries me whenever people are fixated on IGR, as if IGR is a fundamental measure of development of a state. IGR is an aspect of showing that a state is viable in terms of taxing people, generating revenue. I will give you a very simple example in the Southeast. Today, if you ask me which of the states as at today in the last 8 years has done remarkably well in certain indicators, in the major indicators of assessment, I will tell you Ebonyi State in the last 8 years. Compare Ebonyi State with Abia State. Abia has more IGR than Ebonyi. Imo has more IGR than Ebonyi. But go to Ebonyi today, you will see what Dave Omai has been able to achieve, even without having that IGR. Will I not?
We're sorry to interject real quickly. Because you have a high IGR doesn't mean that you do something good with it. To do anything, you need money. You need money.
Exactly.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
How did Obi performed without focusing more on IGR? Obi was able to achieve what he achieved using 2 dimensions of financial resources. He focused more on building partnership with developmental partners.
No, let's just put it grant and scholarship. That's it. He didn't do much.
Let me finish. he had a lot of developmental partners that assisted him. Not even loan that he's going to pay. Those developmental partners.
You never even collect 1 naira for as a loan.
No, he didn't. Those developmental partners like the World Bank and IMF gave him a lot of. They gave him a lot of money during his time. Do you understand what I mean? That helped him to achieve a lot of things he achieved. Another thing he did was to those places that have been the government has been spending a lot of money. He tried as much as possible to reduce those costs.
So Obi run Anambra as a non-profit.
No. So what I'm trying to say in effect is he generated IGR, but he didn't focus on taxing people because before when he came, a lot of Anambrarians were living.
He never taxed anybody. Now, just like Soludo is taxing everybody.
He didn't
tax anyone in Anambra State.
He didn't focus more on taxes just to achieve the result.
Only an inefficient system will not tax the people. Only inefficient system will not tax the people. That's laziness.
No. It's just like Ebonyi State. The poverty index in Ebonyi State, many people are poor in Ebonyi. You know.
Oh, so people were poor in Anambra. I get it now. I got it.
No, before P2B came in, the poverty rate in Anambra was quite worrisome. So he couldn't have focused on
poverty rate in Anambra when Obi left office. Doubled.
When Obi left office, what was the poverty
rate? The poverty rate doubled when Obi came in. Let me tell you,
when Obi leave office, what was
nothing doubled? Nothing doubled. Nothing doubled. In Anambra State is not poor.
Hold on.
What are you saying? Are you trying to tell me
that? Hold on. Your argument, Ekene, is not with enigmatic. It's with the National Bureau of Statistics because they said that.
Yeah.
So let me tell you one thing. They said they doubled. Yes.
One thing you guys has the highest billionaires.
I want to get you one man.
We are talking about poverty.
I want to get you one man.
Obi took office from Ngige, right? Obi took office from Ngige.
Yeah.
As against the general comment that you guys are making, you and Ekene, trying to make people believe Obi took office from Ground Zero. That's absolute false. Ngige actually, did better than Obi.
Can I tell you what Ngige did, enigmatic? You are not from Anambra State. I will tell you what Ngige did.
Don't tell me. You guys should stop.
You are not from Anambra State. I will tell you what Ngige did.
Talk about your state. Let's talk about my Anambra State. If you want to defend your own state, you are talking about what happened in my own state.
Let me tell you what
trying to tell me what happened in my own state.
Let me tell you what Ngige did before he left Anambra State.
One voice. Yeah, carry on.
Enigmatic.
When you say, hold on, Saki Father. This argument, those are baby kindergarten argument. You are not.
You don't need to. You can call it any argument. But
what does
I
that
will
mean?
tell you what Ngige did.
Obi took office from Ngige, right?
So I will tell you what Ngige did before leaving.
This is just
enigmatic.
There's a document. There's a document now. Hold on. Is it true? Yes or no?
What Ngige did now? Talk what Ngige did before he left office now.
Guy, calm down now. Is it true? Yes or no that poverty doubled under Obi? Yes or no?
It's a lie.
No poverty doubled. Poverty is not no poverty in Anambra State. There is no poverty in Anambra State. Yes, there is no poverty in Anambra State.
Poverty rate doubled under Obi.
Poverty did not double under him. Poverty did not double under him. Up to the Anambra, Obi left Anambra State as one of the least indebted states in Nigeria. He left Anambra State as one of the least indebted states in Nigeria.
Calm down. Can we use the number?
I will tell you what
we have the.
It's not false.
What National Bureau of Statistics.
One man.
He didn't.
One voice now. Sorry. We have to have only one voice now. You know that.
Let me tell you what National.
Let me tell you what. One man, give me my space. Let me talk and go. One man, give me my space. Let me talk and go.
You are here.
I don't understand all this argument.
I'm being emotional. We have the numbers.
Those are figures.
One man, give me my space. Let me talk and go.
MBS. I will tell you the figure of MBS that you are.
You have the document right here.
Give us
what you are relying on. I will tell you.
Have any good document you want to have.
Poverty doubled under Obi. That's a fact.
I will tell you what the MBS said.
There was a strike action by medical doctors and medical professionals.
But he built most of the highest health centers in Anambra State. Which one did your governor build? Which one did your governor build? Which one did your own governor build? He built health center. He built health center in Ibudo. He built teaching hospital. He built many of those. Which one did your governor build?
The Catholic churches.
Your own state governor.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Can let me give?
Why are you crying now?
Hold on. No, I've read about it. This road just roll but hold on. Like you said, let's lead with facts. So this is a fact-checking hub, and they are telling you that the poverty level doubled. This was the National Bureau of Statistics. But then, so let me give you this. It says, so this is a fact-checking hub. Did Anambra record 53.7% poverty rate under Peter Obi? Yeah, hold on. It says, on April the 19th, 2023, a Twitter user, Pastor Mavi, claimed that Anambra recorded 53.7% poverty rate when Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was governor of the state. Pastor Marvin said this was reacting to a tweet from Obi where he promised to work to mitigate poverty starting from northern Nigeria. Obi served as the governor of Anambra State from March to November 2006, February to May 2007, and June 2007 to March 2014. The tweet reads, that guy that had a 53.7% poverty in a population of 4 million as governor of Anambra State wants to pull 128.1 million northerners out of poverty. This is why many countries see us as jokers, because what is giving that guy the audacity. The tweet generated over 50 retweets and likes. He later tweeted the photo of President/Chief Executive of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, and BAU Group Chairman Rabiu with a caption that reads, "These are the people Peter Obi wants to pull out of poverty." So that was his own. So the claim. So they are documenting the claim. Oh, can you hold on? Let me just read it first. They are documenting the claim and then they're going to check it. The claim: Anambra recorded 53.7% poverty during Peter Obi's era as governor of the state. The findings by Fact Check Hub shows that the claim is true. Poverty is generally defined as a state of being poor. The 2010 poverty report by the National Bureau of Statistics captures poverty rates across Nigeria based on three different approaches, namely absolute poverty approach, relative poverty approach, and dollar per day. So this is the criterion by which, according to the report, which documents the average poverty headcount rate across Nigerian states, Anambra recorded 53.7% poverty rate between 2009 to 2010 when Obi was the governor of the state. Between 2003 to 2004, before Obi became governor of the state, the poverty rate in the state stood at 41.4%, meaning that the figure increased by about 28% under Peter Obi. A fact-checked hub could not access the poverty report for the period when Obi left office in March 2014 because the National Bureau of Statistics did not release a subsequent poverty report until 2020. The report shows that Anambra's poverty rate reduced by 14.8% in 2019. So the verdict, they claim that Anambra recorded 53.7% poverty rate under Peter Obi's leadership as governor of Anambra State is true, according to data obtained from the National Bureau of Statistics. So the figures tell us that Peter Obi increased the poverty rates in Anambra State. So those are the figures.
Can I interject on that? Can I
yes.
tell you something on that?
Right.
In economies, there's what they call structural breaks.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Don't laugh at me. Let me finish.
No, carry on.
No. In economics, rather econometries, there's what they call structural breaks. When certain major events happen. Right? Now, there was certain major events that occurred even in Nigeria and other countries between 2008 and 2009, thereabout. And that is called the global the global financial crisis, right? Where a lot of people lost jobs. Many economies were affected. It affected Nigeria, it affected a lot of countries. Now, what I want you to tell me, I'm not arguing.
No, Zaki Daddy. Nigeria was not affected. Nigeria was not affected. Nigeria was not affected. Nigeria was not affected. Don't lie. Nigeria was not affected.
I know. Listen.
Afford to listen.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Let
me finish, enigmatic. Listen to me first. If I finish, you can talk.
No, I mean, we can't continue like this.
No. If I finish,
elections are over. We just want to. Figures are here.
Allow me to finish.
Whoever is listening
to
this,
no.
There's a link. Go and look at this. And
just allow me to finish.
One man, let's move on to something better, please. Let's leave this Obi and his goons.
Just allow me to finish on this. If you don't want me to talk, I will leave. No problem. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that the global financial crisis affected Nigeria. The only thing that happened in Nigeria was that our financial sector was able to withstand, the impact of the financial crisis by the consolidation policy of.
Obi was governor when Nigeria was buoyant.
No, let me finish now.
When Nigeria was buoyant,
the problem is that you don't want me to talk.
He went into Jonathan's administration.
The problem is that you don't want
enigmatic. Please let him talk so that when he finish, let him talk. Enigmatic, let him talk, please.
So what I'm saying is that for the person that is saying that Nigeria was not affected in the global financial crisis, that's a lie. Nigeria was affected like other countries. But the only thing is that our financial sector, the money market majorly,
apologies, Saki. Let me just take a window to ease myself out and hand over to Ola in the absence of Thomas, who's held up by work. Let the conversation carry on. But before it carries on, let me acknowledge Prince Summer for his super chat, Prince Daddy, and I'm not going to confuse Prince Daddy with another prince again. We have an abundance of princes on this platform. Some of them bring their wallet, some of them don't. But Prince Daddy and Prince, just Prince. So acknowledge them. Ayo, as ever, you already know about Ayo, who rattles off the super sticker. So thank you. So the interjection carries on, but Ekene still has the floor. So as I hand over to Ola to take charge. So Ola, over to you. Thank you, everyone. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Fellow Nigerians.
Yeah, thanks, Ola.
I've just overthrown one man. So
all right. So Ola, let me just give me 1 second.
Let me just say I want to leave now. But before
just give me 1 second.
Remember before Saki Father continued, this is a nebulous explanation now.
This is the only problem I have with you on this platform.
Hold on, I asked a very pointed question.
Treat me with certain respect. I don't like.
I asked them what I asked them. I pointed it to them, but the two of them said no. But now he's giving explanation to what he said.
I never said no, that poverty didn't rise. You
said no. You said no.
I said no, poverty didn't rise. I said no, poverty didn't rise.
I didn't say
Obi left Anambra State, one of the most Anambra State is less indebted state.
Now, guys, hold on, please.
Let Zaki Father talk. Finish.
Then let me finish my talk. The guy doesn't want me to talk.
So, everybody. Good night, everybody. I just want to. They should stop all these lies. Elections are over.
He's not lie. He's not lie.
Okay. Everybody, no, Zaki Father, please. The thing is this.
Allow me to finish the thoughts.
Exactly. I'm going to allow you to finish. Yeah. That is exactly where I'm going to. Because I want to understand it's good for us to understand your reasoning behind behind the reason or what happened in the Anambra State that time. So
Yes.
please continue.
Yeah. So Ajanle Koko, this is what I don't know how to speak much English, but just understand me. Before P2B came, in 2007, many states in Nigeria, their poverty indices were somehow okay. Do you understand? But around 2008, 2009, that was when we have that major global financial crisis. A lot of states around that time, their poverty indices increased. Their poverty indices performed badly, not only Anambra State. Then, by the time P2B was leaving office in 2014, poverty in Anambra State was 11%. I'm not saying that in 2008 it wasn't high, but I'm saying that by the time P2B was leaving, it was already low to 11%. And it also increased under Obiano from that 11% to 14 point something percent. So that is the argument I'm trying to make.
You have document to that effect. You can send to us.
Yes. But people left what happened in 2014. What was the poverty rate by 2014? People left that side. They were focusing on only that thing that happened in 2829.
The one that happened.
Yeah, in 2829. That also happened in other states. So that's my argument.
But Saki Father, on the contrary, how do you explain a situation whereby Nigeria had surplus between that 2007 and 2009 because our savings increased?
No. Surplus, you mean in terms of what do we call it? In terms of
national savings.
In terms of our, what is it called again? In terms of foreign reserve.
Just call it savings. No, forget about it.
Is it in terms of our foreign reserve?
National savings, both excess crude oil and whatever.
Okay, yeah.
So what's the correlation between the poverty rate within that period and our national savings that increased? Then how come that these poverty rates are not reflected in other states that is only limited to Anambra? So I would like the sound economic principle around that.
Poverty rates in other states in 2008, 2009. Check what poverty rate in other states 2829 was. Between 28 and 210, just check other states. Tell me what their poverty rates were. Whether they were going down or whether they were coming up compared to what it was before that year. You will see a pattern. You will see that it's almost as if every other state, their poverty rate rose between that very year. Go and check that very data. So it's not as if it is just in only Anambra State that such thing was experienced. That's my argument.
Can I make my interjection? Can I finish my talk?
You will finish your talk. Let me ask whether Enigmatic is still there.
No, he's no longer there. He's no longer there.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. I just want.
Hola. I'm checking one thing now. Can I read it out?
Yeah.
No. I will allow you to read it, but I just want because I know Enigmatic and
what I just want to say, this same 2014 that they are talking about poverty rate, the poverty rate even of Osun State, one of the highest state with the highest poverty rate in Southwest then was 10.9%. And
yes,
when you look at certain if one of those things that actually write these people up, the obedience basically, in Soludo's memo was because of the fact that actually was embedded in that memo. Part of it was a poverty rate.
See what Soludo wrote in his memo. He said poverty decreased. Poverty in Anambra State decreased from a high of 50-something% to a low of 14 point something under Obiano.
No, poverty doubled under Obi.
No, should I read the tweet again?
Hold
He
on.
said
Look,
poverty.
I'm not here to even, this will be an accidental conversation.
He said poverty rate. You can't say, I
don't
can read out what Soludo wrote. He's still on
I
the
don't want to
tweet.
be talking about this guy, but of course, unfortunately, it's a conversation that we have to have because it accidentally crept back.
He said poverty in Anambra State decreased from 50-something%
that are detached from emotion
to 14 point something under Obiano. That was what he said.
People that are detached from emotion. Look, people that are detached from emotion, I know they don't like Obiano and they don't like Soludo now.
It's
right?
not the issue of liking.
Hold
It's
on
not
now.
the issue
I
of
think
liking.
I'm talking now, and they don't like. So Peter Obi is probably is everything now according to them.
Enigmatic, can I ask you just one question?
But the two of them,
please answer this question.
Sagi Father, let Enigmatic land. Then,
no, he needs to answer this one question
so that others can talk.
So it is a fact, like, because
you don't want me to conclude.
When some people
so
speak,
Ekene, you will conclude. That's why I want Enigmatic to finish his thoughts.
Yeah, when some people speak and the next thing they want to say is, you don't know Anambra State, you are not from Anambra State, you live 7 years, 8 years in Anambra State, does that not give you a bona fide to say you can say stuff about that state? And even when you go to Nigeria, when some other people do not even visit that Anambra State, a lot of us still visit that Anambra State. Look, we cannot be talking about Anambra here because elections are gone, and that's why I don't want to talk about it, right? So what is the difference between Anambra and Abia State? So there are some languages we cannot use over here when you are saying some cities are urban slum. We don't want to say that over here. So some people know it in and out. Some people don't know it at all. Some people have not been there before. They don't even know their route to that place. But when we say they've made progresses, right? When people are in the set of 99 governors, we know the governor that actually did something.
Enigmatic, just one question.
In the set of when this guy was governor, we know what he did. People that were on ground.
Let me ask you just one question. If you answer this question, I will stop.
Even when people should look at the record, even the kilometers of road, right? Obiano built more road than this guy. His road couldn't even stand 2 years, 3 years before.
Okay, it's a lie. Obiano didn't build any. Even he couldn't maintain the one that was built before him. What are you saying? Why are you spitting lie here? Obiano didn't build anything. The one that was built in his own local government, he couldn't maintain it.
Go and tell the roads. This is not about shouting.
Enigmatic.
It's nothing like shouting. Why can you be saying like Obiano is from Anyamelu local government? It was Obi that built Anyamelu local government. Before he left, he couldn't maintain Anyamelu local government.
Numbers don't lie. Look at the
Enigmatic.
Which numbers?
Enigmatic.
Numbers don't lie, dude. Numbers don't lie. Look at the numbers.
I'm telling you the road I'm traveling almost all the time. You are telling me no. I tell you that this man didn't even maintain the one that was built.
Poverty doubled under abuse. Said no. Until this guy is trying to rationalize.
Which poverty doubled? Did Anambra tell you that they are poor?
Are they not poor?
Which poor? Who told you they are poor?
Are they not poor?
Who made them poor? Are you the one that made them poor? You cannot. I told you cannot rent a hotel in Anambra State. If you like, come, let's travel. You cannot rent a hotel in Anambra State.
I have properties in Anambra. No Anambra well. Tell me one.
You cannot buy a plot of land in Anambra State. Let's go and travel. Let's go and look for a property. You are talking what you don't know.
Guys,
no state in Nigeria that is.
I will let you talk. Let Enigmatic quickly.
Please allow me to ask Enigmatic just one question.
No state in Nigeria that is not poor. Talking about
the thing is,
Anambra State is not poor. You can come. Let's travel. If you come back from here, you can travel. Let's go and visit Anambra State. You cannot rent a hotel, a hotel in my own town, Oba. In my own town, Oba, you cannot rent a room.
I don't hear you now, Ekene.
Okay, Ekene.
Can I ask Enigmatic just one question?
No, you will ask your question. Simba, are you there?
Simba has finished talking now. He has talked.
No, I'm even thinking whether he has some kind of data to be.
How is not affording being able to afford to rent an hotel in your town? Right?
No. There is one question I just want to ask.
What is the pride in that? I don't understand what
I will just ask Enigmatic just one question.
What's the question?
Enigmatic, please, because you have talked this thing all over time. Every time you talk about it, tell me the major things, at least list 3 things Ngige did under his administration.
I don't have to say it.
Just tell me the three things you know
No,
he did.
they just posted something because you know why I don't want to have conversation with you,
No. The only thing
But you
you
said
tell
you
me,
know everything now about
the only thing
Anambra
you
State. Now
tell me,
talk what
the only thing you
Ekene
tell me
did
now
now.
is IGR.
Ekene, this is not emotional. Obi is not your father. Just
It's
calm
nothing
down.
like emotional.
The only
Obi
thing
is
you
not your
tell me is
daddy. Just calm
IGR.
down. Just calm down. It's a regular politician like every politician else. It's a thief like them. Just calm down, dude. It's not your father. It's not related to you. He does not even know if you exist. Just calm down. Calm down. Don't be.
You are talking about my state. It's my state. It's not. I'm not talking.
It's
When you are talking what
my
I know
country.
about,
It's my country.
when you are talking lie about what I
It's
know, my
my
state,
country.
Gogo, it
If you
makes
are
me
not the only
emotional.
one, no, you are not the only one you are not the only one who can lay claim to Anambra State because I have in-laws there. So you are not the only one who can lay claim
You
to
haven't
Anambra.
lost.
So when you say Anambra is your state, does it mean you are the only one in Nigeria who occupies Anambra State? So like I said, Obi is not your father, it's not your uncle, it's not
He's
related
my
to
governor,
you.
and you defend you have your own governor. You can also defend your own governor. I've told you what. Mention your own governor. Say what your own former governor has also done. That's what I said.
Okay, guys, hold on, please. Let us have conversation because
Ekene no be fine, but don't take it personal.
if you don't have conversation, then we have to move away from the topic. So conversation is what we want to have.
Yeah.
I've listened to Ekene using hotel price to judge poverty level. To me personally, I don't know if that criteria is acceptable.
If you reach in a way,
no, I said it when they begin to talk about Anambra State is in a slump. They say Anambra State is a slump. Anambra State is that. Anambra State is a slump. Anambra State is that.
Ekene and Enigmatic, please calm down. Look, there are two critical things to measure the growth of any economy, whether it's stated by World Bank or whosoever. Number one, your Human Development Index, and which has correlation with your internally generated revenue, whether you like it or not. If your state is being lazy about that and not enhancing it, I can understand. That's another story entirely, because that's what Tinubu did when he came, because Lagos State was not enhancing its internal revenue, and he enhanced that sector. But two things is your Human Development Index. Now, which means that if I cannot afford hotel, if a citizen cannot afford hotel in Anambra, that's a red flag. I will want to understand why a citizen cannot afford hotel in Anambra. That one doesn't mean that the state is rich. Rather, it's negative, that probably if there's affordability problem there, it means that people there are poor. That's why they cannot afford. So,
All you couldn't even allow me to conclude my part. You are just allow many people in. You didn't even allow me to conclude my thought.
Hey, I'm coming to you, exactly. That's why I'm leading you to a place. That's why I'm coming back to you. So that's why I say, Enigmatic, with your permission, let Ekene respond to those issues.
Okay, before Ekene respond, just a second. Ekene, look, I know the fight with you, even for this platform, man, I'm on the obedience. I think I enjoy having conversation with you more because it's fun. The way you see your own thing. First of all, I'm not fighting you. Second, right? I'm just having fun. Obi, you know why I like interrogating Obi's people? I like to have fun with you guys because I see Obi as just a guy man politician, but you guys want to take him from that level that he is, right, to the level of Jesus Christ. That I know you said you've met Obi several times. I've met Obi several times too. When you say hotel or whatever, that is cool. But I want to tell you, just as you have interest in Anambra State, for the fact that you are from Anambra State, you were born in Anambra State, right? A lot of us too, we do have interest in Anambra State. We have families in Anambra State. We are married from Anambra State. Okay? So Nigeria belongs to all of us. For the fact that we are speaking about Anambra today, if you are speaking of Adamawa tomorrow, I do not expect any Nigerian to say, because I'm not from Adamawa State, I can't speak about Adamawa State as a Nigerian. This is a global village. The world is a global village now. Look at something they just posted. One man just pasted now, and then you can just go, Google and search and look for records, right? And for people, like I say always on this platform, a lot of people on this platform, and people listening, it's quite unfortunate that out of 10 humans, let's say out of 10 people now, 9 out of 10 would have been to Lagos, or they have businesses in Lagos, or they have families in Lagos, or they have something that is tied to Lagos. So they can talk about Lagos or whatever. But I can bet you, right, 7 or 8 out of 10 Nigerians, they don't even know how to take a bus to land them in Anambra State or any part of the Southeast. So people who knows the Southeast, when they are talking about it, it feels like alien to them. That how do you know Southeast? Why are you talking about Southeast like this? First of all, I had my bachelor's degree in Southeast. Okay. Second of all, I have in-laws, not 1, not 2, 3 in-laws, right, from Southeast, from Anambra, one of them, and Port Harcourt, 2. That's 2. I have business in the Southeast, including Anambra State. So when you are talking of hotel in Anambra State, at a point we had like 3 different hotels in Anambra State. But I'm not going to say more than this now. This Nnewi that you are speaking about, Nnewi has probably the highest numbers of billionaires from Southwest, from Southeast, if not Nigeria. But the way Nnewi is, it's not the way I think Nnewi should be, by virtue of the billionaires they have. Nnewi should beat any city down in Nigeria. But I'm not going to say more than that. I'm not talking about Obi today. I'm not trying to castigate Anambra State, because I have interest in Anambra State too. So it's not about your own Anambra State. It is about my own Anambra State too. So for the fact I wasn't born there, I have families who though they were not born in Anambra State, they were born abroad, but they were married from Anambra State. Just get that very fact. And I schooled in Anambra State. When I go to Nigeria today, when other people do not even visit that Anambra State, I visit there because I have to go visit my in-laws. So get it very straight.
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Thank you very much. I get you very well. What I want to say in conclusion, because my battery is going down.
Is your in-law okay? So is your in-law
So
okay,
enigmatic.
my in-law.
So you have Igbo DNA in your blood now. You know, let us know now. Eh?
My in-law no verse.
Now why they follow them for this? I mean
my in-law no verse. No verse. Yeah.
Enigmatic the in-law.
Oh yeah, Ekene. So let's give you the floor so that you speak to us before your battery runs out. So it runs down. So.
You see, it's not that I'm fighting anybody here. It's just that, you see, when I talk about when I'm talking about Obi, it's not only me feeling that way. It's just like people are seeing it as if Obi did everything for Anambra State. Or Obi didn't do everything for Anambra State, but I'm telling you that what he did, none of his predecessors have been able to match that level. That's my point. You understand? It's not that he did everything that all the governors are supposed to do. After all, it's only 8 years that he managed.
Prince Adewale came here and said he did over 200%. That Obiano did over 2,000% of what Obi did.
No, let me finish. It's not, but what I'm trying to say, like the one people are trying to paint it as if the man brought Anambra so low. Like what I see people say, Anambra is very poor, Anambra is this. I say, my own Anambra, the one that I know. You understand? Because I know that before Anambra State became what it is today, because during the time of Obi regime, I can always say that all the roads we see in Anya Melum local government today, no single road in that local government before he became a governor. It was this man that created all that road. That was the place Obiano came from. Obiano. Even made Obiano governor also. Obiano couldn't maintain those roads. And that side is where I married from. That's why I was able to talk about that area very much. My wife is from that side. I'm from Oba. 2 of us from Anambra. You understand? So when I'm talking about Obi, it's not only my feeling. It's a general feeling. Forget about what politicians say. I can tell you that he's the only politician in Anambra State that can walk in the street of Anambra today without any fear. You understand? So Obi, when I'm talking about the educational side of it, is what I experienced so much. All my all my brothers and sisters that are graduate today, all of them graduated in public school, and they are all doing fine academically. One, at least I have one that two of them that are doctors today are from DMGS. They studied in DMGS, and they are not dullard. They are well educated two gentlemen. They are living in abroad today. They are doing very fine. They are building their factory today in Anambra State. These men, these two guys came from DMGS, and this school was one of the best schools during the time of Obi as a governor. So I can go on and on and on. Two of the nurses that I have today, all of them, they benefited from the academic sector of Peter Obi.
Can you answer this question?
Yes.
Why did Obi struggled? Why did Obi struggled to win his second term? And do you know the event that characterized that election, and what was the general perception and the general report, even from INEC, about the second term election? And that was number one. Number two, you said Obi is probably until this Obi phenomenon, because they see him as a Southeast candidate, right? Before then, Obi was not rated at all in Southeast, in Anambra State, and it was validated by rejecting three of his candidates, including what's his name, Valentine Ozigbo, now the last candidate that he actually brought under PDP. So is a political stock, right? His political stock actually rose and then magnified under this cloak of the 2023 election. And I'm not seeing any. Hold on. I'm not seeing any deficit for that for now, or probably in the next couple of maybe few years to come, outside that Southeast. But for you to say you could do, no, Obi was Obi was not rated at all in Anambra, and they rejected all his candidates even after he left office.
Obi, nobody rejected Obi candidate. Let me tell you this. People voted Obi not because of Obi. Obi couldn't perform. You know why? Have you asked yourself why Abuja? Why people always talk about Abuja and all that? Obi was paying pensioners very well, salaries and all that. Even during the time that Obiano came for campaign in the second term in Alaba here, I told them that Obiano will win. This one of the reasons why Obiano will win is this, because of that pension. No, because Anambra will never. No, I'm telling you the ground. I'm telling you the solid foundation the man laid.
No, let me put the question straight again to you. First, why did he struggle for his second term? Go and look at, because I like data, and I like dealing with facts, not just rhetoric or hearsays, because I know all these things, but I want you now, calling you to look at the data. Anybody on the platform, go and check 2010 election that brought Obi for second term. Go and look at the general report, the BBC report, and then there's I think one other international tabloid that wrote about the what actually characterized that election. One, he struggled. That's a fact. Number two, after he left office, he tried to bring three different candidates. One, Obazi, right? Two, Ozigbo, the last one, and then Ben Nwoye. Is it Tony Nwoye? Three of them. The three of them, none of them succeeded. And
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, you can answer that. None of them won. And then Obi, right? Obi's stock rose significantly in the last election and prior to the last election.
Let me answer that.
It was just an average or less than
Obi did not rose only in this election.
That's a fact, and anybody can check that.
Enimati, let me answer the question you asked now, right? Obi, after leaving office, during the time of Obiano, he brought two candidates from another party. That is PDP. Obaze was from PDP.
Oh, yeah.
Ozigbo was also from PDP. Now, by the time he was bringing Obaze, it was remaining Obiano 4 years to complete his term. And Anambra State is a state in Southeast that has maintained rotational governance.
Governor, up to today.
So by the time Obiano has spent 4 years already, it is remaining him 4 years to finish up. And Obi is bringing somebody who is from that zone. And people started saying that if this guy enters, he will spend 8 years.
Yes.
Thereby affecting other zones. So this is the main reason that affected that guy's, election. So people preferred, okay, since Obiano is remaining 4 years, let's allow him so that after the 4 years, it will move immediately to another zone instead of 8 years again of Obaze. So that was what affected it, one. Then when he now got to Ozigbo side, Soludo is a very popular politician. Ozigbo, nobody even know Ozigbo before.
Soludo is very popular now.
Ozigbo is his first time. He's a first timer, in fact, in the game. Nobody knew him in Anambra State before. I never even know him before. I've never heard about him.
Even myself, this is the first time.
Peter now brought him through PDP. People voted Ozigbo because of Peter. He even struggled with Soludo. If you look at the margin of votes, the difference between Soludo's votes and Val Ozigbo is very small. It was a very keenly contested election between Soludo and Val Ozigbo, even when Val was not known at all. But it is because of the good name of Obi that people tried even to vote for Val to that level. So that was actually what happened.
But do you get my question, Saki Father?
Yeah, what was your question again?
Okay, let me.
You said that his candidates failed, and I'm trying to explain other factors.
That yes or no?
I told you factors.
No,
that
forget about fact. Hold on.
I told you that.
Okay, you are putting factors to it, right? You are trying to
that Obaze didn't become governor is not because of Peter Obi. It is because of that rotational something, which I explained to you.
Okay, hold on. You are trying to rationalize why.
Not rationalization.
Anambra still maintain rotational governor up to today, and that is why Obiano came on board. That was the first problem. That was the first problem that Peter Obi had with Soludo, because after Peter Obi, Soludo wanted to go.
But the point is that if it's that popular among
you guys are not getting
every candidate that
three candidates
he put his weight behind should win the election.
No. Ajanle Koko, I told you he brought 2 candidates, right?
All of them failed now. They couldn't win.
All of them failed now. At a point, Peter Obi was supposedly the leader of PDP
the time he became vice to Atiku. How many percent did he give to Atiku in Anambra State?
Ekene, I'm speaking. Look, I'm speaking to.
Well, no, we are talking about his own personality. We are not. He's telling you the factors that made his candidate won. But when he came on board as a vice to Atiku, how many percent did he give Atiku?
Okay, if you want to go to that article part, but before I go there, let me say it.
Can I rephrase the question you asked now? Enigmatic.
No, don't rephrase it.
Enigmatic.
Hold on.
Gubernatorial candidates.
Let me say
the gubernatorial candidates in Anambra State are not the only candidates P2B has projected in elections. Let's look at the candidates he has projected in Senate and other electoral areas. And let's see whether those candidates failed in Anambra.
Look, Ekene, let me tell you this. Let me tell you something, right? We have as even people who cannot really remember what happened in the previous elections, at least this past election now, there are certain incumbent governors while they are heading out of the door. They want to select. They want to have the power to select their successors. So we've seen some of them have been able to do that, right? Yaya Bello is doing that now in Kogi State. Wike did that. El-Rufai did that. Badaru did that in Jigawa State. Fayemi did that in Ekiti State. The Ondo State governor is going to do that. Lagos, what other state? So there are so many states like that. But even if it is one vote or two votes, they are able in Kaduna State, very close number. But El-Rufai succeeded, right, to ensure he installs his successor. The same thing as Wike. But now we have three different candidates. This guy had interest in them. He did everything he could.
Who succeeded him?
Who succeeded him? Is it not Obiano that succeeded him? Was he not the one that campaigned for Obiano?
Hold on. He did everything he could. He lobbied the party apparatchiks and everything, ensured that that same candidate got a ticket. Because Val Ozigbo had a very keenly contested primaries with Ekunife, with a couple of guys. But of course, because of Obi's closeness to the apparatchiks of PDP at the top, he was able to secure the primary ticket for him, but he couldn't land him in the in Anambra Villa. So 3 different times. Forget about Obiano now. Obiano's second term.
You brought example of El-Rufai.
Okay,
let's move on. You guys, let's move on.
Can I say something? Because I discovered that this issue of Obi, we can never exhaust it, and I think the politics era, we've gone beyond that. So it's administration now, and I don't know if anybody wants to take.
I want to say something about fuel subsidy before I go. That's all.
Exactly. I'm going to that place because I believe, Ekene, you are probably the friend of the country, unlike Anjale Koko. Sorry, Baba, because I know that Anjale Koko.
Point of correction, Ola, it's not Anjale Koko.
We are the enemy
of the Koko.
Okay,
it's now Ajahn Koko according to
Ajahn Koko, what's the meaning of this your name?
So, no, Ajahn Koko simply means that dog is running after wolf.
Dog is running after wolf.
It's trying to hunt wolf. You see that before? So,
Ola, why are you doing this now? It's Ajahn Koko according to Saki Father.
Okay. Now, what I want you to speak on, Ekene, you know, Ekene, I know you are a friend of the country.
Ola, let me say hi to everybody before. Ekene, Baba, good night. So Anambra belongs to you and I. No, they charge
make sure you contact me whenever you want to come to Anambra State. I want to flesh you. So as my in-law, I want to take you to my in-law place. There is this fish that we used to eat there, so that you will not talk. I want you to be talking like an
you end up in
He said it's part of you.
Unless if you don't want to contact me, or if you contact me, I'll bless you.
Don't go, Okija, sure, I still there.
The guy said you get grand there. You say you won't give up fish.
Now deeper life man, no.
No, forget that one. No, forget not for village things. So not for village things. Forget. You enjoy village.
I've been stakeholder now. We. So nothing to do with me. So Sacrifice. No, Sacrifice. Thanks for the conversation too. Good night, everyone.
All right.
Thank you. Life is good.
Matty.
Today he answers life is good. Tomorrow he answers
I know you are a friend of Nigeria and you want progress for the country, and you know that subsidy we have to go. It's people like Ajahn Koko is that they just want to make sure that that country, they bring the country down because of Yoruba nation approach. So they still want the also continue. So I just want to hear your view on subsidy, and you won't disappoint me though. Let's hear you.
Well, subsidy, even before the subsidy itself, I already said it that the thing needs to go. Even before during the campaign and all that, I said it. So Tinubu saying it, I think Tinubu is one of the luckiest elected president, because he's not having much backlash and all that, and the people in the country are not so much bothered, because the issue has been already explained by the 3 candidates before the election. So, and the mood in the country is somehow calm. So people like us, we are managing. I've already know Now it's 500 naira. We are buying fuel. I've already know that is what it will be, and we are
Una
managing
dey
it like.
una dey manage suffer head, abi? Make una
See,
continue.
see, the only thing I want the president to do is, I'm just still looking at what he will do to cushion the Fed and the outcome. Because when I will criticize is maybe a year after I didn't see the effect of removing the subsidy. Then that is when I will come back to the platform and say, I criticize him for not doing this and that. Because I believe the reason why the subsidy should go is to balance the economy, is to make our educational sectors more better, to make the health sectors more better. So all those things, I don't want him to say it's because of he's spending money on subsidy. That is why he was not able to do all that thing. So nobody is criticizing him. Nobody is fighting him. The country is very calm. We are now. If I'm no longer running my generator from morning till night, even though there is no light, you see, I'm running out of battery. If it is before, I can't be running out of battery. I'll on my gen. But now I'm running out of battery. I have to wait till I get to shop to charge my phone. I have to manage my everything now because the fuel is costly. You just have to measure your hours and all that to on your generator and all that. So, but we understand that we are okay with it. Everything is fine, but I want an improvement, especially in electricity, because it seems that since the subsidy has gone, the light is nowhere to be found. But I will not say anything until he was not able to do something to improve the electric sector, because these are the reason why people like me will stand by him to remove that subsidy. To remove that, this is the reason why I will want him to remove that. If he can give me electricity in the next 4 years of his administration, even if it is not 24 hours, at least tangible electricity supply in the next 4 years, I will clap for him. I'll clap for him because it will save me a lot on buying fuel and all that. You understand?
But how we subsidy remover, how will they give you electricity? Because it is important to know that the removed subsidy, it may not necessarily have anything to do with electricity. Or how did you come about that it's going to affect electricity?
That he will not have money to spend in those areas now. We are talking about this year budget of subsidy, 6 trillion. Do you understand? He will not have more money to spend in those areas. He will not have to divert those money and be serious to make sure that those areas work out. It's no more that I don't have money. I have to pay for subsidy and all that. You understand? So he now have money to spend in education. He now have money to spend in the health sector. He now have money to spend in many aspects to improve our lives. So he now have to improve our lives personally. He have money to improve our lives now. So it depends on how he wants to do it. If they want to steal the money again, I don't know. So he has done the first part by removing the subsidy. We are now looking on how the subsidy will now affect the life of a common man. But I can tell you this thing has crippled business for some time now, but we don't bother. It has crippled business.
How do you think it will not affect common man when the price has already
everything
gone to the
is
high
down.
heaven now? What do you mean, Kenneth?
What do you? I didn't.
I mean, you said
come again.
you already buying gas. I mean, you're already buying petrol for $500, and you are saying you're looking for what government is going to do that.
Yeah, we accepted it because we accepted to buy fuel for 500 naira to know if the government will come up with a better things for the country. Because you say, let it not be that we are not supporting the government as a citizen. At least our part is to endure just for some time. You don't expect us for him to bring out a policy and the price of petrol goes up, they will come out of the street and begin to I was even angry with the NLC when they said they want to go on strike. I never want that to happen. I want them to just relax. Maybe they have given him their proposal. They want increment in the minimum wage. I'm hearing about 200,000 naira. But if they can, their final day will be on the 19th. If they're able to come up with a good concrete solutions, then I wouldn't want the situation whereby the government now begin to come and begin to turn them again. And now some states will say, oh, I'm not able to implement this. I'm not able to implement this. No, they should be able to implement it because they have been paying the subsidy before. So now they have removed it. They should have the mind to implement most of those policies, increment of wages, as in improving the life of the common man. So we are ready to exercise patience with him. We are ready to back him up. We want the country to move on, but we don't want in a situation where they will come to begin to play us Lido, begin to play us Wayo again. Then when they say this, they go back to
if I get you right now, you mean that if NSC or TUC and other organized labor, if they call for protest, so are you saying it's unlikely that people will respond to them, or people will just ignore and will not listen to them? Is that what you are saying?
No, people will not listen to them. People will not listen to them. That protest wouldn't have hold, even though they have cancelled it. But many people we are not in line with that protest of 18. Because you see, this subsidy of 18, Nigeria has come to understand the way the things are going for a very long time. So they are ready to sacrifice. So that's why I said that Tinubu is the luckiest president. Nobody said.
I want to agree with you because it seems like even the like of Showore is like even they are not talking too much. It's like they are supporting that subsidy removal.
No, nobody is talking. Even though people that are buying cars, the people that are driving cars. I mean, if you have 2 cars now,
Allah,
you
can
drop
you repeat what you said now? You said Showore is what?
Baba, I thought you were sleeping already.
You want to wake up
Say something about Showore again. Let me listen to what you said about Showore.
I want to believe that people like Showore, I think they must have realized that subsidy must go. Maybe that's why they are not making too much trouble.
No,
so we can say they are in support.
No. Showore, you I think he spoke to Shewan Baloye. He's still insisting that the removal of subsidy is criminal. It's meant to punish Nigerian people and to inflict hardship on Nigerian people. So same the Adewale said when we brought him on this platform. So those guys, you think they don't know what they are saying, but they know what they are really saying.
They probably don't know.
The removal
honestly,
is criminal against Nigerian people.
Ajale Koko, they probably don't know what they are saying. Because why did I say so? Okay, when they say in 2023, our debt to service ratio may be like 100%, our revenue, what they call it, our revenue to what we need to service our debt may be like 100%. So it simply means that by the time we pay our debt, we'll be left with nothing to run the government. And even as we speak now, the government is still holding the arrears of that subsidy. So now, if we continue with that subsidy, where are we going to get money to finance our education? Where are we going to get money to run the military? At least we need security. So, will you take fuel subsidy for security of life and property, or will you take subsidy on gasoline for healthcare or for education? So, if they are saying that, then it looks to me that they don't know exactly what they are saying. That's what it looks to me.
Ola, let me tell you this: they know what they are saying, and what they are really saying is that it is not the subsidy that is the problem, but the management by the people you have in the position of authority that is the problem. They couldn't manage it well, and they corrupted that subsidy regime and make it look as if it's bad. Because what subsidy is meant for is to make life better for Nigerian people, make life comfortable, and make that product affordable for Nigerian people. And in overall, help to stimulate the economic growth. But the way they manage it, they didn't manage it well. They corrupted that space. And that is what brought us to where we are today. So it is that corruption that they are saying that should be fought, and not the subsidy. It's the corruption that the people in power injected into that management of that subsidy that should be fought. So when you have government that cannot fight corruption, that's to tell you that that government itself is corrupt. And there's nothing they can do well for you. And when they inflict pain, hold on.
Let me ask this one.
Hold on. When you have government that, brought pains and hardship on the people, that is even against the constitution of the country. Because what the constitution says is that the government should, make life meaningful, make life better for the people. So it is not better like this, because people cannot buy that gas at that rate. A lot of people have to look at Ekene now. Ekene is a businessman, but he say he cannot turn on his generator at home now. He only depends on the generator at work to charge his phone. Why is he cutting this? Do you think a life to live is life like that? No, but that is the hardship that irresponsible people in the government have brought on him. They have made life miserable for him. They make life very hard for him. And he has to spend more to live in his country. He cannot live comfortable the way he used to be. No, it's against the Section 2 of our Constitution, meaning that the government that clearly states
but even hold on, even Ekene understands that
for Nigerian people, the economic well-being of Nigerian people, the government of your country must make, they must ensure that the economic well-being of the people of that country is well managed. But they didn't manage it well. They're making it
quick interjection.
So what are we talking about?
No, even Ekene understands the short-term pain of the decision that he made for a long-term benefit. Even he himself said it, like, hey, in a year's time, if he doesn't see any improvement in sectors like, maybe education and health, then perhaps you think
have not learned from the history of the past.
No, but you too, you're not putting the fact also. I mean, if you want to look at many nations around the world, from America to Great Britain, the people have suffered a lot.
Let's take America out of this. Let's talk about our experiences on subsidy on other products. We used to have subsidy on diesel and kerosene. Diesel and kerosene is beyond the reach of the people of that country now. What they told us when they were removing that subsidy is that the savings we're going to record from the removal of subsidy will be injected into education, infrastructure, healthcare. But what did we have? Nothing happened. All those, the removal does not impact in our well-being. It is more miserable. The product became, unaffordable for people. So when we have this in the past, and you want me to believe that removal of this subsidy will make life better for me, when the one you remove in the past does not impact anything in the life, in the well-being of the people in that country? Why are you people not living? Why can't you? Why you people cannot learn from the?
Well, the people in Cameroon and Ghana paying 2-3 times more than.
Forget about those one.
What do you mean? This are next door neighbors. Next door neighbors.
What is your business with Ghana and Cameroon? If they like, they can live a miserable life for life. What is your business with them?
Okay.
See, actually, Coco, the issue is this. We in the country, we believe we need to sacrifice, because somebody like me, like what you are saying now, I'm not conversant with. I'm just talking about the reality now, because this is the time we came into politics. To be factual with you, apart from my Anambra politics, in terms of national politics, this is my first time. So I believe many things has gone wrong in the country. So people like us still believe that if this government can be truthful, transparent to themselves, there is no need, there is no harm in trial. We need to try them. We still have we have few time to criticize them. So they are just starting. You understand? So removing the subsidy, I believe, is the best for now. For what we are seeing in the country.
If by next year or by the end of the year, the price of petrol increased to 1,000 pies, how would you feel?
Then they're not being truthful now. They're not being truthful.
Oh, really? They're not
being
truthful.
So for now, we have to.
Wait until then.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Well, we are not.
3 months. I give you.
I'm not going to be pessimistic. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm praying for them. That's the thing. I'm not going to.
Sorry,
I'm not going to be.
One thing we are not looking at here is this: are you saying it is good for Nigerian government to keep borrowing to pay for subsidy? We should never forget that we have outstanding of this subsidy payment that we've not paid, and we are saying our revenue will be used to pay.
Ola, to add what you were saying, do you know that once Nigeria removed the subsidy, the oil price for all West African countries went up? That means
exactly.
We've been paying for this guy. We've been insulted everybody in the whole region for this while. Then,
how do you know? Where did you get your fact?
Where
did you get your fact?
Let me put the link
in
where?
Let me put the just.
Are you listening to the vice president? That nonsense that he was talking. So you people are campaigning this nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
That knucklehead was telling you.
Even
where is your fact?
Price went up. I'm telling you. Once.
Where? Which country? Where? Where did you get your fact?
Okay, just give me 1 second. I'll put the link down below for you.
There is another thing that he said, that if he does that, I'm a businessman. I always want thing that will favor my. He said he want to unify the currency. That one will be one of the best policy that if he's able to achieve. I don't know how he was going to achieve that. If he does that, man, I will come to this platform and be singing Tinubu on your mandate. On your mandate.
That means, so when you unify it, does that mean that your currency will appreciate in value? Or what are you talking about?
That is why I'm looking at the aspect he would. That is why I said the way he would do it now. I will look at it now. If the thing is okay, I will come and tell you. If the thing is not okay, I don't know how he's going to do it. But if he's going to do it in you understand what I mean? But I don't know how he's going to do it.
Sorry. Like I was explaining the other time, Ajanle Koko.
Ajanle Koko.
Okay, Shaggy Father, go ahead if you want to say something.
Yeah. Ajanle Koko, I really want to understand your perspective on subsidy. It appears you want it to. It appears you don't really want subsidy to be removed at all in Nigeria.
Even Showore has agreed.
Showore have not agreed. Don't be spreading campaign of calumny against Showore. Look, subsidy is not the problem. It is the management of that subsidy that is the problem.
But again, how are they supposed to manage it? Because this thing, the management we are talking about here is complex.
It is not complex.
Okay. Look at this, Ajale Koko.
The management will never work. The management will never work. It's in the interest. It's in the interest of the people that receive the subsidy, okay, for the management not to work, and that's why it will never work. Okay, so it's better to be removed, and the system or the market can adjust itself till we get a balance in the price of fuel. Really.
Ajale Koko, we did something here like 5 days ago. I put a graph here. Can you imagine that in the 80s we consume diesel more than what we do in 2015? How do you reconcile that? Considering our population in the 80s, less than 100 million, we were consuming more than doubled of what we consume in 2020 to 2023. Let's just assume it for that figure. How do we? Now, when we are saying the management is the problem, we are assuming that, okay, you want to get the data. We have to look at our downstream system here. It's not as if you run pipeline in such a way that you can measure what goes to individual gas station. And it's not as if you can easily account for all the vehicles that will buy gas. Even if the vehicles will come to that place and buy gas and go and offload that gas somewhere, gasoline somewhere, and come back to buy another one, there's no way you will know. So what I'm trying to say here is that most of those subsidized gasoline end up in Africa, a neighboring country. Like what Babati just said now.
I'm sorry to...
So a lot great points, great points.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So because Alikoko kind of questioned what I said earlier. So I'm going to put a link on that. That is BBC reporting that prices of oil have almost doubled in Benin ever since Nigeria removed oil subsidy. So
I read it on BBC too.
So maybe you can look into that, Alikoko, so you can see what I'm saying. They've been milking the country dry for so long. That's a fact.
Not even recently, even as far back as the 80s. Now, Angelico, when you are saying we are not managing very well, the mechanism to monitor this thing is very complex. And whenever you see problem like that, the first thing you want to do,
saying
you
it's
want
not
to remove
complex.
Sir?
It is not complex.
It's very complex.
It is not complex.
Okay, look at it, Sajale Koko. I will tell you something. When some countries, do you know why some countries have a border that they have war around their country? Because over time, some countries, maybe they try to cutting something like maybe interborder migration and smuggling and those stuff, and they could not manage it. The only obvious option for them would be for them to put war in place.
Baba Ajale Koko is in America now. See how they put war between America and Mexico.
Exactly. There was a time I was in Dubai that even a citizen of Dubai was telling me that it is easier for Dubai to allow me to come than to allow any Arabian Arab to come to that place, because by my color they can easily know. But say other people from Arabian country, you won't recognize them easily. That's why that their citizenship, they don't joke with it anyhow. So what am I saying here is this: you are underrating the number of unmanned borders we have within Nigeria and the neighboring country. The only situation for Nigeria to solve that problem today is you go ahead and build wall around Nigeria. That's number one. Then you have to lay pipe to all gas stations to monitor the flow. That's the second one, right? So that's the way. Now, as it is now, how do you want to manage? What mechanism do you have in place? So the mechanism to monitor this.
Let me tell you this.
Okay.
Look, right from the depot where they collect this petrol, I think we have two discharging points. One in maybe, is it not Cross River, and one in Lagos of this petrol. Right from that point where they collect this thing, every truck must have
a tracker.
Must have a tracker. Every truck must have a tracker. and they can be, hold on. When you put into use technology can save you a lot of money, right? If you have people if you have marketers that, if they play game, can be seriously punished. We are talking of publicly punished, public trial, and put to jail, and they lose everything. The company will go and they will lose all their truck. If you can do sample for 2 or 3 like that.
Okay, what about those people who are buying from the filling station and they are using Okada and all those things to ferry it across the border?
Look,
how do you track those ones?
No, those one are minor. Forget about those one.
Let me tell you, this one that you are talking about, let me give you an example. I've seen a filling station. You can drop it in the filling station, and overnight they will still pump it out and take it to wherever they want to take it out. So
okay,
how do you track that one?
But that filling station we need refill, right? How would you justify a product that they delivered to you yesterday, and you are coming back to say you want a refill within 24 hours? Or
look,
hold on. Right from the collection point, they don't even have metering. Go and check. Nigeria doesn't have metering system to show you how much.
There's no mechanism. There's no surveillance that you're going to put in place that would not be circumvented. I think you're undermining, underrating that.
Don't say that. What do you mean?
And by the way, all your suggestions, by the way, it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost a lot of money and resources to maintain.
What money you are talking about? We are talking about saving money, and you are saying it's going to cost money. Are you not going to spend money?
Yeah, you're trying to save money in a system that they're going to circumvent all the time. It's not going to work.
What do you mean circumvent? When you appoint somebody in a position to manage certain things, and it fails to deliver, wouldn't that person be punished?
How do you measure the number of people that will buy petrol for the generator? How do you account for that? Because if you bring a PMS to my gas station, and to generate receipt is one of the fastest things you can do, even whether you use submitter or whatever. Now I not tell you. So how do you account for those people that runs small businesses that have the generator? How do you account for that? Assuming they empty the reservoir and ferry across the border, and how do you account for that?
Look, how you can account for it. Let me tell you how they can account for it. You see, even at the petrol station, you're going to have a metering system that will show how they pump out that gas.
Yes, it can be done.
Hold on, Ola. If you pump out a large amount at a go, that is corruption. The system have to show bit by bit as this thing being purchased. There must be a system that be able.
Okay, Ajale Goko, even before you talk too far, I will tell you something. You know, I'm a 90 person. I can even write a program for you that we empty your reservoir according to the way you want. To some, give some 50 liters, give some 10 liters, give some 4 liters. And I will record it for you, and I will automate everything. And within 3 days, even if 5 days I want, and it's going to act according to the way I want it to act. And you will account for everything from the meters there. So how do you see that? See,
Sorry, before you answer, if we can remember, there was a time that we used to use military to follow truck from filling station, from depot to filling station.
During the Diagbon time. Yeah.
It's not even like during Diagbon time. We did even till the time of Abacha time. Yes.
Abacha, yes. Abacha, yeah.
Yes. You remember, so what happened? It doesn't solve the problem. You know, you create, in fact, by the time you are doing that Babajali Kuku, you now create layers of corruption. The army, the people that are doing that, those people that are doing the monitoring, all of them will just be collecting and giving you statistics that you cannot even monitor.
You don't need military. You don't need too much power.
No, what I'm saying, you need people to monitor the technology.
Yes, you need technology.
No, I just told you that even that can be circumvented. See,
no. If you have to put in place a technology that be very, very difficult to go around it and manipulate it. There's a way you can. There's
no way.
No. There's a way.
Let me tell you why.
No,
wait.
Hold on.
Do you know in America?
Hold on, people.
Wait, please. It might be major.
Yes.
In America, the best of the best tech companies, they host a conference for the best hackers in the world every year. Even though they are good, they still have to bring these people into it, come and test what they are doing. You can't keep up with these people. They will always find a way.
You can keep up. That is why you
can't
have
keep up with
no. At the end of the day,
you can keep up. That is why you have a nation. You need competent people. Look,
I work in the IT of a bank. See, let me tell you one thing. Integrity is the number one thing to do. You cannot get technology 100%, no matter the level of your security. You understand? You will be surprised that even those hackers you see, some of them work by social engineering. You can't trust everyone 100%. You understand? That is why that when you work in certain organization, that's why they escalate the level of your security clearance that you are going to do. Even still at that, a hacker can still work and find your system very easy to break. Because those applications you are using were developed by some people. If I develop an application, I know how I can get into my application.
Backdoor now. You have backdoors to all these things.
You understand? I know how to get back to, because you look at this way. Look at it this way. If I give you an hard drive and I say okay, nobody can have access to this data. The day you will have issue with critical data that you need to be retrieved, and I don't want your critical data to go, what will I do? I will have to have a backdoor for me to retrieve your data for you. Because if I don't do that, that thing alone can collapse my entire business empire. I'll just tell you, no, it's very difficult to break. It's only that maybe those people that will know the secret of how to get into this thing, they'll be limited. So as long as human being is behind anything, Baba, I've just told you, I can write you a program that will empty your reservoir according to how you want it and be giving you receipt. All these things are not difficult.
Another
I'm telling
person,
I can even teach you the same thing. I can even teach you the same thing under 5 hours.
But another people can write another program that can counter that. So let me tell you, Ola, this. When you have country, when you have people that are not, that in position of power, that are not committed to, that are not patriotic rather, then you will lose everything. You need to have people that will man strategic position, that will get punished if they fail to deliver. Once you don't hold people accountable to their stewardship, then you have a failed nation. And that is what we have happening in Nigeria. People are not punished for their misbehavior, for their misconduct, for failure.
Okay, I agree with you. But when you keep having the same problem, no, wait.
That is the problem. If you put technology in place in all of these people, and the people that manage these technologies, if there should be a signal that something is being manipulated, people are punished immediately. You will see everybody will sit tight. But from that,
but Babajale, you are talking as if Nigeria is America.
No,
That
we
village,
are talking
excuse me. We are talking about one village called Kosobosu in the Kwara North, very close to Benin Republic, where they don't even have electricity. And we have like 10 filling stations in the village that its population is no more than maybe 5,000 people. How do you use technology to monitor all those things?
Okay, number one, those gas stations in that village, those gas stations, they are infrastructure of corruption. They should be dismantled. How can you have 10 gas stations in a village where there is no economic activities? What are those gas stations doing? How can you have gas stations in those places? Who registered those gas stations? They should be dismantled. Look, Nigerians have perfected people in government. They are so corrupt and they run that corruption openly.
You know, who is Babajale? It's not only people in government. Nigerians generally, I'm very sorry, we are all Nigerians on the platform. We are corrupt
they are
generally.
connected with people
Everybody, they are not connected. Let me give you
they are connected. People register those
let me finish, Dr. Baba. Let me finish.
Okay.
We have so many people who will build filling station, new one, and you never see them, even in the city. You will never see them dispensing petrol one day. What their own consignment, that's what they do with it.
Okay.
You know, let me tell you another thing. Let me tell you another. They are registered now.
Or not?
There are other things. Let me tell you, there are layers of corruption when it comes to this all subsidy. I don't know if you know what they call petroleum equalization fund. What they used to do with this one is they will give them money so that the petrol can be sold at the same price between Lagos and Maiduguri. So whatever the money that they have to pay to transport fuel from Lagos to Maiduguri, they also claim money for that. You know, if you look at the whole subsidy, let me tell you about Angelo, there is no technology how will you use technology to monitor that? People will not even, let me finish. That 1 billion of naira goes to that one also every month. And you know, even this oil swap that they are doing based on the subsidy, not just because Nigeria doesn't have cash to pay. The NNPC is giving this foreign country our oil. And that is why we're not getting enough revenue. They give them and they will just give us petrol and diesel in exchange. And what that one means is that we are now giving more than what we require to these people. And you see what is happening now. The price of fuel in Togo, in Benin Republic, in Cameroon, in the Niger Republic has increased just because most of these things are not being used by our people. And if you now say that, you know, if you are talking about technology, we are not at the level of technology that you think we have. We are just comparing us with US. It's not, there's no amount of technology that you can use in that country. People will circumvent it and you still come back to square one. I think the best decision is just to remove this thing. Put it in other sectors where
technology is the Trump won't be contemplating on building wall. If it's that
exactly. Why can't they put a camera and be using all those things and monitor them? So it's not that easy. Let me tell you, theory is easy. It's easier to say, this is what I do. When it comes to the practicality of it, it's very, 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 very difficult.
So when you guys are saying it's very, very difficult to govern, when will you have, every time is difficult, nothing is easy to do in Nigeria. So when will it
we are not saying this. This is we are telling you now. What we are telling you now that in this scenario, the best decision to take in this scenario, the best way to handle this situation is by removing it, and that is all.
Removing it is going to put hardship on the people, and it's against the Constitution.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
against.
That is
against
you. It's you that believe. It's you that believe is going to put hardship on
the security of the people and well-being of Nigerian people is never.
Those are the emotional. Those are the emotional. That the emotional.
No, it is not emotional.
How is removing subsidy unconstitutional? How is it against the constitution to remove subsidy?
It's because you are inflicting hardship on the people. And the constitution said you should care for the well-being of the people. It's not for the well-being of the people.
Okay, Ajani Koko, can I respond to you on that?
Yes.
Now, when you spend a subsidy, you are not able to fund your military, you now have some criminals in our bushes. You cannot go to the farm just because you cannot pay for subsidy. Right. How does that one take care of
only subsidy? You cannot pay salary, you cannot fund your police, you cannot do anything. Your healthcare sector, everything will collapse just because you want to subsidize subsidy. And when we think there is only fuel that we can use to improve the lot of our people, that doesn't make sense that you think that it's only by subsidizing petrol that will make the life of our people better.
I have told you. I have told you.
Agalego, look at this. If Nigeria cannot pay its debt just because we are paying for subsidy, we now have sovereign default, like it happened to Argentina, that when they were being careless about the economy, reckless expenditure.
They will downgrade you now.
Wait, now look at what happened. Babati. On one day when they defaulted, everybody just woke up. Even they laid some people off to go home. You wanted to take money from your account, they could not have access to the account. Look at it from that angle. Nigeria, as we speak now, we are finding our debt difficult to service. That's one of the reasons I was saying that all this infrastructure that Buhari builds, that I was saying that how has that improved the economy of the country? Yeah, some people are saying, it's going to show that it's going to come in the future, but that already has put a serious problem on our revenue. When you use 100% of your revenue to pay debt, and on top of that, you are now adding subsidy, the likelihood of Nigeria defaulting is very high. And one of the ways to save ourselves today is to remove that subsidy, because that subsidy is going to come in different form. It's going to liberate our economy. Because what should we be fighting for is exactly that. Take the money out, the small savings you have, put in the pocket of the workers so that they will be able to spend in the market, and people will go back and produce for people that have money to spend. That is the way subsidy works. But the way we are talking of subsidy now is limiting our productivity because we are subsidizing consumption. That's exactly what we are talking about. You are
subsidizing consumption that you don't even have money for. You are borrowing money to consume.
You are helping Ghana. You are helping the Cameroon, Republic of Benin, all those people. That's what we are saying. Now,
look, Ola, you have corrupt administration that borrows so much that did not invest that amount on production. You have refineries that can produce this product at home. You fail to pull them.
Baba, do you think if a refinery is working, it will make the petrol to be cheaper?
Oh yes. If you if you have it working, that money that you are spending on that forex that is being spent for importation of this product will be in our central bank and businessmen.
You know, but so just hold on that one. You know, you take out of your quota. That's what you do to refine at home. So that forex is not coming back to you.
No. Wait. Look. Number one, you borrow so much.
No. Don't let us trust this one that I'm talking about. Don't let us go to that.
Let me explain. You borrow so much, you don't repair your 4 refinery, or is it 3 refinery we have? You don't repair them. You don't put them into use, but you pay so much as well for turnaround. You keep staff there. You are paying them heavy amount every month, and you are doing turnaround for refineries rather, that does not refine 1 liter of petrol. So
but you are the ones talking about putting it now, and they are putting is not working. So what is the solution? And the question I put to you is that even if the refineries are working, does that mean we will be selling at this same price?
We will not be selling at the same price. We'll be selling it cheaper. We'll be selling it cheaper because it's a
how will you get that?
Okay, you know, now the subsidy is because the subsidy for importation is that we should be paying more, but government subsidizes so that we can buy it at a reduced rate. That 159 or 197 they are buying it before was subsidized for Nigerians to buy it at affordable rate. So if we are producing it at home, maybe it will have been cheaper than
how. That's what I'm asking you. Explain how will it be cheaper?
Hold on now. A product that you produce at home, that you don't import, you don't spend foreign. I mean, look at the exchange rate. The exchange rate that you spend for importation, consider that exchange rate. So the exchange rate is not going to be there if we are producing this thing at home, and we'll be using our own local currency for everything that we are producing at home. So it's going to be cheaper.
Okay, let me give you a scenario.
The government, hold on.
You are not explaining it to me.
Hold on. Let me explain. But you see this corrupt element in government.
This one you are just putting them. This thing you are not explaining. This thing is not about abusing the people in government.
You just
okay. Continue.
You have refinery that does not function.
We are saying if it is functioning. The question I put is that if it is functioning, how can we be selling at a reduced price? Because this thing is an international, is a dollarized product. If you are producing, just wait. Let me put my question straight to you so that maybe you'll be able to understand it.
Okay.
You are okay. Let's say our quota is 1.5 million barrels per day, and you take 500,000 out of it, you are refining locally for your own consumption. That means you'll be left with 1,000 barrel. 1 million barrel per day, and that is the only one you can get foreign exchange for. You have taken that one out. So that means whether either way you look at it, that one is a shortage already, because by the time you are refining and you are now saying you are selling at a lesser price just for the consumption of your own people, you're already subsidizing what you are refining at home. So either way you look at it, if you want to sell it less than the international price, you are still going to subsidize whether you produce locally or internationally. The only thing you can tell me that I can agree with you is that maybe the cost of transportation from where we are buying it, and it's going to be a marginal, so it's not going to bring it down to less than 200 or whatever. It may be 20 naira, 30 naira different because of the freight, and that's the only thing you should be expecting. But if you want to be producing locally, that means you want to be selling at that lower price. You are still subsidizing the product. That's what it means.
Okay, let me tell you this. the cost of a barrel at home won't be as much as the price you are selling it to international market.
I hope you know that the company that are exploring, they are international companies, and they are not going to give you at a lower price.
How much is the landing cost? Is it not 17? Is it 17 that we are saving from this Dangote? Just 17 that's what you're saying from the per barrel. So I don't know how much that factors into.
Hold on.
I know. I know. Ajale Koko, you didn't. Maybe you didn't get what Simba is saying. You know, Nigeria is OPEC member, right? And every OPEC member, they have quota they generate, right? So are you saying that okay, Nigeria we have to go outside of its OPEC quota, and we have to make special provision for the local consumption? Is that what you are saying?
Let me tell you.
You now assume. Wait now. You now assume that local consumption will be almost as free, right, for Nigerian to use. Is that what you are assuming?
Ola, let me tell you. Must we have to be member of OPEC?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
How would you sell abroad? Nobody. If you don't join, nobody will buy from you now.
Who told you?
Ajale Koko. If you do not join OPEC, the crude oil of Nigeria may be useless. I can.
You are lying. You are lying. Okay. Do you know
Russia
is not member of OPEC?
Wait.
And Russia is one of the is even the largest producer.
Canada is not member of OPEC too.
Eh?
But do you
have the same leverage? Do you have the leverage like?
Who told you that? Who told you that you don't have the same leverage?
No, we don't. Like,
what are you guys talking about? Egypt is an oil-producing country. Egypt is not member of OPEC.
Egypt is not exporting. They are not. Egypt is not expecting. They are not exporting petroleum.
There was a time that Canada oil was like almost $25 or $30 cheaper than OPEC. What about that?
Yeah, because they produce in large. They produce in. They have abundance of gas.
No. You don't get me right. See, let me tell you one thing.
Look,
if you don't want to join OPEC member now and you release the like of Saudi Arabia to just release their fuel, do you know these people? They have some kind of strategic alliance with all these people. They will flood the market because this thing is what type of strategic alliance do you have? Okay, do you think if you release Saudi Arabia and America, who do you think they will patronize more between Saudi Arabia and Nigeria?
Hold on. I don't know the way you guys are talking as if we have to be member. If you are not member of OPEC, you cannot survive. That is not true. That is not true. Look, Nigeria occupies a very strategic location in Africa. That West Africa alone is a big market for Nigeria.
So
Nigeria
where will you put that?
If you develop your oil,
is Nigeria the only oil producing country in Africa?
We are not the only one. But if you strategically position yourself as
what is the oil consumption of Africa generally? What amount of oil do we even consume?
Exactly. What level of energy?
What level? But put it to consideration. Put it to consideration. What's the population of Africa?
The population is not what we don't consume. If you look at what you call now, it's not even productivity. An average American home, compare it to an average African home. How much of energy did they consume?
Now exactly. you people just said that the prices Nigeria has been feeding all those West African countries, right? So if Nigeria are not being member of OPEC and we are on our own and we develop our oil and gas sector and our refinery are working well, we will supply the whole of West Africa and a lot of Africa. A lot of countries in Africa
the reason our oil is valuable is because of OPEC gang up. if there's no OPEC, maybe a barrel of oil you are selling for 100, you may be selling for $5.
Ola, even the way Babayoko is looking at is the way you are looking at Babayoko is as if oil is something that you just dip you use cup to just like you are fetching water. You know, for each barrel, it has a cost of production. I hope you know. So you cannot sell. There's a cost on each production. In fact, even Nigerian oil, our own oil. Let me finish. Is even more expensive to explore than those ones in the Middle East because of our terrain. You spend more money to produce in Nigeria than even in Saudi Arabia. So the cost, there is a cost to each barrel of production. Don't think that if they are saying that they are saying, let me finish. If they say a barrel of oil now in the international market is $80, Nigeria is not getting that $80 per barrel. It's not that one that you multiply.
What of the quality of our
there is a profit margin that they will just give to us after all those companies remove their own cost of production, and they also make profits. So it's not something that you can just say because you have. Forget about the quality that you just have, and you can just use it anyhow. You are not the one exploring this thing. There is a technology, there is a cost to that production, and you cannot sell below that cost of production.
Look,
so the way you are looking at it as if because that is what the narrative they are selling to an average Nigeria. They are okay, we will produce this thing locally. By the time we refine locally, it will be like this.
Hold on, forget about OPEC. Do you know how many countries? Do you know how many countries that America buy oil from?
Let us even vary the topic.
Do you know how many countries that American buy oil from? Even America buy oil from Russia. Before this oil, America was buying oil from Russia. So
what does that mean?
We develop our own space. Well, who told you that America doesn't want to buy our oil? Or other countries around the world doesn't want to buy our oil? OPEC is just
what we are saying. What we are saying is that you are producing something and you have to. There is a cost.
Buy at that high rate with OPEC. OPEC gives you leverage.
Why must you limit your production to 1.8 million that OPEC is giving you? Why?
If you flood the market, the price will drop.
Forget. Do you know what?
No, you don't know how this thing works. No,
do you know how much Russia produces? Is Russia part of OPEC?
No, wait. If you flood the market,
is Russia part of OPEC?
If you flood, it's just basic economics. If you flood the market,
is Russia part of OPEC?
No, you are missing the point.
No, what is the point?
Let me tell you. Let me land it. It's basic economics. If you flood the market with the
what is economics got to do with this?
The price will come down. If you flood
that is what they are doing now. They just finished their meeting now and they are cutting production by 40 million barrels per day. And that is what is making the oil price to go up now. They just cut production. They just cut production now.
Russia is not part of OPEC.
No, you are missing the point.
They impose sanction. Hold on. They impose the Western world impose sanction on Russia. Russia diversified to Asia. They are selling at the cheaper at a discount rate to China and India.
That's
and
my
some
point.
Other countries.
If you flood the market with the product,
they are doing this. What Russia is doing now, they are doing this. Let me tell you what Russia is doing because of sanction.
Our capacity. Hold on, gentlemen. Why must we lower our capacity to 1.8 million or 1.6 million when Saudi Arabia is producing 6 million?
Do you have any other way of making money? That is your
you guys look.
You don't have any other income.
You as an independent, hold on. You as an independent country should not limit your capacity on a product that you have comparative advantage. Why must Saudi Arabia be producing 6 million or 7 million barrels a day? And Nigeria can produce just only 1.something.
There was a time
what kind of organization is that?
There was a time Canada was selling.
What is the population of Saudi Arabia? Why must Saudi Arabia be producing like 7 million? And Nigeria with 200 billion, we have to produce like 1.2.
About 4 or 5 years ago, Canada was selling its crude for less than $10. Is that what you want Nigeria to do? Less
I
than
think if they are selling at $10, it's not profitable to them. If it's not profitable, why are they selling it?
No, it's not profitable because
Okay.
because of the market, because they are not part of OPEC.
It's not because if Canada cannot look for buyer around the world, that's their own problem. What if Canada? Hold on, Ola. Canada is not strategically located. We are in Africa.
How?
Okay, how? We in West Africa. We are the only country that have the capacity to supply all the West African country.
At what price?
Forget about price.
Forget
about price.
It matters. Price matters.
Forget about price. No, don't ask me that price. Do we have the capacity?
It's a business now. You are looking at it as if it's a free gift. It's a business.
Oh God, why are you people talking like this? If you develop your space,
Angola produce more than us per day. If you don't know.
No, we used to
Angola produce more than us.
Hold on,
and there are at least 10 oil producing.
It is now that Angola is producing when you cannot meet your quota. We used to produce more than Angola.
I don't understand
US caused the quota.
I don't understand this socialist economy that is putting forth here. I don't get it.
Because you cannot get it.
I don't
because you want to restrict. You want to restrict yourself within an organization that trample on your sovereignty, trample on your capacity, and you want to remain there.
Let me ask one question, sir. Let me ask one question. What's the purpose of a subsidy, of any subsidy? What's the purpose? Why do government normally give subsidy?
Why government give subsidy is to
make why do government give subsidy apart from the one we abuse? Why?
It is to make that product where they subsidize to be affordable for people. Simple.
It's not all about affordability alone, because already when you are saying it's affordability, you are talking of consumption. See, the main reason for subsidizing
on subsidized product.
The main reason for subsidy is to boost production. I will explain.
Okay, explain.
The main purpose, forget about the subsidiary. The major purpose of subsidiary is to boost production, to liberate a particular set of economy. You understand? Now, when you boost production, you want to look at employing people, and you can now tax. Although you are giving subsidy, right, to liberate a particular company. I gave an example of agriculture here the other time. Now, look at this example. How did China survive the meltdown when they survived? It's in form of subsidy. What did the government do? Okay, you are supposed to pay $1 per kilowatt energy. Okay, don't worry. Don't lay your people off. Please pay us 5 cents. But make sure you employ everyone. They've been able to subsidize production so that people just employ. They kept their staff. That's the reason for subsidy. If you subsidize any industry, one thing that we subsidize production. One thing that any investor wants to do is that they move to that place and they employ people. That's what government is after. You know, all this commodity.
What you are saying, our own situation is not the way the reference you just make now concerning China is totally different from our own.
That is what we are saying, that our own is fraud. Our own is fraud, not subsidy. It's fraud.
Hold on, Ola. Our own is an imported product that ordinarily will have been at high price, but the government subsidize it so that it can be affordable for Nigerian people.
You are subsidizing jobs.
No, hold on.
You are subsidizing to keep some people outside Nigeria at their job. You are producing jobs for somewhere. Because this is what we're saying. Look at this way, Ajani Koko. If we remove subsidy today, we've told you the benefit of what it's going to be. The subsidy we are doing now is not subsidy. How do you subsidize? How do you run the real subsidy? You buy tractors. You buy tractors. You give to the farmers to go to the farm and produce. You cut down the cost of their production, right? Or you may not say, okay, farmers, what we are going to do is this. I'm going to raise your price for you. If you cannot sell all your products, I will buy the remaining. I keep, just to encourage people to go into production and get people, because the primary reason for people for subsidy most of the time, even if not all the time, is to keep productivity and liberate
make
a
reference
particular economy.
make reference to that production or to the petroleum that we import. Don't talk about agriculture, don't talk about the provision of electricity that you are making reference to in China or in America. Talk about these products.
Can I interject a little bit? Good morning,
Talk
everybody.
about that product that we import and our government puts subsidy on. Why do we have subsidy on it? It's to make it affordable for Nigerian people so that it's not going to be extremely high. The price is not going to be extremely high, that we put pains and suffering and even affect the economy.
Baba Jale, please, you know, at least you are old, you are privy to when this thing started in 1970. We started on a very wrong foot. We started by saying, okay, we are producing, we have too much money, let our people benefit. We didn't channel it to production. We started by giving people on consumption. That was the reason why we once started it in 1970, before Obasanjo legalized it in 1977. We started this subsidy of it on a very wrong footing. And that is what is actually affecting us today. People, you don't subsidize consumption, you subsidize production to put your people at work. But our own is just for consumption. You, as Ola said, you subsidize production, agriculture, industry. If industry want to go into distress, you bail them out by giving them money. If like what happened during recession in America, when they bailed most of the industry out by giving them money, because they know the implication by laying people off. But our own, we are not using it like that, and you want us to continue.
In addition, Simba, sorry, good morning, everybody. In addition, first, we must highlight our problem. Baba Janliko has been talking, and I understand what he is trying to put across. But unfortunately, first, this is Nigeria. Although we know that we can also copy what is happening all around the world, especially good examples like America and the rest, but Rome was not built in a day. You said now that we are subsidizing consumption instead of production. First, we have to look at our refinery. For more than a decade now, our refinery are not working. That is why we resulted into exporting. Importing petroleum products from abroad, which is not easy. The process is very cumbersome and it's not very open because of so many factors. First, our NNPC, it's not a private company data. There's a lot of corruption going on there. I'm even looking at it, there are two corruption that is going on, apart from subsidizing of the petroleum product. What about the crude oil that we swap? How are we so sure that the one we gave to those people, our people have not sold some of the millions on the IC? That is a big monumental corruption is also there. It takes courage for a leader to remove subsidy in Nigeria. If it's so easy, why Obasanjo, Jonathan, and the rest, why can't they remove it? It takes a lot of courage because Nigeria is a complex country. I understand where Baba Jaleko is coming from, but unfortunately, we live in a modern world. If you look around, only few countries are practicing welfareism kind of system. It's not so easy because you can't force people. What China did like 30 years or 40 years ago, closing up their country, forcing their people to work, they dare not do it now. There will be uprising. Can we, Nigerians, can we afford that? Let's close up Nigeria. Let's force everybody to production. Can we do that in Nigeria? Without even a small boy will say, I will report you to America, like they were our God or our Lord. So the point is, first, our refineries are not working. When the refineries are not working, and then we are continuing to subsidize, and everybody agreed that most of these people end up in other West African nations. And you can see we are paying 70 million naira. Sorry, I'm at 70 trillion naira on subsidy on each month. That's a lot of money. Now we remove it. As we are talking today, the forces of demand and supply will play in later, because demand will drop. Because if you are driving, you are using fuel like you used to use before, you have to manage your economy. And then when demand fall, that means automatically price will also fall. Because if you have more supply in the market and demand fall, then the price will continue to go down. And look at what is happening to cooking gas today and jet fuel. The prices are dropping in Nigeria, and they say that it will continue to drop. That is also a form of a relief for people, because most Nigerians now are using gas to cook. A lot of them have migrated from kerosene. And what are we also talking here about Jalekoko? Diesel has been deregulated several years ago. Kerosene has been deregulated several years ago. Nobody is complaining. If you want kerosene, you still buy it, and it's available anywhere, any day in the petrol.
It's not affordable anymore for poor
No,
people.
you cannot say it is not avoidable, because Nigeria have an option.
It's not affordable.
Listen, you have an option.
It's more expensive now.
Okay, you have an option. You can buy what do you call it? 12.5
it's like
1,000%
increase in the price.
Well, you still have an
to
option. You can buy a cooking gas for 6,900, 12.5 kg, and which you can use for more than 1 month. If you
the diesel, as at the time they took off the subsidy, it was 8,000, but today it's about
800.
I mean 800 rather. Thank you. 800.
But today it's about 500 plus.
What do you mean by 500? It's about 85,000 or 70,000.
No. It's about 600 naira. 600 naira per liter.
Oh,
600. Oh, sorry.
895 naira about 600 naira.
And let me even tell you one thing. You know,
when they
increase
$80 to 600.
You are, Baba, we are talking about naira. You're always mixing naira with dollars.
I mean naira.
Just wait, Baba.
Don't you know how that has affected
productivity? Let me even give you what is happening now. You know, immediately they increase the petrol price. And I think I said it on this platform. I called my brother. I said, okay, let us switch to diesel, because it will be more economical for me to use diesel to power my pumping machine than to power petrol, than to use petrol. Even at that 600, 650, it pays better to use diesel because it will burn less, unlike petrol at 500 naira. Yesterday, we just discovered that in Nigeria now, could you believe that in Nigeria now, 12.5 kilogram of gas now is now 8,000 naira. And what I want to tell you now is that we are now using gas. Can you imagine that?
It varies.
Yes, we're even using, and Ola, can you imagine that we are now using gas to power our pumping machine?
Wow, that's innovative.
That is what we are using, as I'm telling you. So what I want to say is that now what we used to, somebody that is spending like 15,000 naira daily on 30 liters of petrol to power his pumping machine is now spending 8,000 naira, less than 8,000 naira, because he cannot finish 12.5 kg of gas to run that same pumping machine in a day. You know that. So you know what this thing is just telling us.
Simba, sorry. The question I want to ask Baba Janleko is this: America is a big country. Baba Janleko, are they selling price? Are they selling gasoline the same price all over America?
No.
Thank you. So that means the forces of demand and supply also play out in America. The prices are not the same. So you can buy it maybe a little bit expensive in some states than the rest, than some other states. And some can
but hold on. You don't have forces of demand and supply in Nigeria. You have monopoly. You have monopolistic power.
The way you are just looking at
hold on. You have monopolistic power, NNPC, running that particular sector in Nigeria.
Not only, no, O&O and the rest are also marketers. They are also
hold on. it is NNPC that is the sole importer. They give license to order
Yes.
to import. They are the sole
As
importer
of
of this
today, they are
product.
the only one
No,
importing the
They are the
that
only
is
one.
the
So
you are right.
fuel.
But
hold on
but
right
do you
there.
know as
Hold
of
on.
now, as
Hold
of
on.
today, what is the
Hold on.
situation of today?
So
They
you
are the
don't
problem.
you don't have market forces at all in Nigeria. And even
You
when
cannot
Dangote
have market forces, Baba. You cannot have market forces under subsidy regime. There's nothing like market forces. You cannot be talking about market forces under subsidy regime. There's no way, there's nothing you can, because you cannot be bringing fuel. You cannot say you have so many people participating in an industry, whereby at the end of the day, when they bring that same quantity, they cannot sell at their own price. You be the one determining the price, and you have to give them money to. That is not market force. You can't have market forces. Don't let us use wrong economic term. You cannot have market forces under subsidy regime.
In addition, when they remove this subsidy now, according to what NMPC said,
That's
they
correct,
have
Simba.
30%.
If it has not been only NNPC that is responsible for the importation, if you liberalize that space and you make funds available from the central bank at, what do you call that thing?
Baba Janiko, you should remember during
hold on.
Jonathan regime, when they liberalized it, a lot of people were being bad fuel into Nigeria.
Look, if you liberalize
We have
it
tried before
and you
when
make
it was all
and you make it
deregulated.
possible for people to have access to funds that they can
Baba
import this,
remember that
you
video
will
that
see
one man
market
played for
forces
us?
are the best
That
of the
Okunjo
best
Wela was
at
talking.
play.
Just wait, because all these things that you are just saying is not something that you have not practiced before. Under the same Jonathan regime, when Okunjo Wela was talking, he was talking about 141 importers that they were giving money to import this fuel. Some of them will not even, the forest they give them, they will not even go and bring fuel. They will just use it and sell it.
Who is responsible? Who would you blame?
Don't always say that who's responsible. You understand? So it was liberalized. It was when Nigeria doesn't have cash. Let me finish. It was when Nigeria doesn't have cash any longer to pay, when they started this oil swap of a thing. That was when NNPC became the sole importer of petrol.
Before Oando and the rest have been imported.
Everybody, it was a liberalized market before. Everybody would just come and they just tender whatever they have, like a certificate, whether the thing get to Nigeria or not, and they collect money.
I think what Baba Lenko is trying to say here is that on a normal day, if you are still an authoritarian society or this kind of force people to do something, it's achievable. But now that in the week, we copy the best system. We said we are copying capitalism system of government, and we want to follow the forces of demand and supplies and follow the normal.
I'm sorry, quickly. Is it Adewale speaking, right? Yeah.
No,
Remy.
Look,
No, it's not me. It's not
I mean, sorry, that's Remy.
Simba,
yeah.
Simba,
Even
let me say this.
under the authoritarian system.
Simba, you said that during the Jonathan time, they liberalized that space, and those marketers had access to funds, and they pocketed they did import. Who are you going to blame?
Of course, we are going to blame the government, but you are right about that one. But the society is so corrupt. The society is so corrupt.
And what did they do?
What did they do
for them? See, that's the point. Even under the military regime, they were more corrupt as the civilians are. So even under the authoritarian system, you cannot guarantee that things are going to work out the way you think they would work. You see, that's the problem. See, that Nigerian system is irredeemable for the logical submission you provide in Ajalikoko. It's not going to work. They will circumvent every system possible. Okay,
exactly. You're right, Prince Daddy. You're very right.
I hate listening to this kind of argument that nothing can work in Nigeria.
No, we can't say that. We can't be pessimistic like that. We can never be pessimistic. I think I've been listening to you for the last 4 hours, and I think you gave up about Nigeria. And anything that is coming out of your mouth is that you are pessimistic about the country. We understand. But when it comes to your guy, Showore, you think he's the only guy that can fix that country?
No, hold on right there. I have confidence in Nigeria more than you.
I don't think so.
Hold
Baba.
on.
You do not have that confidence in that country.
You people see that country as that country that cannot work for Nigerian people. You think it is only when hardship is inflicted on the people, that is when things will work. And I'm saying no. You need the right
people. Let me say something real quickly.
See, that will make things work for you. You need the right people in the right position that will make things work for that country.
Your theory is the simplicity way
you
that
people are saying that
it
is irredeemable. Corruption is this. Nothing can work.
Let me ask him a question. It's very simple. Do you believe that government should run all refineries, or should it be? Should we have private involvement?
No. It should be private. It should be private driven, but must be for the good of the country.
No.
And the people of that country.
What does that mean?
So, if for the good of the country, the private company should not make profit.
It mustn't be. It mustn't be.
That is the issue he has. That profit is the issue he has. He doesn't want to say it, but that is the issue he has with this refinery. They're going to make money. They have to make money. It's a business.
How will you maintain it? How will you even maintain the refinery if you don't make profit?
Hold on. You're going to make profit. But what we are saying is that government will have regulation. Government will regulate that space and make sure it works well for the interests of the people of that country. You cannot operate a business and then be making, how do I describe it? You're making, billions.
You see where it's going with this. You see where it's going with this.
It cannot work like that.
Government should tell me how much money you make, because it's too much. How can you make that much money? It's not for the good of everybody. Who determines that? This is market-driven forces. Government cannot regulate how much I make. If I make profit, they can tax me. But to have them not tell me how much I can make in my business because for the good of the people, that is some socialist stuff right there.
And that is why we need more. That is why we are talking about market forces. What regulates the amount of profit that you make is you cannot also put a lot of profit on your own when you have other people participating in the same market.
If it's severely regulated.
So the question I want to ask Babajale Koko now is, what do you think Nigerians are not reacting to this removal of subsidy the way you expected?
Who told you that Nigerians are not reacting? Who told you that
they are not reacting? You just say
what kind of reaction do you want? What kind of reaction do you want?
The subsidy themselves. They are tired. A lot of Nigerians are tired.
What kind of reaction are you looking for from Nigeria?
Don't you think before a lot of Nigerians would have said, "Oh, let's go and protest"? A lot of people would have been talking. People are just like, "This is the right thing to do. We have to just go ahead with it." And
before you see, it's only people that are partisan that you see that are against this against this subsidy of a thing. If you listen to Nigerian media, before you see somebody that will say it's not a good development, you will have seen 100 people talking about it in a good way.
Since they removed the subsidy,
don't you see the action on the
hours
TV?
Availability of petrol and most of the gas stations in Nigeria. It's not now people are buying it at 500. I think Ekene said, and I have a lot of people in Nigeria.
But it's available.
But it's not depends on them to say, okay, I'm not going to fill my tank. I have to buy this. And when there's an increment in their minimum wage in the future, they also have to plan their life accordingly. But this is the best move, the best move that this guy have done. It takes
don't worry, it's a matter.
Okay, Ajali Koko, I have another question for you, sir. Look at it this way.
We're gonna be here. You
Ajali
guys will be
Ẹ
here.
má worry, Babala Ajale Koko, you fail.
Bàbá Ajẹ́rò ẹ má ṣépè, ẹ má ṣépè, ẹ má ṣépè fún wa, ẹ má ṣépè.
You guys join me.
Just you know what, you pray for the success. Don't say ojú wa ọjà, ẹ má jẹ́ kó ojú wa jà, ojú wa ò ní jà.
Ajale Koko. My question for you, sir. Look at it this way. You remove subsidy and the money you save, you give workers. So how is that a problem? Okay, you said workers are going to suffer. Okay, you are not going to suffer. We remove this subsidy and we give you that money. How is that a problem?
Okay, tell me how much they are going to give workers. When already in 2019, the 30,000 they signed with workers, not all the states of the federation are paying that 30,000. Now you are going to increase to what? To how much? And how many states will be will be capable to pay? When already the 30,000, a lot of the states.
No. This time around, they are saying part of the saving from that subsidy now specifically, they now want to give to workers. It's not about I'm not able to pay this time around now. The labor, they sit down, they say, okay, this is going to be the impact of this subsidy, first subsidy removal. Then now they simulate what the inflation rate
how
is
much do you think that it's going to be? How much do you think that minimum wage will be? How much are we expecting as the minimum wage?
I think they will meet midway. They are requesting for 200. If the government can give them 100, I think it will be good.
Honestly, you may find out that 100 is even too much because I believe the no, it's too much. I'm just saying it theoretically. I'm not talking of so no go the thing say I be enemy of a worker. So that's not what I'm saying. No. So what I'm saying is this, because when you say 100, you have to match the number of workers we have to that. Is that realistic? If it is realistic, okay, fine, it's okay. But what I'm saying is this.
Let me tell you, Ola. Do you know this? The strength of Nigerian civil servants, including even the public servant. Everybody in all the state and the federal, there are no more than 3 million of the population.
Exactly. So now, if we now say additional 100,000 every month now, if we now put it, what will it?
No, you don't know how minimum wage work. It's not as if we are giving everybody additional 100,000. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Minimum wage.
Minimum wage means that the least worker will collect 100,000.
Lowest
So it's not as if that 100,000 will not cut across everybody. Some people who are getting above that might be getting like maybe 10%, 20%.
And those people that are below that 100, you'll be surprised that they are more than 75% of
Ola,
that million that you mentioned.
Can I ask you a question, Ola? How many states can afford this minimum wage 100,000?
No, Baba, we are assuming that we are going to reshare the subsidy.
How many states can afford to pay 100,000 naira? They are struggling with this 30K.
How many? No, Babati, look at it this way. Wait. Don't let us. We are talking about. Don't let us be. Let's see it this way. We are spending 400 billion every month of subsidy. Let's say we take 100 billion out of this subsidy. You think that with 100 billion we cannot settle these people that we are talking about?
No, I Simba, I don't think they will be able to pay 100,000 because they are talking about.
No, just wait.
It's just an analogy.
It's possible. It's possible.
No, what if we had 100 billion to what we give to the states and even the federal?
That is exactly what Tinubu is proposing.
That is it.
Revenue sharing model.
So
that is why the governors support the president. That's what's going to happen.
Remy, please wait. Babati, what Simba is basically saying is this: the money you want to save from that subsidy, it's not going to be, you are going to have it such a way that it's not going to be at the discretion of the governor. It will say specifically, this part of the savings, this one is going to be like a special project for now. That this we go to the workers.
I'm
It's
giving
not what
you
we are going to
this
the governors
for
and governors pocket.
so it's not as if you'll be the one spending it.
Babati and sorry, Simba and Ola, I don't agree with that. Firstly, you must know that the president does not have power to control a state how they spend the money.
No. You know what they are doing now, Remy? They said they are going to constitute a tripartite this thing between the state government, the federal government, the state government, the private sector, and they mentioned the other one. Now, during this meeting, they will call it palliative. We are giving this money for palliative, and this is what we want you to use this money for. Increase your worker salary. We are giving you this additional. Everybody can. Okay.
Simba, what I'm hearing is totally different from what you are saying. What I'm hearing is that Tinubu want to concede maybe 3 to 5% of the revenue allocation to the state so that they have more money every state. So if you do that, they have more money so that the state can have more money in their purse, and they can now determine how they pay their minimum wage. Of course, there'll be a fixed minimum wage that everybody must attain. Most Nigerian states, they can pay that 30,000, but some of them are lazy without no plan. Now,
the issue, we are even, Remy, the way we are looking at the minimum wage, you cannot expect a worker in Lagos to be earning the same amount like somebody who's in Maduguri or is in Benin Kebbi. You understand? Because you have to look at the standard of living and the cost of living at both ends. So if the minimum wage in Lagos is or somewhere in Port Harcourt is 100,000, I think even a person that is earning 80,000 in Benin Kebbi will have more money than somebody who is earning 100,000 in Lagos.
More better quality of life than somebody
exactly
in that city in Nigeria. So I like what is playing out in Nigeria now. The reason why I'm happy now is that now, as a state governor, before you venture that you want to be a governor, you have to have your solid plan. Nigeria we are getting towards that kind of trend that for you to be a state governor, you have to think out of the box. Not every time you are thinking, I'll just have to wait.
How are you going to think out of the box when you don't have resource control?
People are agitated. They will start to concede some resources to the state.
You think every state in Lagos,
in Nigeria
is like Lagos State? You think every state in that country is like Lagos State?
Are you then absolving them of their responsibility because they're not Lagos?
No. That's what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Baba Jericho, let me give you an example. Let me give a practical example. Let me, because it's like on this platform, I don't think there's anybody that's still longer in Nigeria than me. And I was a level 17 officer in civil service before I left Nigeria. So I know about civil service and I know what is happening in Nigeria. Next week, God willing, I will be in Nigeria and I will spend 2 months before I come back. What I want to say is that let me give you, for example, there are some states that we looked at on. Kwara State specifically. Before 2015, Kwara State, they were generating barely 150, 200 million naira every month as IDR. But when they see what is happening in Lagos, they now form what is called a Kwara State Internal Revenue Service, which is like a public-private partnership. And their IDR increased to 2.5 billion naira every month. It's not as if they increase the number of industry increase, because they just widen their tax nets and their ingenuity. And because let me tell you, most of the money before were being looted by the civil servants. And that's what we are talking about. So what we are saying is that there are most of these states that we are looking at as if they don't have means of generating revenue, they can increase it.
Most of the states are already downsized. My senior sister is a vice principal in one of the schools in Oyo State, and he told me that before there's a lot of people in the civil service of Oyo State. Most of them are already downside. They are managing just a small chunk of people. So if you are a good government, you block all the loopholes. Not that they have a lot of people in the civil service like before. They have downsized a lot, including the federal government. So everybody knows their
Where
work.
did you get your own report that federal government downsized? Where did you get that news
You will
from?
see from the eyepiece, from the eyepiece, at least they eliminate a lot of ghost workers at the federal civil service. They eliminate a lot of
That
ghost
is
workers.
not downsized now. That is
It's
not
not of downsizing because at the end of the day,
No, that is not
the
downsized.
reason why I put it that way is
That
because
is not downsized.
their wage bill before that
That's what you
that
say,
thing
that they
is
carry
huge.
out audit,
Yes,
personnel audit,
whatever
audit.
adjective or whatever term you want to
Yeah,
use it. What
that
I
is
know
not
is that the
downsized.
money they are paying before has reduced drastically. That's what I'm trying to say. So we are arriving at the same position. To me, I think most of the states can pay 30,000 minimum wage. Now, if they give them more allocation,
You are saying that most of the states can pay
they
when we
can.
have
They
a
can.
lot of the states.
Any state that tell you
Hold
they
on now.
cannot pay their
Hold
line.
on.
Okay,
We
because
have
there's
most of the states that are not paying it now, and we even have in the West.
Which
We
state?
have on those states.
Which state?
Hold on. On those states is owing workers.
How many months?
They hold them for several months. They pay them.
Baba Jeloko, let me tell you what is Remy. Can you listen? Let me tell you, when you look at apart from Lagos, probably Ogun or Oyo, the other rich, at least on those states are not producing. No, just wait, Baba Jeloko. I don't know about that. Ondo State is an oil-producing state. They get to 13% derivation. I think the problem with Ondo is the governor. That their governor is a very useless governor. I was a worker in Osun State, and even before I left Nigeria, my salary was 1,150,000 in a month, and they were not hearing us. Apart from the one half salary that this guy paid before he left, they are not owing us any salary. And up to date now, because my people are still there, Osun State is not owing any salary. I'm very sure also Oyo is not owing salary. Kwara is not owing salary. Lagos is not owing salary. Even this Ogun that you are talking about, I'm not so sure. The only state I know that is not doing well in the southwest, even they can say they are paying their salary regularly, is Ondo State, and I don't know what is wrong with them because he has the money. And I don't know what he's using their money for.
Because they have too much workers. That's why.
Okay. Before I proceed, I don't know anybody want to speak because I'm looking at shutting down in the next 15 minutes. Although I can throw people to the background if they want to continue.
Speaking of subsidy, Ola, it's
Okay,
a good thing. It's something we should celebrate. But you know, Nigerians are impatient kind of people. We are not patient. We can't see through, beyond our nose. See,
be careful.
the military, the military, NNPC, and the independent marketer. These are the people that are pocketing the money. I don't know how they are channeling that money to various powerful people, but I know for a fact these are the people that are conniving with the independent marketers and NNPC and taking this so-called subsidy. I know someone who was into oil bunkering, who travels from time to time, travel to other West African countries. And what do? Most of the time, they are in connivance with the military officers, especially the navies, the Nigerian Navy. They are the ones that are always in cahoots with these criminals. They bring vessel in, then take them out to various to the Western African countries, even up to Niger. Now, government continue to subsidize or putting money in the pocket of these criminals. It's not going to help the country, apart from the fact that the country is even broke. It doesn't make any sense. And it is high time government deregulate this sector completely, hands off. Yes, I know government probably would not be able to answer completely, but they can divest their investment, or one way or the other, but continue to be the regulator at the same time, be the player in that sector, will not make any headways. This is the only source of revenue that we have in Nigeria. I'm just saying the major one. But at the end of the day, if we continue to put money in this basket, Nigeria would not make any headway, even in other economic sector. So I think the step the government is taking is the right step. Whether they decided to take it drastically or reduce it little by little, it won't still make any difference. So
Actually, let me even buttress what you are saying. You mentioned all this bunkering. The now presently, Nigeria, we are now producing now, as at day before yesterday, our daily production now is 1.6 million barrels per day. What they are seeing now is that the security architecture that they are put in place now has actually liberated majority of areas where all these bunkers are putting our oil. And they were our OPEC quarters, what they are expecting by end of June, they will be producing 1.8 million. And before the end of this year, our production will shoot up to 2.5 million. The problem that we have during Buhari regime is that the Buhari was just there like a ghost. He was not monitoring anything. He's not interested in anything. Everybody was just looting and just doing whatever they want to do. He's not concerned. And with ordinary, the way Tinubu is going about it, visiting all these security people, asking them, this is what I demand from you. Have you ever seen Buhari talking in public and charging his people and say, this is what I want from you? I've never seen Buhari talking apart from reading things. Reading just maybe occasionally, just see, but I've never seen him talking in the public. Look at the way Tinubu went to the National Security Advisor and went to his office. He didn't ask him to come and told him, this is what I am demanding from you. And this is what I want from you. That is the way to go.
Don't give him credit for that. He just started and is visiting the office.
Yeah,
That's
but
not a big deal.
have you ever seen any military head of state visiting that place, showing publicly that they did? I mean, they visited that.
Who told
office?
you that they've never been visited?
Shown to the public. I'm not saying that they have never, but for publicizing it that way.
Yeah, I don't know about publicizing. If they are publicizing, it's not a big deal now. What are you guys giving credit that he visited? It's an agency working under him now. What are you guys talking about?
It goes a long way.
It doesn't go any long way.
The
you guys should
just of it is what makes
don't give credit to.
Oh my God. It's unheard of. We all know.
I think if you want to base it on where we are coming from, I think the signal now, we are getting a better signal than what we used to get. So we cannot just rubbish everything maybe because of the way it's not maybe we don't like him or it doesn't belong to
I know the economy will be better for it once they increase the worker salary. People will be able to go to bar to drink beer. I know because I was trying to explain something there the other time. But
they will be able to eat fresh fish so that my own fish will be able to get market for our fish also.
Exactly. Baba that you think it will suffer will increase their own money. Market woman they increase their own money too. I know those days that when OBJ was increasing and people had money, that was when we were going to all those joints. You see that
Larry, I forgot. That was when people started. You have so many dealers that are selling cash.
Exactly. So people will think that the economy was expanding. If the economy may expand from now to tomorrow, if there's no money, just like Buhari is building his road now. You build road, you build everything, and you cannot even really see the impact. It was totally different when you have money in people's pockets. So, Baba Jaligoko, there's nothing to be afraid of. Workers will not suffer. They will be better for it, for sure. So, I know. I don't know if Kumi Samuel. I don't know if.
No, Baba Jaligoko should not just. I think Baba Jaligoko should change his prayer. Ojiwa onija o.
No, how do you want a ninja? I know Baba is praying.
We will come in 6 months. We will come back in the next 6 months when the price is about 1,000 plus.
No,
or 15 or 2,000 per liter. Then mo fẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ tó bá di time yẹn.
Bàbá Ajẹ́rìtò, àdúrà wa ni pé ẹ̀yin ni kí ojú ó tì. And that will be the best prayer for Nigeria. No, so that will be the thing that will be better for the average Nigeria. Because the time say fún wọn yìí èpè lẹ́sẹ̀ fún wọn. Èpè lẹ́sẹ̀ fún ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Tójú wa bá já èpè lẹ́sẹ̀ fún wọn yẹn, ẹ má jẹ́ kójú wa já o. So kójú yóò já ló máa dáa fún ọmọ Nàìjíríà. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ Ọlọ́run kó jẹ́ ju Bàbá Ajẹ́rìtò kó já in 6 months time.
Báwo ni ọjà tó ń tà ní 195 àbẹ̀dọ̀ ni epo yẹn tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ tó wá wọ 500 tẹ́yìn wá sọ ń pò dáa.
No, nobody is saying that.
Akílẹ̀ ń sọ báyìí fún.
No, affordability. Can people afford it at 500? That's what we want to know. That's what we are working towards. Even if something
they afford there.
That money will still come down. That money will come down. That price
will. Ajale Boko. There was a time to rent a room in Lagos. A room was like 300 naira. And some people were still homeless that time. Today, the same room, maybe you want to pay the same room for 15,000, and people are still paying for that room. So sometimes
tell me the rate of homelessness in that time. Don't rent 300. See you don't rent anything. Tell me the rate of homelessness.
Ask for 3 hours. I got
àwọn tó ń sun passage ńkọ́ àwọn tó máa ń sun passage rẹ pé tílẹ̀ bá ti mẹ́bíbọ̀jì á kàn sáré dìde.
ṣèbí passage ṣì wà okay ṣèbí kó tó di pé ìdí àgbọn Buhari dà gan rú àwọn èèyàn máa ń sùn níta gbangba àwọn èèyàn á sùn níta gbangba tó yẹ pé wọ́n á nara wọn fẹ́fẹ́fẹ́. So is
the issue even gan Ola it cannot even be said that the price even let me tell you if we improve the purchasing power of our people, we can shift the purchasing power to go and meet the price up there by giving people more. So we are not, even if it doesn't come down, people can shift to go and meet the price there, and they'll be able to afford it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain. I think you said it.
You know the argument put forward by the labor union and the TUC that if it will create monopoly, and of course what Dangote did. I heard that the federal government took Jakuta cement from Dangote. How true is that?
Yes, yeah.
Jakuta cement.
They've paid him off.
No.
I don't know about Jakuta cement.
Jakuta cement now is what is it called?
Steel.
It is still as in Jakuta now.
Dangote, I'm not sure Dangote ever bought.
No. Or like he made run.
There is a cement factory he has there. I've forgotten the name of the town. It's very close to Ajakuta, but not to Ajakuta.
The federal government has paid him now because But you remember there was a interview Otedala also granted during the opening of Dangote's refinery, where he said that himself and Dangote put money together with some other investors, and they try as much as possible to buy off all these moribund refineries, and the Yaradua administration reversed that.
Because people how can they spend billions on that. You know them now.
Okay, Obajano. That is where Obajano.
But you see, the government has no business.
No, it's Dangote that is managing it too.
Yeah, it belongs.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's Dangote that owns it now.
I was told that the federal government are taking it back.
No, Obajano, no. We've been operating that cement factory for long.
So the other refineries now, are they going to then finalize? Are they going to sell it off now?
No, they said they're going to revive it and try to service it.
No. Let me tell you what happened now is that that refinery is owned by NNPC, and now NNPC is not like a public. I mean, it's not a public corporation again. I mean, how will I put it now? It's a private.
Probably limited.
So it's not like a government-owned business. What they are
Because they
doing
have
is
to make money. It's about the bottom line.
exactly they have to make profit, and they have to remit.
Remember that time they went to this the Niger Delta and started discovering all those illegal tapping and all that.
Tapping, exactly.
They knew those pipelines were there in the first place, but because they
had a tapping in front of a barrack.
They didn't know about that. They didn't bother because, of course, the government is already paying them.
And that is what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying now. And that's why all those things they have blocked them. And that has made our daily production to shut up.
Those loopholes are already been blocked.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Osimba Adewale, I know that we are still going to go to the background, but I just quickly want to round us. Maybe let me give power to Ajale Gogo to round up on our behalf. Yeah, I know. I know. I will leave everyone in the background so we can continue. I don't want to slip off because I'm the one that can end the broadcast for now. So I don't want to slip off while we are discussing. So Ajale Gogo, do you want to round up the session for us to thank our audience and so that I will just shut down?
All right, thank you, Ola. Let me thank all the panelists for your contribution. I think everybody contributions are quite meaningful, and I hope that Nigeria as a country for all of us can get better.
Amen. Amen.
Hello. What happened?
Our NLPC.
Okay, in the absence of Ajale Gogo, let me go right quickly.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
So,
please go ahead.
I hope that the administration will succeed, and I hope
Amen.
that God will give them the direction and the wisdom to govern the country in accordance to the rule of law as promised by the president. But at the same time, I think we shouldn't be dogmatic to support them every step of the way, particularly when they are taking a wrong step. As far as I'm concerned, it is early now, but I don't think they have taken the right step on this issue of petroleum subsidy. Life is hard for the people now. It has brought pain, but well, let's wait and see if they're going to increase worker salary, if that will work. And to our listeners around the world, please, if you have not clicked on the like button, please do that right now. Click on the like button, share and subscribe, and come back tomorrow so that we can have another successful session. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Simba, Adewale, Remy, Babalegba, the Prince of Egba, Babati, and Prince Daddy, and everybody. So tomorrow going to be another day. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
So,
Bye.
so you can stay behind.